Imagine, if you will, a land carved not by hands but by ice. A place where mountains rise like frozen waves from the sea, where fjords cut deep into the earth like scars of ancient gods, and where the northern lights dance silently over snow-laced pines. This is Norway, not just a country on a map, but a story written in stone, ice, blood, and song. Tonight, we journey through every chapter of that story, from the first footprints in post-glacial mud to the quiet hum of oil rigs in the North Sea. We'll walk with Vikings through mist-shrouded valleys, kneel in candlelit stave churches, hide in snowdrifts during Nazi occupation, and stand beside modern Norwegians as they grapple with wealth, memory, and the weight of peace. This is not a summary. This is an immersion. So settle in, let your breath slow, let the weight of the day dissolve. And as the world outside fades, let the long, winding river of Norwegian history carry you gently into sleep. Long before kings, before runes, before even the first whispered name of Odin, there was only ice. For over 2 million years, during the Pleistocene epoch, glaciers advanced and retreated across the land we now call Norway. At their peak, these ice sheets were more than 3 kilometers thick, so heavy they pressed the Earth's crust downward, like a giant's thumb sinking into soft clay. When the last great thaw began around 12,000 years ago, the ice didn't just melt, it roared. Torrents of meltwater carved valleys so deep they would later fill with seawater, becoming the world-famous fjords. Sognefjord, Hardangerfjord, Geirangerfjord, each a liquid cathedral framed by sheer cliffs and cascading waterfalls. As the ice retreated northward, it left behind a raw, glistening landscape. Polished bedrock, erratic boulders dropped like forgotten toys, and lakes formed in glacial hollows. The air was sharp, with the scent of wet stone and new moss. And into this reborn world came the first humans. They arrived not by conquest, but by necessity, small bands of hunter-gatherers following reindeer herds northward as the tundra greened. These were the Arensberg culture people. Then later the Fosna-Hensbaka groups, who settled along Norway's ragged western coast around 10,000 BCE. They carried bone-tipped spears, antler harpoons, and knowledge passed down through generations. Where the seals hauled out on skerries, when the salmon ran up the rivers, how to read the wind for storms. Their homes were simple tents of reindeer hide, stretched over driftwood frames, or shallow huts dug into the earth and lined with stones. Fire was sacred, not just for warmth, but for transforming raw meat into sustenance, for hardening spear points, for keeping the long Arctic nights at bay. There were no villages yet, only seasonal camps. Summer by the coast for fishing and fowling, winter inland where forests offered shelter and game. But these people were not merely surviving. They were thinking, feeling, creating. At Alta, in northern Norway, on smooth rock faces by the shores of the Altafjord, they left behind one of humanity's oldest art galleries. Over 6,000 petroglyphs, carved not with metal, but with stone and bone, depict reindeer migrations, bear hunts, boats with oars, and human figures dancing or holding hands. Some scenes show rituals, a shaman wearing antlers, perhaps invoking the spirit of the hunt. Others show boats so detailed we can count the rowers, evidence that by 4,200 BCE, Norwegians were already navigating open water, not just hugging the shore. These carvings weren't mere decoration. They were memory made visible. In a world without writing, rock art was how stories were preserved, how knowledge of tides, animal behavior, and celestial cycles was passed from elder to child. The red ochre they sometimes used, made from iron-rich clay mixed with animal fat, wasn't just pigment, it was blood of the earth, a sacred substance that linked the living to the land. By 4000 BCE, the climate had warmed further. Forests of pine, birch, and alder spread northward. The sea stabilized, and with it came new opportunities. People began to settle more permanently. They built larger longhouses, rectangular structures up to 20 meters long, With central hearths and sleeping platforms along the walls, they crafted pottery with pointed bases that could be stuck into the ground or nestled in ashes. They buried their dead in mounds of earth and stone, often with grave goods, a flint knife, a necklace of amber or bone, a bowl of food for the journey. And then, slowly, the Neolithic arrived, not with a bang, but with a seed. Farming trickled in from the south, carried by migrants or through trade. Barley and wheat were planted in small clearings. Domesticated pigs and cattle appeared. Though hunting and fishing remained vital, the shift wasn't sudden. For centuries, Norwegians lived in a hybrid world, tilling small plots by day, setting fish traps by dusk. But this duality shaped their identity. A people always balancing cultivation with wildness, order with chaos. By 1800 BCE, the Bronze Age dawned not because bronze was abundant, Norway had almost no copper or tin, but because it was imported. Through trade networks stretching to Central Europe and the British Isles, Norwegian chieftains acquired bronze swords, axes, and jewelry. These weren't tools for daily use, they were status symbols, buried with the elite in lavish graves. One such burial at Josund in western Norway contained a man laid to rest with a bronze dagger, amber beads, and a stone battle axe, his body oriented toward the rising sun, as if awaiting rebirth. This era also saw the rise of sun worship. Rock carvings show solar discs pulled by horses or ships, symbols of the sun's daily journey across the sky and through the underworld at night. In a land where winter darkness could last for months, the sun wasn't just a star, it was a promise. And so, in this ice-carved cradle, the foundations of Norwegian culture were laid. Reverence for nature, mastery of the sea, a blend of practicality and spirituality, and a deep connection to ancestors. These weren't just survival strategies, they were the first whispers of a national soul. As the Bronze Age deepened, Norway's landscape became a canvas for ritual and power. Though the metal itself was rare, imported at great cost via amber and fur trade routes, the symbols it carried were transformative. Bronze wasn't just useful, it was magical. It gleamed like captured sunlight. It rang with a voice unlike stone or bone. And in the hands of a skilled smith, it could become a weapon, a mirror, or a vessel for the divine. Chieftains emerged, not kings in the later sense, but local leaders whose authority rested on lineage, wealth, and the ability to host feasts. Their power was displayed not in palaces, which didn't yet exist, but in burial mounds. At places like Bore and Vestfold, massive mounds, some over 40 meters in diameter, were raised over wooden chambers containing the dead. Grave goods included bronze razors, suggesting elite grooming rituals, tweezers, and even imported glass beads from the Mediterranean. These weren't just tombs, they were territorial markers, declarations that this land belonged to a certain lineage. The sun cult flourished. On rock faces and bronze razors, we see recurring motifs: ships carrying solar discs, pairs of horses drawing chariots across the sky, and human figures in ecstatic dance. One famous bronze artifact, the Trundholm sun chariot, found in Denmark but culturally shared, depicts a horse pulling a golden disc on wheels, with one side gilded, day, and the other plain, night. This cosmology wasn't abstract philosophy, it was lived reality. The winter solstice wasn't just a date, it was a crisis, a time when the sun might not return. Rituals were performed to ensure its rebirth. Offerings of food, drink, and sometimes, it's believed, human life, deposited in bogs and lakes. Then, around 500 BCE, iron arrived. Unlike bronze, iron could be sourced locally from bog iron, a rust-colored sediment found in wetlands. This democratized metalwork, no longer dependent on distant trade. Communities could forge their own tools and weapons. Iron axes cleared forests more efficiently. Iron plows tilled heavier soils. And iron swords longer, sharper, and deadlier than bronze reshaped warfare. But iron also brought social change. With better weapons came more frequent conflict. Hill forts, walled enclosures on high ground, appear across southern Norway, suggesting a need for defense. At places like Skjold and Rogaland, these forts controlled access to fertile valleys and trade routes. Society became more stratified. Warriors, farmers, smiths, and slaves, thralls, often captured in raids, formed a rigid hierarchy, yet daily life remained deeply tied to the rhythms of nature. Longhouses, now larger, sometimes 50 meters long, housed extended families, livestock, and stored grain under one roof. The central hearth was the heart of the home, for cooking, for warmth, for storytelling. Smoke curled up through a hole in the roof, blackening the rafters and preserving the timber against rot. Women spun wool from sheep, wove cloth on upright looms, and brewed ale from barley. Men fished, hunted, and tended fields of barley, rye, and flax. Spirituality evolved too. The sun cult gave way to a more complex pantheon, precursors to the Norse gods we know. Odin may have begun as a god of ecstasy and death. Thor as a protector against chaos, embodied by giants and storms. Sacrifices of animals, weapons, and occasionally humans were made at sacred groves, springs, and stones. The Oseberg ship burial, though later from the Viking Age, echoes these earlier practices. A high-status woman buried with sacrificed animals, wagons, and tapestries depicting ritual processions. By the Roman Iron Age, 1400 CE, Norway was connected to a wider world. Roman coins, glassware, and weapons have been found in graves, traded via intermediaries through the Baltic and down the Vistula River. Roman authors like Tacitus wrote of the Feni, a people living in the far north who hunted with bone-tipped arrows and wore skins, likely early Sami or Norse groups. But Norway remained fragmented, hundreds of petty kingdoms, each ruled by a jarl or petty king, bound by kinship and custom, not law. There was no Norway, yet only fjords, forests, and families, each guarding their own patch of this rugged land. And then, in the centuries after Rome's fall, something shifted. Populations grew. Climate warmed slightly. Seafaring technology improved. The stage was set for the age that would define Norway in the world's imagination. The Viking Age. The year is 793. The North Sea is calm, deceptively so, on the holy island of Lindisfarne, off the northeast coast of England. Monks rise before dawn to chant the office of matins. The air is salted with sea mist. The stone chapel cool beneath their bare feet. They are men of peace, devoted to prayer, manuscript, and the quiet rhythm of monastic life. They do not expect violence. They do not expect death. But then sails. Not the white sails of pilgrims or merchants, but dark, narrow shapes, cutting through the fog like the wings of ravens. Long ships, low in the water, swift, silent until the last moment, and then the shouting begins. What follows is not a battle, it is a slaughter. The raiders, tall, bearded, clad in leather and iron, storm the monastery with axes and fury. They smash altars, tear apart illuminated gospels for their jeweled bindings, drag priests by their hair into the surf. Gold chalices vanish into leather sacks. Reliquaries are pried open with knives. Some monks are killed outright. Others are taken as slaves, bound and thrown onto the ships like sacks of grain. When the Vikings leave, Lindisfarne is a ruin. Smoke curls from the thatched roofs, blood soaks the chapel floor, and across Christendom, a new terror takes root. This was not the first Norse raid, but it was the first to echo through history. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle would later record it with trembling awe. In this year, fierce, foreboding omens came over the land. And on the 8th, before the Ides of June, the harrying of the heathen miserably destroyed God's church on Lindisfarne. But who were these men? Were they mindless barbarians, as the chroniclers claimed, or something far more complex? To understand the Viking Age, we must look not only at the raiders, but at the land that forged them. Norway in the 8th century was a patchwork of small kingdoms, each ruled by a jarl or petty king. There was no central authority, no Norway as we know it. Power flowed through kinship, oaths, and the ability to reward loyal followers with land, silver, or plunder. The landscape itself encouraged fragmentation. Deep fjords, towering mountains, and dense forests made overland travel difficult. Communities were isolated, self-reliant, and fiercely independent. But the sea? The sea connected everything. Norwegians had been building boats for millennia, but by the 8th century, they had perfected the langskip, the longship. Made from overlapping oak planks, clinker-built, caulked with wool and tar, these vessels were miracles of engineering. Shallow drafted, they could beach on any shore or sail up rivers deep into enemy territory. With a single square sail of woven wool, they could cross the North Sea in 2 days. With oars, they could maneuver in silence, appearing like ghosts at dawn. The Oseberg ship, buried around 834 CE and unearthed in 1904, gives us a glimpse of this mastery. Though a ceremonial vessel, it is 5 meters long, with 15 pairs of oar ports, a gracefully curved prow carved with spiraling serpents, and a mast that once held a sail of 90 square meters. Every rivet, every timber, speaks of generations of accumulated knowledge of men who read the stars, felt the wind in their beards, and knew the tides as intimately as their own breath. But why did they raid? It wasn't just greed. It was necessity, ambition, and inheritance. In Norse society, land was the ultimate measure of status. But Norway's arable land was limited. Only about 3% of the country is suitable for farming. When a chieftain died, his estate was divided among his sons. With each generation, plots grew smaller. Younger sons, landless and restless, sought fortune elsewhere. Raiding offered a path to wealth, glory, and social mobility. A successful raid could yield silver, slaves, weapons, and fine cloth goods that could be traded, gifted, or displayed at feasts to attract followers. And in a culture that valued honor above all, dying in battle was the highest fate. As the Havamal, a collection of Old Norse wisdom poetry, declares, "Cattle die, kinsmen die. You yourself will die, but fame never dies for the one who earns it." So they sailed not just to England, but everywhere. To the west, they settled Iceland in the 872nd, lured by tales of volcanic plains and freedom from Norwegian kings. A century later, Eric the Red, exiled for murder, pushed further, founding settlements in Greenland. His son, Leif Erikson, would reach North America around the year 1000, landing in a place he called Vinland, likely Newfoundland, where Norse ruins at Lonso Meadows still stand. To the east, they traveled the river systems of Russia, trading furs, amber, and slaves for silver dirhams from the Islamic Caliphate. These Rus, possibly from the Old Norse rather, meaning rowers, would eventually give their name to Russia itself. To the south, they raided the coasts of France, Spain, and even North Africa. In 844, a Norse fleet sacked Seville. In 859, they wintered in the Rhone Valley. And in 911, after decades of raids, the Frankish king Charles the Simple granted the Viking leader Rollo land at the mouth of the Seine, creating the Duchy of Normandy, whose descendants would conquer England in 1066. But the Vikings were not just raiders. They were traders, explorers, poets, and lawmakers. At home, society revolved around the Thing, a local assembly where free men gathered to settle disputes, pass laws, and elect leaders. Justice was communal, not imposed from above. If a man was wronged, he could demand compensation, wergild, or, if refused, declare a blood feud. Honor was maintained through action, not decree. Women, though not equal, held significant power. They managed households, controlled property, and could divorce their husbands by declaring it before witnesses and reclaiming their dowry. Some, like the shield maidens of legend, though debated by historians, may have fought, but even without swords, Women like Queen Gunhild, wife of King Eric Bloodaxe, wielded influence through counsel, marriage alliances, and sheer force of will. Spiritually, the Norse lived in a world alive with gods, giants, and spirits. Odin, the Allfather, sought wisdom at any cost, even sacrificing an eye for a drink from the Well of Erd. Thor, with his hammer Mjolnir, protected humanity from the chaotic forces of the Jotnar giants. Freyja, goddess of love and war, chose half the slain for her hall, Sesrumnir, while Odin took the other half for Valhalla. Death was not an end, but a transition. Warriors hoped to die in battle and be carried by the Valkyries to feast eternally. Farmers, sailors, and mothers joined the goddess Hel in her quiet realm beneath the roots of Yggdrasil, the world tree. But this world was changing. By the late 10th century, Christianity was spreading northward. Missionaries from England and Germany brought not just a new god, but literacy, stone churches, and ties to European power structures. Some Norse rulers converted for political reasons. King Harald Bluetooth of Denmark famously declared his conversion on the Jelling Stone around 965 CE, claiming to have made the Danes Christian. In Norway, the shift was violent. Enter Olaf Tryggvason. Born around 963, Olaf was a Viking raider who converted to Christianity in England. In 995, he returned to Norway, seized the throne, and began a brutal campaign of forced conversion. He destroyed pagan temples, executed resistors, and baptized entire regions at sword point. His reign was short. He died in battle in 1000, but his zeal set the stage for his successor, Olaf Haraldsson. Olaf II, later Saint Olaf, ruled from 1015 to 1028. He too used force to spread Christianity, but he also built churches, established bishoprics, and laid the foundations of a unified Norwegian church. After his death at the Battle of Stiklestad, fighting against a coalition of pagan farmers and Danish-backed nobles, he was quickly declared a martyr. Miracles were reported at his grave. Pilgrims came from across Scandinavia. By 1164, he was canonized, and his shrine in Nidaros, modern Trondheim, became the spiritual heart of Norway. The Viking Age did not end with a bang, but with integration. By 1066, the year of the Battle of Stamford Bridge, where King Harald Hardrada of Norway was killed invading England, the Norse were no longer outsiders. They were Normans in France, Varangians in Byzantium, settlers in the British Isles. In Norway itself, the era of petty kings was giving way to centralized monarchy. The longships still sailed, but now they carried kings, not just raiders. The runes still carved, but soon they would share space with Latin script. The old gods faded into folklore, their names surviving in place names Torsnes, Thor's Headland, Odinsoy, Odin's Island, and in the quiet rituals of farmers who still left offerings at sacred groves long after the priests had left. The Viking Age lasted less than 3 centuries, but its legacy shaped Norway forever. It gave the nation its seafaring soul, its love of independence, and a mythic identity that still echoes in sagas, place names, and the very shape of its coastline, where every fjord holds a story, and every wave carries the memory of oars. The sea still smells of salt and pine tar. The wind still howls through the fjords like a skald singing of old battles. But something has changed. The smoke rising from the longhouses no longer carries only the scent of cooking fish and burning peat. It now mingles with the faint, unfamiliar aroma of incense. In the distance, where once only the cries of gulls and the clang of a blacksmith's hammer echoed, a new sound begins to rise. The deep, resonant toll of a church bell. This is Norway at the crossroads. The Viking Age did not vanish overnight. It did not collapse in a single battle or dissolve in a royal decree. Instead, it transformed slowly, unevenly, often violently, into something new. The wild, decentralized world of jarls, thing, assemblies, and blood oaths began to give way to a kingdom, centralized, Christian and increasingly tied to the rhythms of European Christendom. But this shift was not clean. It was messy, contested, and soaked in both faith and blood. At the heart of this transformation stands a name, whispered in sagas and carved into runestones: Harald Fairhair. According to the Heimskringla, the great 13th century chronicle written by Snorri Sturluson, Harald was a young king of Vestfold who, around the year 860, swore an oath. He would neither cut nor comb his hair until he had unified all of Norway under one crown. For 10 years, he waged war, burning farms, sinking rival fleets, and forging alliances through marriage and fear. His defining moment came at the Battle of Hafrsfjord, traditionally dated to 872 CE, where he crushed a coalition of western chieftains in a narrow fjord near modern-day Stavanger. Victory here, the sagas claim, marked the birth of Norway as a single realm. But how much of this is history, and how much is myth? Modern historians urge caution. Archaeological evidence from Hafrsfjord shows ship burials and weapons from the period, confirming a major naval clash. Yet the idea of a fully unified Norway under one king in 872 is almost certainly an exaggeration. Harald may have dominated the southwest Vestfold, Rogaland, Hordaland, but the north, the inland valleys, and the far reaches of Trøndelag remained fiercely independent. Even his own descendants would spend generations reasserting control. Still, the idea of Harald matters. He became the founding father of the Norwegian monarchy, a symbol of unity in a land defined by fragmentation. Later, kings would trace their lineage back to him, not because the bloodline was unbroken, it often wasn't, but because legitimacy required a mythic origin. And in that sense, Harald Fairhair did unify Norway not by sword alone, but by story. Yeah, unification meant little without a shared identity. And for that, Norway needed more than a king. It needed a god. Enter Christianity. At first, the new faith arrived not through missionaries, but through trade and war. Norse warriors who served in the Varangian Guard of the Byzantine Emperor returned with crosses around their necks. Traders from England and the Rhineland brought not just silver and glass, but tales of a crucified god who rose from the dead. Some chieftains converted for practical reasons, to secure alliances, access European markets, or gain favor with powerful neighbors like the kings of England or Denmark. But conversion was never just personal. In a society where religion was communal, where the health of the crops, the success of the hunt, and the favor of the ancestors depended on proper ritual, abandoning the old gods was seen as betrayal. To stop sacrificing at the Hurg, sacred stone altar, or to tear down the temple of Thor, was to risk famine, defeat, and divine wrath. This tension came to a head with Olaf Tryggvason. Born around 963, Olaf was the son of a petty king in Vestfold. Orphaned young, he was raised in the courts of Novgorod, and later became a Viking raider in the British Isles. In 994, during a raid on England, he accepted baptism, possibly as part of a peace treaty with King Ethelred the Unready. But Olaf didn't just adopt Christianity, he weaponized it. Returning to Norway in 995, he seized the throne with a small but loyal fleet. What followed was not gentle evangelism, but holy war. According to the sagas, Olaf sailed from fjord to fjord, demanding conversion at sword point. At the Thing assembly in Trøndelag, he took the sons of resisting chieftains as hostages. When the people of Hålogaland refused to abandon their gods, he executed their leaders and burned their temple. In one chilling account, he tied a pagan priest to a rock at low tide and let the rising sea drown him, a grim parody of baptism. His reign lasted only 5 years. In 1000, a coalition of Danish, Swedish, and Norwegian nobles ambushed his fleet at the Battle of Svolder. Outnumbered, Olaf chose death over capture, leaping overboard in full armor into the Baltic Sea. His body was never found, but his legacy endured. He had planted the seed, and it would fall to another Olaf, to make it grow. Olaf Haraldsson, later Saint Olaf, was cut from different cloth. Born around 995, he too began as a Viking, raiding in England, France, and the Baltic. But unlike Olaf Tryggvason, he sought to build, not just conquer. When he became king in 1015, he didn't just preach Christianity, he began constructing a church, literally. He invited English bishops to Norway, established the first bishoprics at Nidaros and Selja, and began building wooden churches, simple, stave-framed structures that would evolve into the iconic stave churches of later centuries. He also worked to centralize royal authority, issuing laws that curbed the power of local chieftains and strengthened the king's role in justice and taxation. But his methods remained harsh. He destroyed pagan temples, outlawed sacrifices, and exiled or executed resistors. In the Trøndelag region, a stronghold of the old faith, he faced fierce opposition. Farmers there worshipped Freyr, the god of fertility, and saw Olaf's reforms as an attack on their way of life. The conflict came to a head in 1030 at the Battle of Stiklestad. A coalition of Norwegian nobles, backed by the Danish king Canute the Great, marched against Olaf. Among them were farmers, chieftains, and even some of Olaf's former allies. The battle was brutal and short. Olaf, outnumbered and betrayed, fell beneath a hail of spears and axes. He was 35 years old, but death was not the end of his story. Almost immediately, miracles were reported at his grave in Nidaros. The blind saw, the lame walked. A spring of clear water bubbled up where his blood had soaked the earth. Within a year, his body was exhumed and found incorrupt. His hair and nails still growing, his cheeks still rosy. These were the signs of sainthood. By 1031, Bishop Grimkel declared Olaf a martyr. Pilgrims began flocking to his shrine. Churches were dedicated to him across Scandinavia, and slowly, quietly, the people who had killed him began to worship him. Why? Because Olaf offered something the old gods could not: eternal life. In a world of short, hard lives, the promise of heaven, of reunion with loved ones, of rest from labor, of divine justice, was profoundly compelling. The old gods demanded sacrifice. Christ offered salvation. Moreover, Olaf became a symbol of Norwegian independence. While Denmark and Sweden fell under foreign influence, Norway had its own saint king, a native son, who defied foreign powers and died for his people. His cult was not just religious, it was national. By the mid-11th century, Christianity was firmly rooted. The first stone churches rose in towns like Bergen and Trondheim. Monasteries were founded. The Latin alphabet began to replace runes for official documents, and the old ways, though they lingered in remote valleys for centuries, were pushed to the margins. But the transition was never total. The Norse didn't simply erase their past, they wove it into the new. Look closely at the carvings of the Ørn Stave Church, built around 1,130 inches Song of Fjordain. Among the Christian crosses and vine motifs, you'll find a serpent entwined with a lion, a clear echo of the Norse myth of Ragnarok, where the world serpent Jormungandr battles Thor. The craftsmen were Christian, yes, but their hands remembered the old stories. Even the language absorbed the shift. The word for go in Old Norse Goth was repurposed for the Christian god. Thursday Forstager. Thor's Day remained on the calendar, though few remembered why. And the Thing assemblies? They didn't disappear. They became the foundation of Norway's legal system, evolving into regional courts under royal oversight. By 1130, Norway was a Christian kingdom, but it was still unmistakably Norse. The longships still sailed. The skalds still sang. The fjords still echoed with the voices of fishermen and farmers. But now, when they looked to the sky, they saw not just Odin's ravens, but the cross of Christ. The age of raiders was over. The age of kings and cathedrals had begun. The bells of Nidaros Cathedral ring out over Trondheim, their bronze voices echoing across the fjord and into the pine-clad hills beyond. It is the 12th century, and Norway is no longer a patchwork of feuding chieftains. It is a kingdom Christian, centralized, and increasingly literate. Stone churches rise where wooden temples once stood. Royal decrees are written in Latin and Old Norse, not just spoken at thing assemblies. And in the royal court, scribes begin to record not just laws, but legends, turning the oral sagas of Harold Fairhair and Saint Olaf into written history. This is Norway's golden age of kingship. But golden ages are never gilded without shadow. For all its progress, this era is also one of civil war, ecclesiastical power struggles, foreign entanglements, and ultimately catastrophic collapse. The kingdom that emerged from the Viking crucible would reach its zenith under rulers like Sverre Sigurdsson and Magnus Lagabøte, only to be shattered by a plague so devastating it would erase half the population and leave the nation vulnerable to centuries of foreign domination. It begins, as so many medieval dramas do, with a succession crisis. After the death of Sigurd the Crusader in 1130, the first European king to lead a crusade to the Holy Land Norway descended into chaos. Sigurd had no clear heir. His illegitimate son, Magnus Sigurdsson, claimed the throne, but so did his half-brother, Harold Gill, who arrived from Ireland, claiming to be another of Sigurd's father's sons. The truth of Harold's parentage is murky. He allegedly passed an ordeal by walking on hot iron to prove his royal blood. But what matters is that he had enough support to challenge Magnus. What followed was not a single battle, but a civil war that would last for over a century. This wasn't just a struggle for the crown. It was a clash of ideologies, regional loyalties, and social classes. On one side stood the Bagler, a faction backed by the church, wealthy landowners, and Danish interests, who favored strong ties to European Christendom and centralized royal authority. On the other were the Birkebeiner, birch legs, named for the birch bark leggings they wore in winter, who championed the rights of commoners, local autonomy, and a more Norse vision of kingship. The Birkebeiners were led by one of Norway's most enigmatic and brilliant figures, Sverre Sigurdsson, born around 1145. Sverre claimed to be the son of King Sigurd II, though many doubted his lineage. A former priest and scholar, he was small in stature but immense in intellect. He spoke Latin, debated theology, and understood the power of narrative. When he joined the Birkebeiners in 1177, they were a ragged band of outlaws hiding in the forests of Østerdalen. Within a decade, Sverre had transformed them into a disciplined army and seized the throne. But his victory came at a cost. The church excommunicated him. Archbishop Erik Iversen fled to Denmark, declaring Sverre a heretic. The Pope himself issued bulls condemning him. For years, Norway was split not just politically, but spiritually. Two churches, two archbishops, two visions of divine order. Sverre refused to yield. He established his own bishoprics, appointed loyal clergy, and even wrote a political treatise, The Speech Against the Bishop, arguing that kings derive their authority from God and the people, not from Rome. It was a radical idea for its time, foreshadowing later struggles between church and state across Europe. He died in 1202, still excommunicated, but his legacy endured. The Birkebeiner dynasty would rule Norway for another generation, culminating in the reign of his grandson, Håkon Håkonsson, Håkon IV, who reigned from 1217 to 1263. Under Håkon, Norway entered its true medieval zenith. He ended the civil wars through diplomacy and force, reconciled with the church, and expanded Norway's influence across the North Atlantic. He brought Iceland and Greenland under Norwegian sovereignty, not through conquest, but through legal oaths and economic pressure. He even sent a fleet to Scotland in 1263 to assert Norwegian claims over the Hebrides and Isle of Man, though the campaign ended in stalemate after his death at the Battle of Largs. But Håkon's greatest contribution was cultural. He commissioned the writing of the Old Norse kings' sagas, including Snorri Sturluson's Heimskringla, preserving the oral history of Norway's past in elegant, literary prose. He built the Hall of Håkon in Bergen, a grand stone hall that still stands today as a symbol of royal power. And he strengthened ties with England, France, and Castile through marriage alliances. Yet even at its height, Norway's medieval kingdom was fragile. Its economy depended on a few key exports: stockfish, dried cod from the Lofoten fisheries, timber, walrus ivory, and soapstone. These goods flowed through Bergen, which became Norway's commercial heart. But by the 13th century, a foreign power had taken control of that trade. The Hanseatic League. Based in Lübeck, this confederation of German merchant cities established a permanent trading post Briggen in Bergen around 1350. At first, they were welcomed as partners, but soon, they dominated the stockfish trade, set prices, and operated under their own laws. Norwegian merchants were pushed to the margins. The Hanseatics built fortified warehouses, hired armed guards, and answered only to their own aldermen. The crown, weakened by internal politics, could do little to stop them. Then came the king, who tried to restore balance, Magnus Lagabøte, Magnus the Lawmender, reigning from 1263 to 1280. Magnus was a scholar king, deeply influenced by canon law and European legal traditions. He didn't wage wars, he wrote laws. Between 1274 and 1276, he issued Norway's first national legal code, replacing the patchwork of regional laws with a unified system based on reason, precedent, and Christian ethics. The Landslov, national law, covered everything: property rights, inheritance, criminal justice, even the treatment of animals. It abolished trial by ordeal, limited the use of capital punishment, and granted certain protections to women and the poor. It was one of the most advanced legal systems in medieval Europe. For a moment, it seemed Norway could thrive as a peaceful, lawful kingdom. But history had other plans. In the spring of 1349, a ship docked in Bergen. It came from England, its sails tattered, its crew feverish. Among its cargo was something far deadlier than wool or wine: Yersinia pestis, the bacterium that causes bubonic plague. The Black Death had arrived. It spread with terrifying speed. Fleas on black rats carried the disease from port to village, from fjord to mountain farm. Victims developed fever, swollen lymph nodes, buboes, and blackened skin. Most died within days. There was no cure, no understanding of contagion. Priests administered last rites until they too fell ill. Entire families perished in their longhouses, their bodies left to rot because no one dared enter. By the time the plague burned itself out in 1350, 60% of Norway's population was gone. Some estimates suggest the death toll was even higher, up to 70%. In remote valleys, whole communities vanished. Farms were abandoned. Fields returned to forest. The stave churches stood empty, their bells silent. The consequences were catastrophic. With so few people left, the economy collapsed. The Hanseatic League tightened its grip, knowing Norway had no labor force to rebuild. The crown lost tax revenue. Bishops died without successors. The legal system Magnus had built began to fray. Worst of all, Norway lost its sovereignty not through invasion, but through inheritance. In 1319, the 3-year-old Magnus Eriksson inherited not just Norway, but also Sweden through his mother. This created a personal union between the two kingdoms. When he was deposed in Sweden in 1362, his son Håkon VI retained Norway but married Margaret, daughter of the Danish king. When Håkon died in 1380, their son Olaf became king of both Norway and Denmark. But Olaf was only 10 years old and died just 7 years later, in 1387. That left Margaret, now a widow and mother of a dead king, as the de facto ruler of both realms. A woman in a man's world, Margaret was brilliant, ruthless, and politically astute. She had no title she ruled as regent or guardian, but she wielded absolute power. In 1397, she orchestrated the Kalmar Union, a formal union of Norway, Sweden, and Denmark under a single monarch, her grandnephew, Eric of Pomerania. On the surface, it was a union of equals. In reality, Denmark became the dominant partner. Norway lost its separate army, its foreign policy, and its royal court. Its nobility dwindled, many had died in the plague, and their lands were absorbed by the crown or the church. The Hanseatics controlled trade, and the Norwegian language began to blend with Danish, especially among the elite. By 1397, Norway was no longer a kingdom in its own right. It was a province, quiet, depopulated, and drifting into what historians would later call the 400-year night. But the flame had not gone out. In remote fjords and northern valleys, farmers still spoke Old Norse, fishermen still sang of Viking voyages, and in the ruins of abandoned farms, the memory of a free, fierce Norway lingered, waiting for the day it would awaken again. The bells still ring in Trondheim. The fjords still carve their silent paths through granite and ice. But something is missing. The voice of Norway itself has grown quiet, muffled beneath the weight of foreign crowns, distant decrees, and the slow erosion of memory. For over 400 years, from the formation of the Kalmar Union in 1397 to the dramatic spring of 1814, Norway would not speak with its own voice. It would not choose its own king. It would not write its own laws. Instead, it became a province, a loyal, often neglected appendage to the Danish realm. Its identity preserved not in parliaments or palaces, but in remote valleys, fishing skerries, and the stubborn hearts of its people. Historians have called this era the 400-year night. It is a poetic phrase, evocative but imperfect. For Norway did not sleep. It endured. It adapted. It whispered its stories in dialects the Danish court could not understand. And in that quiet persistence, the seed of a future nation remained alive. The union began not with conquest, but with inheritance and with a woman. Queen Margaret I of Denmark, though never formally crowned Queen of Norway, ruled all three Scandinavian kingdoms, Denmark, Norway, and Sweden, with iron pragmatism and regal grace. After the deaths of her son Olaf and her grandnephew Eric, she orchestrated the Kalmar Union in 1397, uniting the crowns under a single monarch while promising each realm would retain its own laws, councils, and customs. In theory, it was a federation of equals. In practice, Copenhagen became the center of power, and Norway, already weakened by the Black Death, which had killed an estimated 60% of its population, was the weakest partner. By the early 15th century, Norway had no royal court of its own. Its nobility had dwindled. Many estates lay abandoned, their heirs buried in unmarked graves. The Archbishopric of Nidaros, once a spiritual powerhouse, lost influence as Danish bishops were appointed to Norwegian sees. In the Hanseatic League, that confederation of German merchants tightened its grip on Bergen's trade, turning Norway's economic lifeline into a stranglehold. For the average Norwegian, whether a fisherman in Lofoten, a farmer in Gudbrandsdal, or a reindeer herder in Finnmark, life continued much as it had for centuries. The seasons turned, the cod ran, the snow fell. But now, the taxes flowed south to Copenhagen. The laws were written in Danish, and the king, when he was remembered at all, lived hundreds of miles away in a palace whose name few could pronounce. Yet even in subjugation, Norway retained its soul. In the north, the Sami people, indigenous reindeer herders, hunters, and coastal fishers, continued their seasonal migrations across what is now northern Norway, Sweden, Finland, and Russia. They spoke their own languages, Northern Sami, Lule Sami, and others, practiced shamanistic rituals centered on the sacred siedi, stone or wooden idols, and navigated a world defined by the rhythms of the Arctic sun and the movements of the herds. Danish and Norwegian authorities viewed them with a mix of curiosity, suspicion, and exploitation. Missionaries sought to convert them to Lutheranism. Tax collectors demanded tribute in reindeer hides and dried fish. But the Sami resisted assimilation, preserving their culture in the vast, silent expanse of the tundra. Meanwhile, in the south, a quiet cultural resilience took root. Though the elite spoke Danish, the rural population clung to their dialects that evolved from Old Norse but remained distinctly Norwegian. Folk tales of Huldra, forest spirits, trolls, and Nukin, water demons, were passed down orally, not in books but around hearths on long winter nights. Wooden stave churches, though no longer being built, stood as silent witnesses to a Christian faith that had long since blended with older beliefs. And the fiddle, introduced in the 17th century, became the voice of rural Norway, its haunting melodies echoing through valleys where no Danish official ever set foot. The Reformation of 1537 marked another turning point, when King Christian III of Denmark-Norway officially adopted Lutheranism. Norway's Catholic institutions were dismantled overnight. Monasteries were dissolved. Church lands were seized by the crown. Bishops were replaced with Lutheran superintendents, loyal to Copenhagen. The Latin Mass gave way to services in Danish, a language most Norwegians did not understand. For decades, many rural parishes continued to practice a hybrid faith, lighting candles to saints while reciting Lutheran prayers, burying the dead with both crosses and ancient protective charms. But the Reformation also brought literacy of a sort. Lutherans believed every Christian should read the Bible. So, the Danish crown commissioned a Danish translation of the Bible, which was used in Norwegian churches. Over time, Norwegians learned to read not in their own tongue, but in Danish. This created a strange duality: spoken Norwegian, rich and varied; written Danish, uniform and foreign. This linguistic split would shape Norway's cultural identity for centuries. The 17th and 18th centuries brought economic shifts. Norway's forests, once seen as obstacles, became assets. Timber was exported to the Netherlands and England for shipbuilding. Mines opened in Kongsberg, silver, and Røros, copper, the latter becoming a company town so isolated that its workers developed their own dialect and musical traditions. Røros, with its wooden houses and smoky chimneys, survives today as a UNESCO World Heritage Site, a testament to Norway's quiet industrial awakening under Danish rule. Yet, Norway remained politically inert. It had no army of its own. Its foreign policy was dictated by Copenhagen. When Denmark went to war against Sweden in the 1600s, against Britain in the Napoleonic era, Norway was dragged along, its young men conscripted, its coasts blockaded, its economy strained. The Great Northern War, 1700-1721, was particularly devastating. Swedish forces invaded eastern Norway, burning farms and churches. Famine followed. In some regions, up to a third of the population perished. But even in hardship, a sense of distinctiveness grew. By the late 18th century, a new class emerged: the Norwegian intelligentsia, educated in Copenhagen but rooted in Norway. Men like Ludvig Holberg, though he wrote in Danish, and later Henrik Wergeland began to question the Union. They studied Norway's past, not as a Danish province, but as a land with its own heroes, laws, and language. The discovery of Viking burial mounds and runestones sparked a fascination with the pre-Union era. Was Norway truly inferior? Or had it simply been silenced? The spark that would ignite independence came not from within, but from without. In 1807, Denmark-Norway made a fateful choice. It allied with Napoleon Bonaparte. Britain, fearing French control of the Baltic, launched a preemptive strike. In September 1807, the British Royal Navy bombarded Copenhagen and seized the entire Danish fleet. Norway, cut off from Denmark by British naval blockade, was left to fend for itself. For the first time in centuries, Norway had to govern itself. Local officials organized food distribution. Militias were formed. Trade shifted from Denmark to Sweden and Britain, and a new idea took hold. What if Norway didn't need Denmark at all? The man who would give voice to this idea was Christian Frederik, the Danish crown prince and governor of Norway. Sent to Norway in 1813 to maintain Danish control, Christian Frederik instead became the unlikely champion of Norwegian independence. Charismatic, idealistic, and deeply influenced by Enlightenment ideals, he believed Norway had the right to self-determination. When news arrived in January 1814 that Denmark had been forced to cede Norway to Sweden in the Treaty of Kiel, Christian Frederick refused to comply. He called for a national assembly. In April 1814, delegates from across Norway gathered at Eidsvoll, a manor house north of Oslo. They were farmers, merchants, priests, and officers, 112 men in total, none of them nobles, for Norway's nobility had long since faded. For 5 weeks, they debated the future of their country. Some wanted to remain with Denmark. Others favored union with Sweden, but the majority, inspired by the American and French revolutions, chose a third path: a free, independent Norway with its own constitution. On the 17th of May, 1814, they signed the Norwegian Constitution, the second oldest written constitution in the world, still in continuous force after the United States. It established a constitutional monarchy, guaranteed freedom of speech and property rights, and declared that the people were the source of all power. Remarkably, it granted universal suffrage to all men who owned property, a radical idea for its time. Christian Frederick was elected king. For a few glorious months, Norway was free, but freedom came at a price. Sweden, backed by Britain and Russia, would not accept an independent Norway. In July 1814, Swedish forces invaded. The Norwegian army, though outnumbered, fought bravely, but it was clear they could not win. After a short war, the two sides negotiated the Convention of Moss. Norway would enter a personal union with Sweden, sharing a king, but keeping its constitution, parliament, and separate institutions. Christian Frederick abdicated and returned to Denmark. It was not full independence, but it was a beginning. After 4 centuries in the shadow, Norway had found its voice again. The 400-year night was over. The long awakening had begun. The year is 1814. The air in Norway is sharp with pine and possibility. After 4 centuries of silence, of laws written in Copenhagen, of kings who never set foot on Norwegian soil, of a language spoken but never written in its own right, a new sound begins to rise. It is not the clang of a blacksmith's hammer or the creak of a fishing boat's mast. It is the murmur of men gathering in secret, the scratch of quills on parchment, the quiet, determined voice of a nation rediscovering its name. This is the story of how Norway, long a province, became a people again. It begins not in triumph, but in betrayal. In 1807, Denmark-Norway made a fateful choice. It allied with Napoleon Bonaparte. Europe was tearing itself apart in the fires of revolution and empire, and Copenhagen believed that siding with France was the only way to preserve its sovereignty. But Britain, the dominant naval power, would not tolerate a French-aligned Scandinavia. In September 1807, the British Royal Navy bombarded Copenhagen, not to conquer, but to neutralize. Over 3 days, hundreds of civilians died. The Danish fleet, Norway's only link to the outside world, was seized and sailed away to England. Overnight, Norway was cut off. No ships arrived from Copenhagen. No royal decrees crossed the Skagerrak. No tax collectors came to collect grain or timber. For the first time in centuries, Norway was on its own. At first, this isolation brought hardship. Trade collapsed, coastal towns starved. But it also brought something unexpected: self-reliance. Local officials, sheriffs, priests, merchants began governing without orders from abroad. They organized food distribution. They maintained order. They even printed their own emergency currency. In Bergen, merchants negotiated directly with British blockade runners for grain. In Trondheim, farmers formed cooperatives to share seed and tools. The idea began to take root. Perhaps we do not need Denmark after all. Into this moment of uncertainty stepped a man who would become the unlikely father of modern Norway, Christian Frederick. He was the Danish crown prince, nephew of King Frederick VI, and since 1813 the governor of Norway, sent to Oslo, then called Christiania, to uphold Danish authority. Christian Frederick was young, idealistic, and deeply influenced by the Enlightenment. He believed in the rights of nations to self-determination. He admired the American and French revolutions, not their violence, but their ideals. And when he saw how Norwegians responded to isolation with resilience, not chaos, he began to wonder, what if Norway could be free? The opportunity came in January 1814. News arrived from Kiel. Denmark, defeated and bankrupt, had signed a treaty ceding Norway to Sweden as compensation for Sweden's losses in the Napoleonic Wars. There would be no consultation, no vote. Norway was simply handed over like a parcel of timber or a barrel of stockfish. To Christian Frederick, this was unacceptable. He knew that Norwegians would never accept Swedish rule, not after centuries of Danish domination, and certainly not after tasting autonomy. So he made a bold decision. He would not enforce the Treaty of Kiel. Instead, he would help Norway declare its independence. But he would not do it alone. In February 1814, he issued a proclamation calling for electoral assemblies in every county. These were not royal decrees, but invitations. Let the people decide their future. Farmers, merchants, priests, and military officers gathered in churches and town halls to choose delegates, not nobles or courtiers, but men of the people. Many had never held political office. Some could barely read, but all understood what was at stake. By April, 112 delegates had arrived at Eidsvoll Manor, a modest wooden estate nestled in the hills north of Christiania. The building itself was unassuming 2 stories, white-painted, with a grand hall that had once hosted hunting parties for Danish nobles. Now, it would host the birth of a nation. For 5 weeks, from April 10 to May 17, these men debated the soul of Norway. They were divided into 2 factions. The Independence Party, led by lawyer Christian Magnus Falsen and military officer Jorg Sverdrup, argued for a fully sovereign Norway with its own king, Christian Frederick, and a constitution based on popular sovereignty. They were inspired by the U.S. Constitution, the French Declaration of the Rights of Man, and the writings of Montesquieu and Rousseau. The Union Party, led by Karsten Anker, a wealthy merchant, feared that independence would lead to war with Sweden and economic ruin. They favored a personal union with Sweden, but with guarantees of Norwegian autonomy. The debates were intense but civil. There were no shouting matches, no duels, no walkouts. These were men who knew each other not as rivals, but as neighbors. They shared meals. They walked the grounds of Eidsvoll in the spring rain. They listened, and slowly, a consensus emerged. Norway would be independent, but not reckless. It would have a constitutional monarchy, not an absolute one. Power would reside not in the king, but in the people, represented by a Storting parliament. The king could propose laws, but only the Storting could pass them. Judges would be independent. Freedom of speech and property rights would be guaranteed. Most radically, the Constitution granted universal suffrage to all men who owned property, a standard that included not just landowners, but also tenant farmers, merchants, and skilled artisans. In 1814, this was revolutionary. Even in the United States, many states restricted voting to white male landowners. In Britain, only a tiny elite could vote. Norway, a nation of farmers and fishermen, chose democracy. On the 17th of May, 1814, the delegates signed the Norwegian Constitution. It was not perfect. It banned Jews and Jesuits, a clause not repealed until 1851 and 1845, respectively. It assumed Lutheranism as the state religion, but it was a living document meant to evolve. Christian Frederick was elected king not by divine right, but by the will of the people. For a few glorious months, Norway was free. But freedom is fragile. Sweden, backed by Britain and Russia, refused to accept an independent Norway. In July 1814, Swedish forces crossed the border. The Norwegian army, though outnumbered, fought bravely at battles like Lear and Matrand. But it was clear they could not win a prolonged war. Yet Norway did not surrender. Instead, it negotiated. In the Convention of Moss, August 1814, Norway agreed to enter a personal union with Sweden sharing a king, but keeping its constitution, parliament, army, and separate institutions. Christian Frederick abdicated and returned to Denmark. It was not full independence, but it was a victory. For the first time since 1397, Norway had its own laws, its own government, and its own identity. The union with Sweden was a marriage of convenience, not conquest. And the Constitution of May 17 remained intact, the second oldest written constitution in the world, still in continuous force. The legacy of Eidsvoll cannot be overstated. It proved that Norwegians could govern themselves. It gave them a legal and moral foundation for future independence. And it created a national holiday, 17. Mai, May 17, that remains the heart of Norwegian identity. To this day, children march through towns in traditional bunads, waving flags, singing songs, and celebrating not a king or a general, but a document, a testament to the belief that power belongs to the people. In the quiet halls of Eidsvoll, Norway did not just write a constitution. It remembered who it was, and that memory would carry it through the next century of struggle, until full independence was finally won in 1905. The year is 1814. Norway has a constitution. It has a parliament. It even has its own flag, a red field with a white cross, later modified to include the blue Union mark when forced into union with Sweden. But it does not have full independence. Instead, it shares a king with Stockholm, a compromise born of war, diplomacy, and the quiet desperation of a people who had tasted freedom and refused to let it slip entirely through their fingers. For the next 91 years, Norway would not fight for independence with swords or cannons, but with songs, stories, laws, and language. This was not a revolution of blood, but of memory. A slow, deliberate reawakening of a national soul that had slept for centuries beneath Danish rule. It was a march not across battlefields, but through schoolrooms, concert halls, newspaper columns, and the rugged valleys where farmers still spoke dialects untouched by Copenhagen's influence. At the heart of this awakening was a movement known as National Romanticism. Across 19th century Europe, nations were rediscovering their pasts not as dry chronicles of kings and treaties, but as living myths woven from folklore, landscape, and shared suffering. In Norway, this movement was not just cultural, it was political. To prove that Norway deserved sovereignty, Norwegians had to prove they were a people, not just a province. And so they began to collect. In the 1820 seconds, a young lawyer named Jørgen Moe and a schoolteacher named Peter Christen Asbjørnsen traveled from fjord to fjord, farm to farm, listening. They carried notebooks, not weapons. They sought not gold, but stories. In smoky longhouses and candlelit kitchens, they recorded the tales told by grandmothers and shepherds, stories of trolls who turned to stone at sunrise, of huldra women with cow tails who lured men into the forest, of Askeladdin, the clever youngest son who outwitted giants and won the princess. Published as Norwegian folk tales in 1841, these stories did more than preserve oral tradition. They created a national mythology, one that was distinctly Norwegian, rooted in the land, the seasons, and the quiet cunning of ordinary people. Unlike the heroic epics of other nations, Norwegian folk tales celebrated the underdog, the dreamer, the one who used wit over strength. It was a reflection of a people who had long been ruled by others but never truly conquered in spirit. At the same time, music began to speak the language of nationhood. In 1867, composer Edvard Grieg premiered his Peer Gynt Suite, based on Henrik Ibsen's poetic drama about a restless Norwegian dreamer who journeys across the world only to return home, broken but wiser. Grieg's music haunting, lyrical, infused with the rhythms of folk dances like the Halling and Springer, captured the soul of Norway in sound. The morning mood evoked mist rising over a fjord. In the hall of the mountain king pulsed with primal dread, and Solveig's song, tender and aching, became an anthem of faithful return. Grieg didn't just write music. He gave Norway a soundtrack of identity. Then there was Henrik Wergeland. A poet, playwright, and fiery Republican, Wergeland was the voice of the people in the early 1800s. He championed the rights of Jews, leading to the repeal of the ban on Jewish residence in 1851, defended the poor, and railed against Swedish influence. On the 17th of May 1829, just 15 years after the Constitution was signed, he organized a public celebration of Syttende Maj in Christiania. The Swedish governor, fearing unrest, banned the event. When crowds gathered anyway, soldiers opened fire. Wergeland stood in the front, unarmed, and was beaten with a saber. The incident, known as the Battle of the Square, turned Syttende Maj from a political statement into a sacred national holiday. Children began marching in parades. Families wore traditional costumes, bunads, stitched with regional patterns that had nearly vanished under Danish rule. The flag flew not just on government buildings but on farmhouses and fishing boats. May 17 became more than a date. It became a ritual of belonging. But perhaps the most profound battle of this era was fought not with music or protest, but with words. Under Danish rule, Norwegians spoke their dialects, but wrote in Danish, a language that felt foreign, formal, and imposed. After 1814, a question arose. If Norway is a nation, shouldn't it have its own written language? Enter Ivar Aasen. Born in 1813 to a poor farming family in Sunnmøre, Aasen was a self-taught linguist with a mission to create a written Norwegian based not on Danish, but on the rural dialects of the common people. He traveled across western and central Norway, meticulously documenting grammar, vocabulary, and pronunciation. In 1853, he published Grammar of the Norwegian Folk Language, followed by a dictionary. He called his creation Landsmål, country language, later renamed Nynorsk, New Norwegian. It was a radical act of linguistic decolonization, but not everyone agreed. Many urban elites, journalists, and officials preferred to reform Danish into something more Norwegian riksmål, later bokmål, book language. Thus began the Norwegian language conflict, a cultural war that continues in subtle forms to this day. Was Norway's true voice in the fjords or the cities, in the farmer's lilt or the clerk's pen? The debate was never just about grammar. It was about who gets to define a nation. Meanwhile, politics moved slowly but surely towards sovereignty. The union with Sweden was a marriage of convenience, but it was also deeply unequal. Sweden controlled foreign policy. The king lived in Stockholm. Norwegian consuls abroad were appointed by Sweden, even though Norway's economy depended on shipping and trade. When Norwegian merchants demanded their own consular service in 1905, the Swedish king, Oscar II, refused. That refusal became the spark. On the 7th of June 1905, the Norwegian Storting declared the union with Sweden dissolved. There was no war, no bloodshed, just a quiet constitutional act of self-determination. Sweden protested, but public opinion in Norway was overwhelming. A national referendum was held. 368,392 voted for independence, only 184 against. Now came the delicate question. Who would be king? Norway could have become a republic. Wergeland's dream might have been realized, but the Storting feared that without a monarch, Sweden or other powers might intervene. So they offered the crown to Prince Karl of Denmark, a man with no direct claim but with a crucial asset. He was married to Maud of Wales, daughter of Britain's King Edward VII. British support would deter Swedish aggression. Prince Karl accepted, but only after another referendum confirmed that Norwegians wanted a monarchy. On the 18th of November 1905, he arrived in Oslo by ship. At his side was his 3-year-old son, Alexander, who would take the Norwegian name Olaf. At the ceremony, Karl was asked, "Will you accept the crown as King of Norway?" He replied, "Only if the people will it." A messenger was sent to the crowd outside. Thousands shouted, "Yes!" And so, Håkon VII became Norway's first independent king in over 500 years. His first act? To walk through the streets of Oslo, unguarded, shaking hands with citizens. It was a stark contrast to the distant monarchs of old. This king belonged to the people. The long march was over. From the silence of Danish rule to the roar of 17. Mai parades, from folktales whispered in remote valleys to a constitution debated at Eidsvoll, Norway had rebuilt itself not through conquest, but through culture, law, and collective will. It had proven that a nation is not just borders and armies, but stories, songs, and the quiet courage to say, "We are who we say we are." And in 1905, the world listened. The year is 1905. Norway is free. After 4 centuries of union with Denmark, then Sweden, the nation stands alone once more. Its flag flying over a constitutional monarchy, its parliament sovereign, its people proud. King Håkon VII, a Danish prince who chose Norway over convenience, walks the streets of Oslo unguarded, shaking hands with fishermen, farmers, and school children alike. There is no army of bodyguards, no palace walls, just a king among his people, and a people finally in charge of their own story. For the next 3 decades, Norway chooses peace. It declares neutrality not out of fear, but out of conviction. Having spent centuries caught in the crossfire of Scandinavian and European power struggles, Norway decides its future lies not in conquest, but in cooperation, commerce, and conscience. It builds a modest navy, a small army, and invests instead in schools, hospitals, and the slow, steady work of democracy. The discovery of hydroelectric power lights homes and factories. The fishing fleet grows. The merchant marine becomes one of the largest in the world. And in 1920, Norway is granted sovereignty over Svalbard, the Arctic archipelago north of the mainland, a symbol of its growing role in polar exploration and science. But peace, as the 20th century would prove, is fragile. When the First World War erupts in 1914, Norway holds firm to its neutrality. It does not send troops to the trenches of France or Belgium, but it is not untouched. German U-boats patrol the North Sea, sinking Norwegian cargo ships carrying iron ore, fish, and timber to Allied ports. Over 1,100 Norwegian sailors die at sea. Families in coastal towns like Ålesund and Kristiansund receive telegrams bearing the worst kind of news. Ship lost. No survivors. Yet the government refuses to be drawn into the conflict. Norway's role is humanitarian. It feeds refugees, shelters the displaced, and becomes a quiet hub of diplomacy. After the war, Norway emerges not as a victor, but as a moral voice. In 1922, Norwegian explorer Fridtjof Nansen, scientist, diplomat, and Nobel Peace Prize laureate, is appointed the first High Commissioner for Refugees by the League of Nations. He creates the Nansen Passport, a travel document for stateless people, saving hundreds of thousands of lives. Norway, small and newly independent, begins to see its strength not in arms, but in humanitarian leadership. But the calm will not last. In the 1,930 seconds, storm clouds gather again. Across Europe, fascism rises. In Germany, Adolf Hitler seizes power in 1933. Norway watches, uneasy. The Norwegian Nazi Party, Nasjonal Samling, National Unity, led by a former defense minister named Vidkun Quisling, gains a small but vocal following. Quisling, tall, cold-eyed, and convinced of his own destiny, preaches anti-Semitism, authoritarianism, and admiration for Hitler. Most Norwegians dismiss him as a fringe fanatic, but he is watching, waiting, and making secret contacts with Berlin. When the Second World War begins in September 1939, Norway again declares neutrality. It bans belligerent ships from its waters. It refuses to take sides. But neutrality is no shield against ambition. Hitler needs Norway, not for its land, though its fjords are deep and defensible, but for its strategic position. From Norwegian ports, German U-boats can control the North Atlantic. From its airfields, the Luftwaffe can bomb Britain. And most critically, Norway is the only route for Swedish iron ore to reach Germany in winter, when the Baltic Sea freezes. The ore travels by rail to the ice-free port of Narvik, then by ship down the coast. Lose Norway, and Germany's war machine starves. Britain knows this too. In early 1940, it plans to mine Norwegian waters to disrupt the ore shipments. But Hitler moves first. On the 9th of April 1940, at 4:15 a.m., German warships glide silently into Oslofjord. Paratroopers land near Stavanger. Troop transports dock in Bergen, Trondheim, and Narvik. The invasion is swift, coordinated, and brutal. Norway is caught off guard, not because it was unprepared, but because it refused to believe its neutrality would be violated. But not everywhere falls without a fight. At the mouth of Oslofjord lies Oscarsborg Fortress, an aging coastal battery manned by elderly reservists and cadets. As the German heavy cruiser Blücher, carrying 1,000 troops and Gestapo officers meant to seize the capital steams toward Oslo, the fortress commander, Colonel Birger Eriksson, faces an impossible choice. He has no orders, no confirmation of war, but he sees the swastika on the ship's hull. Either I will be decorated or shot, he says. Fire. Two 28-centimeter cannons roar to life. Obsolete? Yes, but loaded with live shells. The Blücher is hit amidships. Fires erupt. Ammunition explodes. Within hours, the mighty cruiser sinks, taking 830 men to the icy depths. The delay is crucial. In Oslo, the royal family and government escape northward. The gold reserves of the Bank of Norway, 50 tons of bullion, are loaded onto trucks and trains, beginning a desperate race to keep Norway's wealth out of Nazi hands. And King Haakon VII, offered safe passage to Sweden, refuses. I will not abandon my people, he says. His stand becomes legend. In a small village called Nybergsund, the king meets with his cabinet. Quisling, in Oslo, has already declared himself prime minister with German backing. But Haakon refuses to legitimize the traitor. I cannot appoint a government that has no support from the people, he tells his ministers. The decision is unanimous. Resistance. That night, German bombers raze Nybergsund to the ground. The king and his son, Crown Prince Olav, flee deeper into the mountains on skis, guided by local farmers. They become symbols of defiance monarchs who chose exile over surrender. By June 1940, organized Norwegian military resistance ends. The country is occupied. But the war is far from over. What follows is not a battle of armies, but of ordinary people. In cities and villages, a civilian resistance takes root. It has no uniform, no central command, just networks of teachers, priests, fishermen, and teenagers who refuse to accept the new order. They call themselves Milorg, military organization, Civorg, civilian organization, and later simply the Home Front. They begin small. They hide radios illegal under German rule and listen to BBC broadcasts from London, where the Norwegian government in exile, led by Prime Minister Johan Nygaardsvold, broadcasts hope. They print underground newspapers like Bulletinen, smuggling them door to door, reporting the truth the Nazis try to bury. They sabotage rail lines, cut phone cables, and tip off Allied pilots about German positions. But their greatest act of courage is saving lives. When the Nazis order the arrest of Norway's 2,100 Jews in October 1942, the resistance springs into action. Word spreads through churches, schools, and fishing docks. In Oslo, teachers warn Jewish students to stay home. In the port of Bærum, police officers tip off families hours before the raids. And in the dead of night, A flotilla of fishing boats led by men like Bjorn Foyn and Lars Gestland ferries Jews across the Oslo fjord to neutral Sweden. Over 1,000 Norwegian Jews escape. Only 771 are deported to Auschwitz. Of those, just 34 survive. But thanks to the resistance, over 90% of Norway's Jewish population is saved, one of the highest survival rates in Nazi-occupied Europe. Then there is Telemark. In the remote hills of southern Norway, near the town of Rjukan, sits the Vemork hydroelectric plant, the world's only producer of heavy water, deuterium oxide, a key component in nuclear fission. In 1940, German scientists seized the plant, hoping to build an atomic bomb. The Allies cannot allow this. In 1942, a team of Norwegian commandos, trained in Britain and led by Joachim Runeberg, parachutes onto the Hardangervidda Plateau, a frozen wilderness at 1,200 meters above sea level. They ski for weeks, surviving on reindeer meat and melted snow until they reach Vemork. On the night of the 27th of February, 1943, they slip past guards, climb a sheer cliff, and plant explosives on the heavy water cells. The mission Operation Gunnerside is a success. The plant is crippled. The Nazi atomic program is set back by years. It is one of the most daring sabotage operations of the entire war, and it is carried out not by foreign soldiers, but by Norwegians, fighting for their homeland in silence and snow. Meanwhile, King Haakon broadcasts weekly from London. His voice, calm and resolute, becomes a lifeline. Norway is not defeated, he says. It is occupied. There is a difference, and the people believe him. Every May 17 September, Norwegians defy the ban on celebrating their constitution. Children wear bunads under their coats. They hum the national anthem in schoolyards. In 1941, 10,000 Oslo school children march silently through the streets, holding only flowers. The Germans arrest teachers, but the message is clear. You can occupy our land, but not our memory. By 1945, the tide turns. As the Allies advance through Europe, Milorg grows into a force of 40,000 trained fighters. They prepare for liberation not with vengeance, but with order. When German forces in Norway finally surrender on the 8th of May 1945, there is no chaos. The resistance maintains peace. The legal government returns, and King Haakon sails home to a nation that has not broken. But the reckoning comes. Quisling is arrested, tried for treason, and executed by firing squad in October 1945. Over 40,000 collaborators are investigated. Some are imprisoned, others are shunned for life. The nation chooses justice over vengeance, guided by the same rule of law that had defined it since 1814. The war cost Norway dearly. 10,000 dead, 40,000 imprisoned, cities bombed, and a generation scarred. But it also forged a new identity, one of moral clarity, collective courage, and quiet resilience. Norway had not won the war with tanks or bombers. It had won it with fishing boats, school children, ski patrols, and a king who refused to kneel. And in the silence after the guns fell still, the fjords echoed not with victory chants, but with a deeper truth, that freedom is not given. It is guarded every day, by everyone. The war is over. The fjords are quiet again. The snow falls softly on the rooftops of Oslo, Bergen, and Tromsø, not with the hush of occupation, but with the gentle peace of a nation breathing freely for the first time in 5 long years. In May 1945, as German soldiers surrender their weapons and board ships bound for prisoner of war camps, Norwegians step out of their homes, blinking in the spring sunlight as if waking from a nightmare. They embrace strangers in the streets. They weep at the sound of church bells ringing without fear. And in the distance, a ship sails into Oslo harbor, carrying a king who never stopped believing in them. Haakon VII. Returning from exile in London, his face lined with worry, but his eyes bright with hope. Norway is free, but freedom, as the post-war world will show, is not an end, it is a beginning. And what follows is not just recovery, but reinvention. The first task is reconstruction. Cities are scarred. Rail lines are torn up. Factories lie idle. Over 10,000 Norwegians died in the war soldiers, resistance fighters, Jews sent to Auschwitz, civilians caught in bombings. Another 40,000 were imprisoned or tortured. The economy is in shambles. Yet Norway does not collapse. Instead, it rebuilds with discipline, solidarity, and a quiet determination that becomes the hallmark of its modern identity. Help arrives from an unexpected source, the United States. In 1948, Norway joins the Marshall Plan, accepting over $250 million in aid, equivalent to billions today. But this is not charity. It is investment, and Norway uses it wisely. Roads are repaved, power grids are modernized, schools are rebuilt, and crucially, Norway invests in hydroelectric power, harnessing its mountains and rivers to generate clean, abundant electricity. By the 1,950 seconds, nearly every home in Norway has electric lighting, running water, and a radio broadcasting news in Norwegian, not German, not Danish, but their language. But the true transformation is social. Even before the war, Norway had experimented with social welfare pensions, workers' rights, public health. Now, in the shadow of fascism and the promise of peace, a new vision takes hold. The welfare state, led by the Labour Party, which dominates politics for decades, Norway builds a society where no one is left behind. Universal health care is established. Education becomes free from primary school through university. Paid parental leave, unemployment insurance, and old age pensions become rights, not privileges. This isn't socialism in the revolutionary sense. It is pragmatic solidarity, a belief that a strong society is built not on individual wealth, but on collective security. As Prime Minister Einar Gerhardsen, the father of the nation, puts it, we will build a Norway where every child, no matter their birth, has the chance to thrive. And for a time, it works. The 1,950 seconds and 60 seconds are decades of quiet prosperity. Fishing fleets expand, shipbuilding booms. Norway's merchant marine becomes one of the largest in the world. Families buy their first cars, their first televisions. Children grow up never knowing hunger, never hearing the knock of the Gestapo at the door. But the greatest change is still beneath the waves. On the 23rd of December 1969, a Norwegian oil company, Statoil, later Equinor, strikes black gold in the Ekofisk field 320 kilometers off the southwest coast, in the icy waters of the North Sea. The discovery is monumental. Norway, a nation of fishermen and farmers, suddenly sits atop one of the largest oil reserves in Europe. At first, there is caution. Memories of wartime occupation make Norwegians wary of foreign dependence. Should they drill? Should they sell? Who would control this wealth? The answer comes not in haste, but in wisdom. In 1971, the Norwegian government establishes Statoil as a state-owned company, ensuring national control. In 1990, it creates the Government Pension Fund Global, often called the Oil Fund, to manage petroleum revenues, not for immediate spending, but for future generations. Every krone earned from oil and gas is invested in a diversified global portfolio. Stocks, bonds, real estate from New York to Tokyo. Today, the fund holds over $1.4 trillion, the largest sovereign wealth fund in the world. It owns roughly 1.5% of all listed global companies. Every Norwegian, by birthright, is a shareholder in the world economy. But the fund is more than money. It is a moral covenant. The government withdraws only 3% of the fund's value annually for public spending, enough to fund schools and hospitals, but not enough to deplete the principal. The rest grows, compounded by time and global markets. And the fund operates under strict ethical guidelines. It divests from companies involved in coal, tobacco, weapons, or human rights abuses. It is capitalism with a conscience. This oil wealth could have made Norway greedy, arrogant, or complacent. Instead, it made the nation responsible. While other resource-rich countries fell into corruption or inequality, Norway doubled down on fairness. Oil revenues funded not luxury, but equality. University tuition remained free. Healthcare stayed universal. Childcare became affordable. Gender equality wasn't just a slogan, it became policy. By the 1982, Norway had one of the highest rates of female workforce participation in the world. In 1981, Gro Harlem Brundtland became the first female prime minister, later coining the term sustainable development in her landmark UN report. But progress was not without reckoning. For centuries, Norway's indigenous people, the Sami, had been marginalized. Their language was banned in schools. Their reindeer herding routes were disrupted by dams and roads. Their spiritual sites were ignored. But in the 1970s and 80s, a Sami rights movement emerged, demanding recognition, land rights, and cultural autonomy. Norway listened. In 1989, the Sametinget, the Sami parliament, was established in Karasjok, giving the Sami people a voice in matters affecting their lives. Sami languages were taught in schools. Traditional clothing gakti appeared on national television. And in 2005, Norway became the first country to ratify ILO Convention 169, granting indigenous peoples legal rights to their lands and resources. It was not perfect. Conflicts over mining, wind farms, and fishing rights continue. But the shift was profound, from assimilation to coexistence. Meanwhile, Norway began to see itself not just as a nation, but as a global citizen. In 1949, it joined NATO, a controversial decision, given its history of neutrality, but refused to allow foreign military bases on its soil during peacetime. It championed disarmament, human rights, and peacekeeping. And in 1901, it had helped establish the Nobel Peace Prize, awarded annually in Oslo, a symbolic gesture that placed the moral weight of peace in Norwegian hands. That role reached its zenith in 1993, in a quiet manor house outside Oslo Beauregard. Later renamed the Oslo City Hall, secret negotiations took place between Israeli and Palestinian representatives. Facilitated by Norwegian diplomats Terje Rud Larsen and Mona Juul, the talks were held in utmost secrecy. No press, no leaks, just coffee, sandwiches, and the fragile hope of peace. The result? The Oslo Accords, the first direct agreement between Israel and the Palestine Liberation Organization. On the White House lawn in September 1993, Yasser Arafat and Yitzhak Rabin shook hands, with Bill Clinton between them. But the real work had been done in Norway, in rooms where trust was built one conversation at a time. For a small nation of 5 million, it was a moment of extraordinary moral leadership. Of course, Norway is not without flaws. In 2011, the nation was shattered by domestic terrorism. On July 22, far-right extremist Anders Behring Breivik bombed government buildings in Oslo, killing 8, then massacred 69 young people at a Labour Party youth camp on Utøya Island. It was the deadliest attack in Norway since World War II, but Norway's response was telling. Instead of calling for vengeance, Prime Minister Jens Stoltenberg said, "Our answer is more democracy, more openness, and greater political participation." At the memorial, the nation sang Children of the Rainbow, a song about peace and unity. Breivik was sentenced to 21 years, with possible extension. Not executed, not hidden away, but held accountable within a justice system that values rehabilitation over retribution. In recent decades, Norway faces new challenges. Immigration has transformed its cities. Once ethnically homogeneous, Norway now includes communities from Somalia, Syria, Poland, and Vietnam. Debates over integration, language, and identity are heated, but they happen in parliament, in newspapers, in classrooms, not in the streets. Climate change threatens its Arctic north. Glaciers retreat, permafrost thaws, reindeer migration routes shift. Yet Norway, despite its oil wealth, leads in electric vehicles. Over 80% of new cars sold are electric. It invests heavily in carbon capture, wind power, and green technology. The paradox is real. An oil nation racing toward a post-carbon future. And globalization tests its values. Should the oil fund invest in tech companies that violate privacy? Should Norway export its gas while preaching climate action? These are not easy questions, but they are debated openly with transparency, ethics, and a deep sense of intergenerational responsibility. Today, Norway stands as a quiet paradox. Wealthy but humble, powerful but peaceful, modern but rooted. Its people do not shout their achievements. They live them in clean streets, in well-funded schools, in the quiet dignity of a society that believes no one should be left behind. On May 17, children still march in bunads, waving flags, singing songs. The king still walks among them, unguarded. And in the fjords, the mountains, and the northern lights, the soul of Norway remains unchanged, resilient, reflective, and deeply connected to the land that shaped it. From ice-carved cradle to oil-fueled conscience, Norway's story is not one of conquest, but of care for its people, its past, and its planet. And as the world grows louder, more fractured, more uncertain, Norway whispers a different truth: that peace is possible, that wealth can be shared, that even a small nation, if guided by principle, can leave a mark on history not with fire, but with light. If this journey through Norway's long and layered history brought you peace, insight, or a deeper appreciation for the quiet strength of a nation shaped by ice, sea, and resilience, please consider liking this video and subscribing. Your support helps keep these long-form, deeply researched historical narratives alive. And if you're comfortable sharing, let me know in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is for you. It's always a quiet joy to know who's drifting off to sleep with us from around the world. Until next time, may your dreams be as deep and peaceful as a Norwegian fjord at midnight. You've just woken up in a land of ice and shadow, long before the names of kings or the clang of church bells would echo through its forests. The year is not yet written in any human record. It is perhaps 12,000 years before the birth of Christ. The last great ice age has only just begun to retreat, its colossal glaciers groaning as they melt, carving deep fjords into the bedrock, filling valleys with cold, clear water, and slowly revealing a raw, untouched landscape. The air is sharp with the scent of wet stone, moss, and the faint tang of distant pine. There is no Sweden yet, not as a nation, not as a people, but the land is here, waiting. If you look around, you will see no towns, no farms, no roads, only the wilderness in its primal majesty. And yet, you are not alone. In the distance, a flicker of light, a small, controlled fire. Huddled around it are the first humans to walk this land. They are hunters, survivors, wanderers who followed the reindeer herds north as the ice receded, chasing the edge of habitable earth. Their tools are made of flint and bone, their clothes stitched from animal hides. They speak a language long lost to time, their stories carried only in the rhythm of the drum and the lines of ochre drawn on cave walls. This is where our story begins, not with crowns or conquests, but with footprints in melting snow. The human story in what would become Sweden begins in the late Paleolithic and Mesolithic periods, stretching from roughly 12,000 to 4,000 BCE. These earliest inhabitants were not farmers, but mobile or semi-sedentary hunter-gatherers, living in small kinship groups that moved with the seasons, tracking elk, seals, and migrating birds. Archaeological evidence from eastern central Sweden shows continuous human presence from as early as 7,500 BCE, with settlements often located near lakes or coastlines where resources were abundant. Their world was one of intimate knowledge of tides, animal behavior, plant cycles. They crafted sophisticated microliths, tiny, razor-sharp stone blades used in composite tools, and built simple dwellings from wood and hide. though few of their names survive. Their presence is etched into the land. Shell middens along the coast, hearths buried beneath forest loam, and the haunting rock carvings of Tainum in Bohuslan, which depict ships, warriors, plows, and sun wheels, visions of a cosmos already rich with meaning. Around 4000 BCE, a quiet revolution began. From the south, across the Baltic, came new people carrying new ideas. The funnel beaker culture. They brought with them the knowledge of farming, cultivating wheat, barley, and legumes, and the domestication of cattle, sheep, and pigs. This marked the Neolithic period in Sweden, a time when the old ways of the hunter began to blend with the settled life of the farmer. With agriculture came permanence. People built longhouses, erected megalithic passage graves, massive stone tombs that still stand today, and began to shape the landscape with field systems and ritual enclosures. Around 3400 BCE, another group emerged, the Pittidware culture, centered in east-central Sweden. They appear to have maintained a more maritime, hunter-gatherer lifestyle, even as the Neolithic spread, suggesting a complex tapestry of coexistence, resistance, and cultural fusion. Then came the metal. Around 1700 BCE, bronze arrived, flowing into Scandinavia through trade networks that stretched to the Alps and beyond. This was not just a technological shift, it was a social and spiritual transformation. The Nordic Bronze Age, as it's known, was an era of extraordinary artistic expression and hierarchical society. Elites were buried beneath enormous tumuli, burial mounds, accompanied by weapons, jewelry, and imported goods that signaled wealth and far-reaching connections. The rock art of this period explodes in complexity. Images of ships dominate, some with crews of dozens, others bearing solar symbols suggesting ritual voyages, trade expeditions, or mythic journeys to the afterlife. Weapons, chariots, and ritual scenes hint at a warrior aristocracy, while the frequent depiction of the sun points to a cosmology centered on celestial cycles and divine forces. Bronze was not smelted locally. It was imported as ingots, then recast into swords, axes, and ornate spiral jewelry objects that were as much about status and ritual as they were about utility. This era lasted until roughly 500 BCE, when a new metal changed everything once again: iron. The Iron Age in Sweden is traditionally divided into the pre-Roman Iron Age, 501 BCE, Roman Iron Age, 1400 CE, and Migration, Vendel period, 400-700 CE. Iron, unlike bronze, could be smelted from local bog ore, making it more accessible and democratizing toolmaking, though elites still controlled the best weapons and armor. During the Roman Iron Age, Sweden's connections to the wider world deepened. Roman coins, glassware, and weapons have been found in southern Sweden, evidence of trade along the Amber Road, a route that carried Baltic amber south to the Mediterranean in exchange for luxury goods. Society became increasingly stratified, with powerful chieftains ruling from fortified settlements, presiding over assemblies, things, and commissioning rune stones, though the runic script itself would not appear until the very end of this period. By the 6th and 7th centuries CE, Sweden entered what archaeologists call the Vendel period, named after a rich burial site in Uppland. Here, grand ship burials were uncovered, precursors to the Viking Age, filled with gilded helmets, ornate shields, gaming boards, and sacrificed horses. These were not mere graves. They were statements of power, linking the deceased to mythic ancestors and cosmic order. The society that buried its dead in such splendor was primed for expansion, for trade, for war. And so, as the 7th century drew to a close, the stage was set. The small chiefdoms of Iron Age Sweden would soon coalesce. The ships would grow larger, the sails would turn eastward. The age of the Russ, the Varangians, the far-traveling Swedes was about to begin. But for now, in the deep silence of the pine forests, The echo of a stone axe striking wood is the only sound. The ice has melted. The land is settled. The story is just beginning. You're still standing in that post-glacial dawn, the land raw and newly revealed beneath melting ice. The air is colder than you expect. Even in summer, Scandinavia's latitude means long, luminous days in June, but also a sky that never truly warms. The forests are not yet the dense pine and spruce tapestries of later centuries. They are open woodlands of birch, aspen, and willow, where reindeer pick their way through mossy clearings, and bears leave claw marks on trunks. There are no borders here, no names for rivers or mountains, only the slow accumulation of human memory, passed from parent to child around fires that flicker against the deep Nordic night. We've already touched on the arrival of the first hunter-gatherers, but let us go deeper into the rhythm of their days, the texture of their lives, the silent decisions that shaped millennia. These Mesolithic people did not live in isolation. Though their groups numbered perhaps 20 to 30 individuals, they maintained vast social networks that stretched across the Baltic and into continental Europe. Flint from Denmark, red slate from Norway, amber from the coast all moved through invisible threads of exchange, kinship, and seasonal rendezvous. A burial in eastern Sweden might contain a pendant made from elk tooth shaped in Finland, proof that identity was not just local, but regional, even intercultural. Their tools tell a story of precision and adaptation. Flint knappers, specialists within the group, could produce a blade with a single strike, so sharp it could slice tendon or gutfish with surgical accuracy. Bonals stitched hides into garments that shed wind and rain. Antler harpoons, barbed and weighted, brought seals from the icy sea. And always, the fire central, not just for warmth and cooking, but as a social anchor, a place where stories were told, songs hummed, and the boundaries between the living, the dead, and the spirit world were thinnest. Archaeologists have found evidence of ritual behavior even in this earliest period. At sites like Hummelskog in Skåne, human remains were buried in crouched positions, knees drawn to the chest, as if returning to the womb of the earth. Some graves contain red ochre, a pigment associated with life and blood sprinkled over the bones. Others include grave goods, a child buried with a necklace of animal teeth, an elder with a finely crafted axe. Death was not an end, but a transition, and these people prepared their loved ones for the journey ahead. As the climate continued to warm, forests thickened, and coastlines stabilized, the human footprint grew more permanent. By 5000 BCE, the Neolithic Revolution, the shift from foraging to farming, crept into southern Sweden, not as an invasion, but as a quiet diffusion of ideas. The funnel beaker culture, named for their distinctive pottery, cleared small patches of forest, using stone axes and fire, planting emmer wheat, barley, and flax. They domesticated cattle, not just for meat, but for milk and traction, revolutionizing labor and diet. This was not an easy transition. Farming in Sweden's short growing season was precarious. A single late frost, a wet summer, or a rodent infestation could mean starvation. Yet the rewards, predictable food, stored surplus, settled life allowed communities to grow. They built longhouses, some over 20 meters in length, with walls of wattle and daub and roofs of thatch or turf. Inside, generations lived together, sharing hearths, chores, and dreams. Alongside farming came ritual architecture. The most striking are the megalithic passage graves, like those at Falbygden in western Sweden. Built from massive glacial boulders hauled by human muscle and rope, these tombs could house dozens of burials over centuries. The entrance, aligned with the setting sun on the winter solstice, suggests a cosmology tied to seasonal cycles and ancestor veneration. To enter such a tomb was to walk into the belly of the earth, to commune with those who came before. But not everyone embraced this new world. In the archipelagos of east-central Sweden, the pitted-ware culture clung to the old ways, hunting seals, fishing cod, gathering shellfish. Their pottery is decorated with finger-pitted patterns. Their settlements clustered near rich marine resources. Genetic studies suggest they were largely distinct from the farming communities to the south, possibly descended from earlier hunter-gatherer lineages. For centuries, these two worlds coexisted, sometimes trading, sometimes competing, sometimes intermarrying. Then, around 2800 BCE, a new wave arrived. The battle axe culture, bearers of the corded ware tradition, likely speaking an early form of Proto-Indo-European. They brought individual burials, horse domestication, though evidence in Sweden is sparse, and a more hierarchical social order. With them came the first evidence of wheeled vehicles and metallurgy, heralding the dawn of the Bronze Age. And so, the land that would become Sweden was never a blank slate. It was a palimpsest, each layer of settlers, each wave of innovation, riding over the last but never erasing it completely. The deep past echoes in the present, in the names of rivers, many of non-Germanic origin, in the genetic makeup of modern Swedes, a blend of hunter, gatherer, farmer, and steppe ancestry, and in the stubborn resilience of a people shaped by a harsh but beautiful land. By the time bronze began to flow into the Nordic world around 1700 BCE, southern Sweden was already a mosaic of cultures, beliefs, and lifeways. The Nordic Bronze Age was not just an era of metal, it was an era of myth-making. Consider the rock carvings of Tanum now. When most people think of Vikings, they imagine longships crashing onto English beaches, berserkers roaring with axes raised, monks fleeing burning monasteries. And while that Western narrative is real, it belongs largely to the Danes and Norwegians. The Swedish Vikings, known to their contemporaries as the Sphere, and later as the Rus, took a different path. They turned east, from the shores of Lake Mälaren, from the island of Gotland, from the river mouths of the Gota Elv. They launched their ships not into the stormy North Sea, but into the calm, winding waterways of the Baltic, and from there, they followed the rivers thousands of kilometers inland into the heart of Eastern Europe. Their goal was not plunder, but profit. The Swedish Vikings were, above all, traders. They dealt in furs, beaver, sable, marten harvested from the Arctic forests of the north. They traded walrus ivory, amber from the southern Baltic, honey, wax, and, most controversially, slaves. Captured in raids on the Baltic coast, or bought from Slavic middlemen. These captives, Slavs, Balts, Finns, were marched south and sold in the great markets of the Abbasid Caliphate and the Byzantine Empire. In return, the Swedes brought back silver, silks, spices, and glassware. Over 80,000 Islamic silver coins, dirhams, have been found in Swedish hoards, particularly on Gotland, each one a testament to a vast commercial network stretching from Birka to Baghdad. At the center of this early Swedish trade empire stood Birka, a fortified trading town on the island of Björka in Lake Mälaren. Founded around 750 CE, Birka was not a village, but a cosmopolitan hub. Archaeologists have uncovered graves of warriors buried with Frankish swords, Arab scales, and Chinese silk. One grave, that of a high-status woman known as the Birka warrior, initially assumed male due to her weaponry, was later confirmed through DNA to be female, suggesting that women in Viking-Age Sweden could hold roles of significant military or ritual authority. Birka had workshops, docks, markets, and a Christian burial ground, proving that even before official conversion, foreign faiths had begun to seep into Norse society. It was here that Swedish elites first encountered the world beyond the fjords, not as raiders, but as merchants, diplomats, and negotiators. But Birka was just the beginning. From the Baltic coast, Swedish Vikings sailed east to the Gulf of Finland, then up the Neva River to Ladoga, the oldest known town in Russia. From Ladoga, they navigated the Volkhov River to Novgorod, which they called Holmgård, the island court. And from Novgorod, they followed the Dnieper River south, past rapids guarded by hostile tribes, all the way to Kiev, and finally to Constantinople, the fabled Miklagard, the great city. This route, the trade route from the Varangians to the Greeks, was the commercial backbone of the early medieval world, and the men who sailed it were known not as Vikings, but as Varangians. According to the primary chronicle, a 12th century Slavic text, the Slavic and Finnic tribes of the region, tired of internal conflict, sent a message to the Varangians. "Our land is great and rich, but there is no order in it. Come and rule over us." In response, 3 brothers, Rurik, Cineas, and Truvor, arrived. Rurik settled in Novgorod and founded the Rurikid dynasty, which would rule Kiev and Rus, and later Muscovy and Russia, for over 700 years. Modern historians debate whether this calling of the Varangians was literal or mythologized, but the archaeological evidence is clear. Scandinavian presence in early Ruses was profound. Burial mounds near Kiev contain Norse-style weapons, jewelry, and ship rivets. Runestones in Sweden, like the Turing runestone, commemorate men who died in the east with Ingvar, referring to the ill-fated expedition of Ingvar the Far-Traveled, who led a massive fleet down the Caspian Sea in the 1042 and died, along with most of his men, in what may have been a failed invasion of Persia. And then there is Anand, Erik Anundsen, and Bjorn Ironside, semi-legendary kings, said to have ruled vast swathes of Sweden and the East. While their historicity is hazy, their names persist in sagas as symbols of Sweden's eastern ambition. But while the men sailed east, back home, a quieter revolution was unfolding: Christianity. In the late 10th century, King Olof Skutkonung, son of the powerful Erik the Victorious, became the first Christian king of Sweden. His conversion was not born of spiritual epiphany, but of political pragmatism. The Holy Roman Empire to the south was Christian. Trade with Christian Europe required Christian rulers, and the Church offered literacy, law, and legitimacy. Olof established Sweden's first bishopric in Skara, in Västergötland, and minted the first Swedish coins, silver pennies bearing his name and a cross. Yet his reign was fraught. The old pagan cult at Gamla Uppsala, with its great temple, sacred grove, and 9-year sacrificial festivals, remained powerful. The assembly of free men resisted centralized rule, and rival chieftains clung to the old gods of Odin, Thor, and Freyr. It would take another century for Christianity to fully take root. But Olaf's reign marked the beginning of the end of the old ways and the birth of something new: Sweden. Not just as a collection of tribes, but as a kingdom. By the late 11th century, the Swedish Viking Age was fading. The great eastern trade routes were now controlled by Slavic princes. The church was building stone churches where wooden temples once stood, and the era of the independent chieftain was giving way to the era of the crown. The last great Viking king of Sweden, Inge the Elder, banned pagan sacrifices at Uppsala and faced rebellion for it. But he prevailed. The old gods were not forgotten, but they were no longer served with blood. And so, as the 12th century dawned, Sweden stood at a crossroads. It had been shaped by the sea, the sword, and the silver of distant lands. Now, it would be forged anew by the cross, the crown, and the relentless pull of medieval Christendom. The conversion to Christianity was never a clean break. It was a slow seep, like water through thatched roofs, persistent, inevitable, and at times resisted. Long after King Olof Skutkonung accepted baptism around the year 1000, the great pagan temple at Gamla Uppsala still drew crowds for its 9-year sacrificial festivals, where men, dogs, and horses were hanged in sacred groves, their bodies left to rot as offerings to Odin, Thor, and Freyr. But by the 12th century, the axe of Christendom had fallen. King Inge the Elder, ruling in the early 1100s, refused to participate in the pagan rites. When the people demanded he uphold tradition, he reportedly set fire to the temple itself, burning the wooden idols and scattering the cult. Whether true or embellished by Christian chroniclers, the story symbolizes a turning point. The old gods were being driven into memory, their sacred spaces repurposed for crosses and choirs. With the church came literacy. Before Christianity, the Norse used runes practical, ritual, and memorial, but not for law, theology, or administration. Now, Latin scribes arrived from Germany and Denmark, bringing with them charters, chronicles, and canon law. The first Swedish bishoprics were established. Skara, T. 1014, Linköping, 1100, Uppsala, 1164. The last elevated to an archbishopric, making Sweden ecclesiastically independent from the Danish Church. This was more than spiritual conquest. It was institutional colonization. The Church claimed tithes, a tenth of all produce from every peasant. It acquired vast tracts of land, exempt from royal taxation. Monasteries like Vreda and Nidala became centers of agriculture, education, and political influence. And the clergy, often sons of nobles, formed a new elite, fluent in Latin, connected to Rome, and loyal to a power beyond the king. But the king was trying to build his own power, and here lay the central tension of medieval Sweden, the struggle between crown, church, and nobility. Unlike England or France, Sweden had no strong tradition of hereditary monarchy. Kings were often elected by the Thing, the assembly of free men chosen from competing dynasties like the House of Sverker and the House of Erik. This system bred instability. Between 1156 and 1250, Sweden saw at least 6 kings murdered, often by rivals claiming divine right or popular mandate. Take Erik Edvardsson, later Saint Erik, a pious king who sought to impose tithes and centralize law. He was killed in 1160 by a rival faction led by Magnus Henriksson, a man with Danish backing and noble grievances. Erik's body was left in the street, but the church quickly canonized him, turning a murdered politician into a national saint. His relics housed in Uppsala as a symbol of divine kingship. This pattern repeated. Violence followed by sanctification. Chaos followed by sacred order. Meanwhile, the Swedish crown turned its gaze eastward. Finland, inhabited by Finnic tribes and Tavastians, was not yet part of the realm, but Christian missionaries, backed by Swedish bishops and adventurers, began raiding and preaching along the coast. The so-called First Swedish Crusade, 1150, though likely later, is shrouded in myth, but its outcome was real. Sweden established a foothold in southwestern Finland, founding the bishopric of Turku, and beginning a centuries-long process of cultural and political domination. This eastern expansion was not just religious, it was economic and demographic. Swedish settlers moved into coastal Finland, building towns, clearing forests, and imposing their language and law. The native Sami and Finnic peoples were gradually marginalized, their lands absorbed into the growing Swedish realm, a colonial process that would continue for centuries. Back in Sweden, the 13th century brought a fragile stability under the Folkung dynasty. Kings like Birger Jarl regent and de facto ruler from 1248 were masterful statesmen. He crushed noble rebellions, reformed the legal system, and founded Stockholm around 1252 as a strategic stronghold to control trade on Lake Mälaren and defend against pirates. Birger Jarl also oversaw the national church law and land law, Sweden's first attempts at unified legislation. These laws recognize 3 estates: nobles, clergy, and peasants. Though the vast majority of Swedes were freeholding peasants with rights to speak at the Thing, own land, and bear arms. Serfdom, common in much of Europe, never took root in Sweden, a fact that would shape its social fabric for centuries. But even as Sweden coalesced, a new threat emerged from the south. Denmark. The 3 Scandinavian kingdoms, Denmark, Norway, and Sweden, had long been rivals. But in 1397, under the regency of Queen Margaret I of Denmark, they were united in the Kalmar Union, a personal union under a single monarch, intended to counter the rising power of the Hanseatic League. Sweden, the largest and most decentralized of the 3, chafed under Danish rule. Danish kings like Eric of Pomerania and Christian had treated Sweden as a source of taxes and soldiers, appointing foreign bailiffs and ignoring Swedish law. The Swedish nobility, fiercely protective of their privileges, grew resentful. Rebellion became a cycle. Uprisings flared in the 1,430 seconds, 1,450 seconds, and 1,460 seconds. Leaders like Karl Knutson Bond were elected king by the Swedish council, only to be deposed by Danish force. The union was less a union and more a state of intermittent civil war. Then came Christian II of Denmark. In 1520, after a long campaign to reclaim Sweden, Christian II entered Stockholm and was crowned king. To secure his rule, he invited Swedish nobles, bishops, and burghers to a coronation banquet. For 3 days, there was feasting, music, and promises of reconciliation. On the 4th day, the 8th of November, 1520, the doors were barred. What followed became known as the Stockholm bloodbath. Over 3 days, nearly 100 Swedish leaders, including bishops, mayors, and nobles, were dragged into the town square and beheaded. Their crime? Supporting the previous rebel king. Christian II claimed he was purging heretics under papal sanction, but the massacre was nakedly political. Among the dead was Gustav Eriksson, Vasa's father and uncle. Gustav, a young nobleman who had escaped to Dalarna, would soon ignite a fire that would burn the Kalmar Union to the ground. Gustav had been in the city only weeks before, imprisoned in a tower by King Christian II of Denmark, the same monarch who now claimed the Swedish throne as part of the Kalmar Union. But Gustav escaped. Some say he slid down a rope woven from bed sheets. Others claim he bribed a guard with a silver buckle. Whatever the truth, he fled north to Dalarna, the rugged, forested province where free peasants still held sway and Danish tax collectors feared to tread. There, in the smoky longhouses of Mora, Gustav made his plea. He stood before the Thing, the assembly of free men, and recounted the Stockholm bloodbath. He named the dead, bishops, burghers, nobles, his own kin. He spoke not as a nobleman demanding loyalty, but as a Swede begging for justice. At first, the peasants were reluctant. They had no love for the king in Copenhagen. A rebellion meant war, and war meant burned villages, conscripted sons, and empty larders. Gustav left Mora empty-handed. But as news of the massacre spread, carried by traders, priests, and fugitives, the mood shifted. The bloodbath was not just a purge. It was a declaration that Sweden had no right to exist as a separate realm, that its laws, its assemblies, its very identity were subordinate to Danish will. And so, weeks later, a group of men from Mora rode after Gustav, catching him at the border of Norway. "Come back," they said. "We will fight." This moment, the ride of the Dalecarlians, is the spark that lit the Swedish War of Liberation. The war that followed was not a grand clash of armies, but a guerrilla struggle. A series of ambushes, sieges, and peasant uprisings across central Sweden. Gustav had no treasury, no standing army, and no foreign allies. But he had something more potent: legitimacy. He was not fighting for personal ambition, but for the ancient rights of the Swedish realm, the right to elect its own king, to govern by its own laws, to speak at the Thing, without fear of execution. These were not abstract ideals. They were the bedrock of Swedish identity. By 1523, after 3 years of relentless campaigning, the tide turned. Lübeck, the powerful Hanseatic city, seeing an opportunity to weaken Denmark, sent ships and mercenaries to support Gustav. With their help, Swedish forces retook Stockholm. The Danish garrison surrendered. And on the 6th of June 1523, a date now celebrated as Sweden's National Day, Gustav Eriksson was elected King of Sweden by the Assembly in Strängnäs. He took the name Gustav I Vasa, founding a dynasty that would rule for over a century. But liberation was only the beginning. Sweden was broke, fractured, and vulnerable. Its economy relied on exporting raw materials, iron, copper, timber, while importing nearly everything else. The church owned over 20% of arable land, its bishops wielding more power than many nobles. And the Kalmar Union, though shattered, remained a threat. Denmark would not easily relinquish its claim to the north. Gustav faced a choice: rebuild slowly or seize control with ruthless efficiency. He chose the latter. His first target was the Catholic Church. For centuries, the church had been a pillar of Swedish life, but also a rival power center loyal to Rome, not Uppsala. When Pope Clement VII refused to recognize Gustav's election, due to pressure from Christian II, the king saw his opportunity. In 1527, at the Diet of Västerås, Gustav forced the Swedish church to submit. Bishops surrendered their castles and estates. Monasteries were dissolved. Church lands were confiscated by the crown. And the king appointed a new archbishop, Laurentius Petri, a Swedish reformer who would oversee the creation of a Lutheran national church. This was not just religious reform, it was economic revolution. The seized lands made the crown the largest landowner in Sweden. The revenues funded a standing army, a royal bureaucracy, and the first centralized state administration in Swedish history. The people? They were given the Swedish language Bible, translated by Laurentius and his brother Olaus. For the first time, Swedes could read scripture in their own tongue. Sermons were no longer Latin mysteries but moral instructions in familiar words. The church became a tool of the state but also a unifying force in a still fragmented nation. Yet Gustav's rule was not gentle. He demanded obedience. He crushed noble rebellions with fire and sword. He imposed heavy taxes, even on peasants who had fought for him. And he centralized power to an unprecedented degree, appointing royal bailiffs to every province, bypassing local assemblies. To his critics, he was a tyrant. To his successors, he was the father of the nation. When he died in 1560, he left behind a stable, independent Sweden, unified, Protestant, and fiercely sovereign. His sons, however, would test that legacy to its limits. Gustav's eldest son, Eric XIV, inherited the throne in 1560. Brilliant but unstable, Eric was a Renaissance prince, fluent in multiple languages, obsessed with astrology, and deeply paranoid. He expanded Sweden's navy, modernized its artillery, and dreamed of making Sweden a Baltic empire. But his mind unraveled. He suspected plots everywhere, even among his own brothers. In 1567, during a fit of madness, he ordered the Sture murders, executing several high-ranking nobles, including members of the powerful Sture family. His brothers John and Charles feared they were next. John, Duke of Finland, rebelled. With support from Poland, whose princess he had married, he defeated Eric's forces and imprisoned him in 1568. Eric would die 9 years later, likely poisoned, in a dungeon at Urbyhus Castle. John III now ruled, but his reign was torn between Catholic sympathies, influenced by his Polish wife, and Lutheran realities. He introduced a new liturgy, the Red Book, that blended Catholic ritual with Protestant doctrine, sparking outrage among hardline Lutherans. The church split, the nobility seethed, and his younger brother, Duke Charles, began to position himself as the defender of true Swedish Lutheranism. When John died in 1592, his son Sigismund, already King of Poland, claimed the Swedish throne. But Sigismund was a Catholic, and the Swedish clergy and nobility would not accept a pope-aligned monarch. Duke Charles rallied opposition, defeated Sigismund's forces at the Battle of Stångebro in 1598, and declared himself regent. In 1604, the Riksdag formally deposed Sigismund, and in 1611, Charles was crowned Charles IX, the third Vasa king, and the most militant defender of Swedish Protestantism. But Charles's reign was short. He died that same year, leaving the throne to his 7-year-old son, Gustavus Adolphus, a boy with a stammer, a scholar's mind, and a destiny that would shake Europe to its core. The stage was set. Sweden was no longer a backwater kingdom. It was a Protestant fortress, a centralized state, and a rising military power. And under its new king, Gustav II, Adolf, it would become the Lion of the North. But Gustavus Adolphus, Gustav II, Adolf, is still a boy. He was born in 1594, the son of Charles IX, a stern, devout Lutheran who ruled with an iron hand and a deep suspicion of foreign influence. From childhood, Gustavus was groomed for leadership. He learned Latin, German, and several Slavic dialects. He studied military history, theology, and law. By age 11, he was attending meetings of the Riksdag. By 13, he was appointed Duke of Estonia, a Swedish dominion acquired during the Livonian War. His stammer, a source of childhood shame, only sharpened his mind. He learned to write with extraordinary precision, to listen intently, and to speak only when necessary, when every word had to carry weight. When his father died in 1611, Gustavus inherited a kingdom under siege. Denmark, under Christian IV, saw Sweden's youth as weakness. He launched the Kalmar War, seizing key fortresses and blockading Swedish ports. Russia, under Tsar Michael Romanov, pressed from the east, and Poland, ruled by his cousin Sigismund III, continued to claim the Swedish throne. Sweden was surrounded, but Gustavus did not panic. At 17 years old, he took control of state affairs with a maturity that stunned his council. He negotiated peace with Denmark in 1613, ceding some territory but preserving Sweden's core. He signed a truce with Russia in 1617, securing Finland and gaining Ingria, including the mouth of the Neva River, a strategic foothold that would later become St. Petersburg. Then he turned his full attention to Poland. What followed was the Polish-Swedish War, 1629, a grinding, decades-long conflict over the Baltic littoral. Gustavus reformed the Swedish army from the ground up. Ditching the traditional mercenary model, he created a national conscript army, disciplined, well-paid, and loyal to the crown. He introduced lighter artillery, mobile infantry, and combined arms tactics, coordinating cavalry, musketeers, and cannons in fluid, devastating formations. His victory at the Battle of Walhof, 1626, and the Battle of Dachau, 1627, proved Sweden could stand toe-to-toe with Europe's greatest powers. By 1629, the Truce of Altmark granted Sweden control over Livonia, Prussia's key ports, and a share of Polish toll revenue, making Sweden the dominant power in the eastern Baltic. But Gustavus had bigger ambitions. Europe was tearing itself apart in the 30 Years' War. 1618, 1648. A cataclysmic conflict that began as a religious struggle between Protestants and Catholics, but evolved into a war for dominance among the Habsburgs, Bourbons, and Northern powers. The Protestant cause was collapsing. The Catholic forces of the Holy Roman Emperor Ferdinand II, led by the brilliant general Albrecht von Wallenstein, had crushed rebel armies across Germany. Cities burned, populations fled. The dream of a free Protestant Europe seemed lost. Then, in 1630, Gustavus Adolphus landed in Pomerania with 13,000 men. He did not come as a mercenary. He came as the protector of Protestantism and as a king determined to make Sweden a great power. His entry into the war changed everything. At the Battle of Breitenfeld, 1631, Gustavus faced the imperial army of Johann Tilly, using innovative linear tactics, spreading his infantry in thin, flexible lines rather than deep squares. He outmaneuvered the enemy. His artillery fired canister shot at close range. His cavalry charged with swords, not pistols, breaking imperial flanks with terrifying speed. The result? A decisive Protestant victory. For the first time in over a decade, the Catholic advance was halted. Cities that had surrendered to the emperor now opened their gates to the Swedish king. Gustavus was hailed as the Lion of the North, a messianic figure sent by God to save the Reformation. He marched south, winning battle after battle: Würzburg, Mainz, Frankfurt. By 1632, he controlled much of central Germany, but greatness comes at a price. On the 6th of November 1632, at the Battle of Lutzen, Gustavus led a cavalry charge through thick fog to rally his faltering troops. In the chaos, he became separated from his men. Surrounded by imperial cuirassiers, he was shot multiple times and fell from his horse. His body was found the next day, stripped of armor, his face unrecognizable. He was 37 years old. His death sent shockwaves through Europe. The Protestant alliance wavered, but Sweden did not retreat, because Gustavus had built more than an army. He had built a state. Back in Stockholm, his 6-year-old daughter, Christina, was proclaimed queen. Power fell to a regency council led by Axel Oxenstierna, Gustavus's brilliant chancellor, a man who would spend the next 18 years defending the empire his king had forged. And Sweden's empire would not only endure, it would expand, because in Stockholm, a new architect of empire is watching, calculating, and holding the fragile threads of state together with hands steady as stone. This is Axel Oxenstierna, Chancellor of Sweden. While Gustavus was the sword, Oxenstierna was the shield, and the parchment, the ink, the law, the ledger. A nobleman of immense intellect and ice-cold pragmatism, he had served Gustavus since the king was a boy of 17. Now, with his king dead and his queen a child of 6, Oxenstierna became the de facto ruler of Sweden for the next 18 years. His task was Herculean: preserve the empire. Sweden now controlled vast territories: Livonia, modern Latvia and Estonia, Ingria, Kexholm, parts of Pomerania, Bremen, and Wismar. These were not just conquests. They were administrative nightmares populated by Germans, Balts, Slavs, and Poles, each with their own laws, languages, and loyalties. The risk of rebellion was constant. The cost of garrisoning troops was crushing. And the other European powers, France, Spain, the Habsburgs, were watching, waiting for Sweden to overextend and collapse. Oxenstierna's answer was the Instrument of Government, 1634. A document that would shape Swedish administration for over a century. It established 5 great offices of state: Chancery, Treasury, War, Admiralty, and Justice. Each was headed by a noble loyal to the crown, creating a professional bureaucracy that bypassed the old feudal chaos. Provinces were governed by royal governors, not local warlords. Tax collection was centralized. And, crucially, the Swedish language was imposed as the language of administration in all dominions, binding the empire together with a single bureaucratic tongue. But Oxenstierna knew Sweden could not survive alone. Even in death, Gustavus's intervention in Germany had shifted the balance of power. The Protestant cause was no longer on the brink, and Sweden, though small, was now a guarantor of the European order. Oxenstierna formalized an alliance with France, a Catholic nation backing a Protestant power, not out of faith, but out of realpolitik. France wanted to weaken the Habsburgs. Sweden needed gold and diplomatic cover. The alliance held, and Swedish generals like Lennart Torstensson and Johan Bonner continued to win battles across Germany, pushing imperial forces back year after year. By 1648, when the Peace of Westphalia finally ended the 30 Years' War, Sweden stood at its zenith. The treaty granted Sweden Western Pomerania, the bishoprics of Bremen and Verden, and a seat in the imperial diet of the Holy Roman Empire. Sweden was now a great power, not by population or wealth, but by military precision, strategic positioning, and relentless statecraft. But the cost was staggering. Over 100,000 Swedish soldiers, nearly 10% of the adult male population, had perished in Germany. Entire villages were depopulated. Farms lay fallow, and the national debt was immense. Back home, the young Queen Christina was growing up under Oxenstierna's watchful eye. Brilliant, restless, and deeply skeptical of power, she devoured philosophy, studied Latin and Greek, and questioned everything from Lutheran orthodoxy to the very idea of monarchy. When she came of age in 1644, she took the reins, but not as her father had. She refused to marry, defying the dynastic imperative. She filled her court with Jesuits, philosophers, and artists, alarming the Lutheran clergy. And in 1654, at the height of her power, she did the unthinkable, abdicated. She converted to Catholicism, moved to Rome, and left the throne to her cousin, Charles X. Gustav. It was a seismic shock, but the empire held, because the system Oxenstierna built was stronger than any one ruler. Charles X launched a daring war against Poland, culminating in the march across the Belts, a legendary winter crossing of frozen sea ice to attack Danish-held islands. It was a gamble that paid off, forcing Denmark to cede Scania, Halland, Bleking, and Bohuslän in the Treaty of Roskilde, 1658. Territories that had been Danish for centuries. For the first time, Sweden controlled all of southern Scandinavia, securing its dominance over the Baltic Sea, the Mare Nostrum, as Swedes called it. But the empire was brittle. The new provinces were resentful. The peasantry was taxed to exhaustion, and the great powers Russia, Brandenburg, Denmark were recovering, rearming, and plotting revenge. The cracks would not show until the reign of Charles XII, the last great warrior king of Sweden. Born in 1682, Charles was brilliant, fearless, and fanatically devoted to the idea of Swedish supremacy. At 18, he faced a coalition of enemies: Peter the Great of Russia, Augustus the Strong of Poland, Saxony, and Frederick IV of Denmark, all seeking to dismantle the Swedish Empire. What followed was the Great Northern War, 1721. At first, Charles was invincible. He crushed the Danes in weeks. He defeated the Russians at Narva in 1700, with a force 1/5 the size of Peter's army. He invaded Poland, dethroned Augustus, and installed a puppet king. For a decade, he roamed Eastern Europe like a force of nature, winning battle after battle, refusing compromise, demanding total submission. But his hubris would be his undoing. In 1709, he invaded Ukraine, hoping to link up with Cossack rebels against Peter. But Peter had scorched the earth. Winter came early, and at the Battle of Poltava, the Swedish army, exhausted, starving, and outnumbered, was annihilated. Charles fled to the Ottoman Empire, where he spent years in exile, plotting a return that never came. Meanwhile, Sweden's empire crumbled. Russia seized Livonia, Estonia, Ingria, and founded St. Petersburg on Swedish soil. Prussia and Hanover took Bremen and Verden. Even Norway launched raids on the western frontier. When Charles finally returned in 1714, Sweden was a shadow of its former self. He died in 1718, shot through the head while inspecting siege lines in Norway, perhaps by a Swedish soldier tired of endless war. The Treaty of Nystad, 1721, ended the war. Sweden lost all its eastern territories. Russia emerged as the new Baltic power, and Sweden's era as a great power was over. But the kingdom survived, because the foundations laid by Gustavus and Oxenstierna were not just military, they were institutional. A centralized state, a professional bureaucracy, a standing army, and a sense of national identity had taken root. Sweden would never again conquer empires, but it would learn to endure. And in the quiet aftermath of imperial collapse, a new experiment would begin, one that would redefine Swedish power not through war, but through peace, parliament, and principle. The Treaty of Nystad, 1721, did not just end the Great Northern War, it shattered Sweden's self-image. For over a century, the nation had believed itself destined to rule the Baltic, to be the Protestant sword of the North, the equal of France or Habsburg Austria. Now, its eastern territories, Livonia, Estonia, Ingria, Kexholm, were gone. swallowed by the rising Russian Empire. Its influence in Germany had evaporated. Even its southern provinces, newly acquired from Denmark, were simmering with resentment, their populations still loyal to Copenhagen. Worse still, the crown was bankrupt. The war had cost over 100,000 Swedish lives, a staggering toll for a population of just 1.5 million. Farms lay abandoned, forests were stripped for shipbuilding, and the peasantry, once the backbone of the Vasa and Carolingian armies, was exhausted, overtaxed, and skeptical of noble promises. Yet, out of this ruin, something unexpected emerged. Freedom. Not the freedom of revolution, but the freedom of parliamentary rule. For the first time in Swedish history, the monarchy's power was not absolute. In 1719, even before the war officially ended, the Riksdag, the Swedish parliament, forced the new king, Frederick I, to accept a new constitution, the instrument of government of 1719, which transferred nearly all executive power to the estates of the realm. This began the Age of Liberty, Frihetstiden, a 52-year experiment in near-republican governance that was unique in 18th century Europe. Power now resided in the secret committee of the Riksdag, dominated by two rival factions, the Hats and the Caps. The Hats, backed by France and representing the nobility and mercantile elite, dreamed of restoring Sweden's greatness through war and diplomacy. They saw Russia as the eternal enemy and believed that with French gold and clever alliances, Sweden could reclaim its lost glory. The Caps, supported by Britain and Russia and aligned with the clergy and peasantry, argued for peace, fiscal responsibility, and free trade. They believed Sweden's future lay not in battlefields, but in workshops, forests, and ports. For decades, these factions vied for control, alternating in power, passing laws, starting wars, and reforming the economy. Remarkably, despite their rivalry, they maintained one principle: no return to royal absolutism. And in this turbulent democracy, Sweden experienced a cultural and intellectual flowering. The Swedish Academy of Sciences was founded in 1739. The press was free, one of the first nations in the world to guarantee it in law, 1766. Philosophers debated Locke and Montesquieu. Economists studied Adam Smith before he was famous. And scientists like Carl Linnaeus, the father of modern taxonomy, cataloged the natural world from Lapland to Skåne, turning Sweden into a hub of Enlightenment thought. But the Age of Liberty was not without its fractures. In 1741, the Hats launched a disastrous war against Russia, the Russo-Swedish War, 1741-1743, hoping to exploit Russian instability. Instead, they suffered a humiliating defeat. The Treaty of Åbo forced Sweden to cede more territory in Finland and accept a Russian-backed heir to the throne, Adolf Frederick of Holstein, Gottorp. The monarchy was becoming a puppet, first of the Riksdag, then of foreign powers, and the people grew weary. Peasants, though represented in the Riksdag, a radical inclusion for the era, saw little improvement in their lives. Taxes remained high, crop failures led to famines, and the nobility, though politically checked, still controlled vast estates and local justice. By the 1762, a new figure began to emerge: Gustav III, the eldest son of Adolf Frederick. Educated in the ideals of the Enlightenment, but horrified by the corruption and factionalism of the Age of Liberty, Gustav believed Sweden needed a strong, enlightened monarch to restore order, dignity, and national pride. On the 19th of August, 1772, he staged a bloodless coup at a masked ball in Stockholm. Gustav appeared before the Riksdag in full uniform, declared the Age of Liberty over, and demanded the estates swear allegiance to a new constitution, one that restored royal authority while preserving civil liberties. Faced with the loyalty of the army and the cheers of the common people, the Riksdag acquiesced. Gustav III was not a tyrant. He abolished torture and the death penalty for most crimes. He promoted religious tolerance, though Jews and Catholics still faced restrictions. He founded the Royal Opera, the Swedish Academy, and patronized artists, writers, and scientists. He even attempted agrarian reform to improve peasant conditions, but he also censored the press, exiled critics, and ruled by decree. His vision was enlightened despotism, progress from above, imposed by a benevolent crown. Yet, his reign ended in the most medieval of ways. On the 16th of March, 1792, at a masquerade ball at the Royal Opera, ironically, the very institution he had founded, Gustav, was shot by Jacob Johan Ankerström, a disgruntled nobleman enraged by the king's autocratic tendencies and his costly war against Russia. 1788, 1790. Gustav died 13 days later. His final words, reportedly, "I feel sleepy now." His son, Gustav IV, Adolf, inherited a kingdom on the brink. Unlike his father, Gustav IV was pious, rigid, and deeply suspicious of the French Revolution. He saw Napoleon not as a modernizer, but as the Antichrist. This proved catastrophic. When Napoleon rose to dominate Europe, Sweden refused to ally with him. In retaliation, Napoleon pressured Tsar Alexander I of Russia to attack Sweden. In 1808, Russian forces invaded Finland. The war was a disaster. Sweden, isolated and underfunded, could not defend its eastern half. By 1809, Finland was lost, ceded to Russia in the Treaty of Frederikshamn. For the first time in 600 years, Sweden was no longer a trans-Baltic power. The loss shattered the monarchy's legitimacy. In May 1809, a group of generals and nobles staged a coup, deposing Gustav IV Adolf and exiling him. They offered the throne to his uncle, who became Charles XIII, an old man with no heirs. And so, in a desperate search for stability, the Riksdag did the unthinkable. They invited a French marshal, Jean-Baptiste Bernadotte, to become crown prince. Bernadotte, a former enemy of Sweden in the Napoleonic Wars, was a shrewd and pragmatic soldier. He converted to Lutheranism, took the name Charles John, and quickly became the de facto ruler of Sweden. His first act? To abandon the dream of reclaiming Finland. His second? To turn west. In 1814, as Napoleon collapsed, Charles John led a Swedish army into Norway, which had been in union with Denmark. After a brief campaign, Norway was forced into a personal union with Sweden, a compromise that gave Norway its own constitution and parliament, but shared a king with Stockholm. It was a modest gain, but it came at a price. Sweden had learned its lesson. Empire was costly, war was ruinous, and neutrality, armed neutrality, was the only path to survival. In 1812, Charles John declared, "Sweden shall never again be the battlefield of Europe." And so, as the 19th century dawned, Sweden chose peace. Not out of weakness, but out of hard-won wisdom. The age of swords was over. The age of workshops, forests, and quiet resilience was about to begin. In 1814, Sweden was one of the poorest nations in Europe. Its population of just over 2 million lived almost entirely in the countryside. Over 90% were peasants, most of them freeholders or tenant farmers, eking out a subsistence living on thin, rocky soil. There were no railroads, no factories, no electricity. The only exports of note were iron, timber, and tar raw materials shipped from remote ports like Gävle and Gothenburg to fuel Britain's industrial revolution. The loss of Finland in 1809 had been a national trauma, but it also forced a reckoning. Sweden could no longer rely on territorial expansion or military prestige. Its future would have to be built from within, and it began with peace. From 1814 onward, Sweden maintained a strict policy of armed neutrality. While the rest of Europe convulsed through revolutions, unifications, and wars, the Napoleonic aftermath. The revolutions of 1848, the Franco-Prussian War, Sweden stayed out. No Swedish soldier would die in foreign conflict for over 200 years, a streak that would last until 2024. This neutrality was not passive, it was strategic. It allowed Sweden to focus inward, to rebuild its economy, reform its laws, and educate its people. The first great pressure valve was emigration. Between 1850 and 1930, over 1.3 million Swedes, nearly 20% of the population, left for North America. They came from all regions, but especially from the overpopulated rural south. Småland, Värmland, Dalarna, pushed by crop failures, land scarcity, and rigid social hierarchies, and pulled by promises of free land and opportunity. They boarded ships in Gothenburg and sailed west. Their letters, home known as America letters, painted a vivid picture. Some described backbreaking labor and loneliness. Others wrote of owning land for the first time, of voting in elections, of sending money back to build new houses in Sweden, American cottages, often painted bright red with ornate woodwork, still dotting the countryside today. This mass exodus relieved demographic pressure, reduced rural unrest, and even injected capital into the Swedish economy through remittances. But it also forced the nation to ask, how do we keep our people? The answer came in reform. In 1862, Sweden passed the municipal reform, creating locally elected councils with power over schools, roads, and poor relief. In 1866, the old four-estate Riksdag nobles, clergy, burghers, peasants, was replaced with a bicameral parliament, giving greater voice to the rising middle class. Then came universal male suffrage in 1909 and women's suffrage in 1919, making Sweden one of the earliest adopters of full democracy in Europe. But political change was only part of the story. The real transformation was economic. Sweden sat on a treasure trove: iron ore in the north, Kiruna, Gällivare, vast forests stretching from coast to coast, and rivers with powerful hydropower potential. For centuries, these resources were underutilized. Now, with peace, capital, and new technology, they became the engine of a quiet industrial revolution. In the 1870 seconds, the railroad arrived. Lines snaked from Stockholm to Malmö, from Gothenburg to the iron mines of Lapland. Suddenly, timber could be shipped to sawmills, iron to ports, and people to cities. Stockholm, Gothenburg, and Malmö swelled with workers. Factories rose along riverbanks, textile mills, match factories, thanks to Ivar Kreuger, the Match King, and, most importantly, engineering workshops. Here, in places like Västerås and Eskilstuna, a new class of inventors and entrepreneurs emerged. Lars Magnus Ericsson founded a telephone company in 1876 that would become Ericsson. Gustave de Laval invented the steam turbine and the milk separator, revolutionizing dairy farming. Alfred Nobel, though based in France, was a Swede whose fortune built on dynamite would fund the Nobel Prizes, turning Sweden into a global symbol of intellectual excellence. And then there was steel. In 1876, the Sandvik company began producing high-quality steel alloys. In the 1890 seconds, Håkan Gustafsson and others developed new methods for refining iron using local charcoal and hydropower, creating a uniquely Swedish Osmond iron that was prized worldwide for its purity. By 1900, Sweden was no longer a backwater. It was a high-tech exporter, selling precision tools, ball bearings, SKF, founded 1907, and telephones to the world. But industrialization brought its own fractures. Cities grew faster than infrastructure. Tenements were overcrowded. Child labor was common, and a new force arose to challenge the old order: the labor movement. Inspired by socialism and trade unionism from Germany and Britain, Swedish workers began organizing. The Swedish Trade Union Confederation, LO, was founded in 1898. The Social Democratic Party followed in 1889, led by figures like Hjalmar Branting, who argued that reform, not revolution, could create a just society. Their motto, "Through struggle to joy, Genum strid till gladgy," and they won. Through strikes, negotiations, and electoral politics, they secured the 8-hour workday, 1,919, accident insurance, and universal healthcare pilot programs. Meanwhile, another movement was reshaping private life: the temperance movement. Alcohol consumption in 19th century Sweden was staggering, often 40 liters of spirits per person per year. Entire paychecks vanished into the local pub. Families suffered. Productivity dropped. In response, temperance leagues flourished, led often by women and clergy. They built folk parks, promoted coffee as a sober alternative, and pushed for state control of alcohol sales. This culminated in the 1922 referendum, where Swedes narrowly voted against prohibition but supported the creation of Systembolaget, the state-run alcohol monopoly that still exists today, designed not to profit, but to minimize harm. By 1914, Sweden stood at a new threshold. It was no longer agrarian, no longer poor, no longer irrelevant. It had not gained an empire, but it had built something more durable. A modern, industrial, democratic society, rooted in education, innovation, and social peace. And as the guns of August 1914 thundered across Europe, Sweden watched, not with envy, but with quiet resolve. It would not join the war. It would build the peace. When World War I erupted in 1914, Sweden declared neutrality, a policy that would define its identity for the next 77 years. Unlike its neighbors, Sweden had no territorial ambitions, no colonial entanglements, and no desire to bleed its youth for distant empires. But neutrality was not passive. It was a calculated strategy, enforced by a well-trained militia, a formidable navy, and a keen awareness of geopolitical winds. During the war, Sweden walked a tightrope. It traded iron ore with Germany, fueling the Nazi war machine in the coming decades, a fact that would later stain its moral legacy. Yet it also provided refuge to refugees and maintained diplomatic channels with the Allies. The goal was clear: survive, profit, and preserve sovereignty. The war's end brought not peace, but revolution across Europe. In Russia, the Tsar fell. In Germany, the Kaiser abdicated. But in Sweden, democracy deepened. In 1921, women gained full voting rights, making Sweden one of the first nations in the world to enfranchise all adult citizens. Then came the Great Depression. While the US and Germany faced economic collapse, Sweden's response was revolutionary. Keynesian economics before Keynes. Under the leadership of Per Albin Hansson, the Social Democratic Party launched a series of public works programs, unemployment insurance, and housing reforms. The vision? A folkhemmet, the people's home. A society where the state acted as a caring parent, ensuring security from cradle to grave. This was not socialism in the Marxist sense. It was social democracy, a mixed economy where private enterprise thrived, but profits were taxed to fund universal welfare, healthcare, education, pensions, childcare. By the late 1932s, Sweden had achieved something remarkable: economic growth and social equality, a balance the rest of Europe thought impossible. But then, World War II began. Once again, Sweden declared neutrality, but this time, the moral cost was higher. In 1940, after Germany invaded Norway and Denmark, Sweden was surrounded. In a controversial move, it allowed German troops to transit through Sweden to occupy Norway, a decision justified as necessary for survival, but condemned as collaboration. Worse, Sweden continued to export high-grade iron ore from Kiruna to Germany throughout the war. Without it, Hitler's tanks and guns would have stalled. Swedish ball bearings, precision tools, and telephones also flowed eastward. Yet, Sweden was not without conscience. It accepted 70,000 Norwegian and Danish refugees, including nearly all of Denmark's Jewish population in 1943, smuggling them across the Öresund in fishing boats. It provided asylum to Baltic dissidents and funded humanitarian efforts. After the war, Sweden faced a reckoning. How could a humanitarian nation have profited from Nazi industry? The answer came in reparations and reform. In 1945, Sweden returned $70 million in looted gold to the Allies. It opened its archives, and it doubled down on its new identity: peace, progress, and moral leadership. This became the foundation of the Swedish model. From 1945 to 1970, Sweden experienced unprecedented prosperity. Its GDP grew by 4% annually. Child poverty vanished. Literacy reached 100%. And the welfare state expanded to include universal health care, 1,955, generous parental leave, and free university education. The architect of this golden age was Tage Erlander, prime minister from 1946 to 1969, the longest-serving PM in any Western democracy. Under him, Sweden became a laboratory of social engineering, egalitarian, secular, and consensus-driven. But the Cold War loomed. Sweden refused to join NATO or the Warsaw Pact. Instead, it pursued active neutrality, mediating conflicts, hosting UN agencies, and speaking out against nuclear weapons. Prime Minister Olof Palme became a global voice for disarmament, development, and anti-colonialism, even as he maintained Sweden's nuclear deterrent program in secret. Palme's vision was bold: Sweden as the conscience of the world. He condemned the Vietnam War, supported liberation movements in southern Africa, and gave asylum to Chilean refugees after Pinochet's coup. At home, he championed gender equality, environmental protection, and nuclear phase-out. But his moral stance came at a price. On the 28th of February, 1986, Olof Palme was assassinated while walking home from a cinema with his wife. His killer was never conclusively identified, a mystery that shattered Sweden's myth of safety and consensus. By the late 1982s, cracks were showing in the folkhemmet. Globalization, immigration, and rising costs strained the welfare state. Critics called it bureaucratic, inefficient, and unsustainable. Younger Swedes began to question whether equality should come at the cost of individual freedom. Then, in 1991, the Berlin Wall fell. The Cold War ended, and with it, Sweden's moral mission lost its clarity. The era of consensus was over. A new century loomed, one of diversity, doubt, and difficult choices. But before we leave the 20th century behind, we must confront a story that runs parallel to Sweden's progressive image: the long suppression of the Sami people. For over 10,000 years, the Sami have lived in the Arctic and subarctic regions of what is now northern Norway, Sweden, Finland, and Russia's Kola Peninsula. They are not a monolithic group, but a collection of distinct communities: coastal Sami, forest Sami, and reindeer-herding Sami, each with their own dialects, traditions, and relationships to the land. Long before Sweden existed as a kingdom, the Sami thrived as hunters, fishers, and gatherers. By the 16th century, many had adopted reindeer pastoralism, a semi-nomadic lifestyle that followed seasonal migration routes across hundreds of kilometers. Their society was organized around sidas, kin-based cooperative units that managed land, herds, and justice through consensus, not hierarchy. But as the Swedish state expanded northward during the 16th and 17th centuries, it did not see partners in the Sami. It saw subjects, resources, and obstacles. The first encroachment was economic. Swedish and Finnish settlers moved into Sami lands, clearing forests for farming, fishing in ancestral waters, and establishing tax collection posts. The Sami were forced to pay tribute in furs, fish, and later, reindeer to a crown they had never consented to. Then came the church. Lutheran missionaries arrived in the 1600s, determined to stamp out Sami shamanism and replace it with Swedish Christianity. Sami drums, sacred objects used for healing, divination, and communication with the spirit world, were seized and burned. No ID. Sami shamans were labeled witches, persecuted, and sometimes executed. One of the most infamous episodes was the Vapstan witch trials of 1692, where Sami spiritual leaders were tortured and forced to confess to pagan sorcery. The drums that survived were sent to museums in Stockholm and Copenhagen as trophies of conversion. But the most insidious tool of assimilation came later: education. In the 19th and early 20th centuries, the Swedish state established boarding schools for Sami children. They were taken from their families, often against their parents' will, and sent to institutions where they were forbidden to speak their language, wear traditional clothing, or practice Sami customs. Teachers told them their culture was primitive, their beliefs backward, their identity shameful. This was not accidental. It was policy. Official documents from the time speak openly of the need to civilize the Sami, to make them useful citizens by erasing everything that made them Sami. The goal was cultural homogenization, a unified Swedish nation, with no room for indigenous difference. Even land rights were denied. Unlike in Norway or Finland, Sweden never signed a treaty with the Sami. Instead, it claimed absolute ownership of all northern land under the doctrine of terra nullius, the false idea that Sapmi was empty before Swedish settlement. Reindeer herding was tolerated only as a customary right, not a legal one, leaving Sami communities vulnerable to mining, logging, and hydroelectric projects that flooded ancestral grazing lands. In the 1950s and 60s, the Swedish state funded large-scale hydroelectric dams in the Lule River Valley. Entire Sami villages were submerged. Sacred sites were drowned. Migration routes for reindeer were severed. Compensation was minimal or non-existent. It wasn't until the 1972 that the Sami began to organize politically. Inspired by global indigenous rights movements, Sami activists formed the Sami Association of Sweden and demanded recognition, language rights, and land restitution. Their protests grew louder when the Swedish government approved the Kebnekaise mining project and the wind farms of Storuman, both on traditional herding grounds. In 1986, after decades of pressure, Sweden established the Sami Parliament, Samedigi, an elected body with advisory powers on cultural and educational matters. But it had no authority over land or resource management, the very issues most critical to Sami survival. The reckoning deepened in 2000, when the Swedish government formally apologized for its historical treatment of the Sami. In 2023, a historic court ruling in Girjas recognized the Sami village's exclusive right to manage hunting and fishing in its territory, a landmark decision that challenged centuries of state control. Yet, the struggle continues. Today, only 15,000 people in Sweden identify as Sami. Many live in urban areas, disconnected from language and tradition. Only 3,000 speak a Sami language fluently, most of them elderly. Reindeer herding, once a way of life for thousands, is now practiced by fewer than 2,500 people, squeezed between climate change, predators, and industrial development. But there is also resilience. Sami artists like Sofia Janek and Maxida Marek blend joik, traditional Sami song, with modern music to reclaim their voice. Sami language preschools are opening. Young activists are using social media to demand free, prior, and informed consent on all projects affecting Sapmi. And in 2024, Sweden took a tentative step toward truth by establishing a Truth Commission on Sami history, modeled on similar efforts in Canada and Norway. This is not just a Sami story. It is a Swedish one, because a nation cannot claim to be a beacon of human rights while ignoring the wounds it inflicted on its own people. The Sami are not a footnote in Swedish history. They are its oldest continuous presence, and their survival is not a relic of the past, but a living demand for justice in the present. 10. The 1990 seconds began with a shock. In 1991, the Cold War ended, and with it, Sweden's moral mission as a neutral peace broker lost its clarity. Almost immediately, the nation faced another crisis, a severe economic recession. The banking sector collapsed, unemployment soared to over 10%. The Swedish krona was devalued, and for the first time in decades, the welfare state once seen as unshakable was questioned. In response, Sweden made a historic pivot. In 1995, after a narrow referendum win, it joined the European Union, a decision that ended centuries of formal neutrality in foreign economic policy. The move was controversial. Critics feared loss of sovereignty, erosion of the welfare model, and unchecked immigration. Supporters argued that in a globalized world, Sweden could not afford to stand alone. The 1990 seconds also saw the rise of digital innovation. From the ashes of industrial decline, a new Sweden emerged not in steel or timber, but in software, telecommunications, and design. Ericsson led the global rollout of mobile networks. Spotify was founded in 2006 inches. Stockholm, revolutionizing music consumption. IKEA, already a global brand, became a symbol of Swedish minimalism and egalitarian design. But the most profound change was demographic. Starting in the 1970 seconds with labor migration from Southern Europe and the Middle East, and accelerating in the 1990 seconds with refugees from the Yugoslav wars, Sweden became increasingly diverse. By the 2000s, immigration shifted again, with large numbers arriving from Iraq, Somalia, Afghanistan, and Syria. Sweden responded with one of the most generous asylum policies in Europe. In 2015, during the Syrian refugee crisis, it accepted over 160,000 asylum seekers, the highest per capita in the EU. This open-door policy was rooted in Sweden's post-war identity: humanitarian, progressive, and morally responsible. But it also sparked backlash. The Sweden Democrats, Sverigedemokraterna, a party with roots in far-right and neo-Nazi movements, began to gain traction by campaigning on anti-immigration, anti-EU, and Swedish values rhetoric. Once shunned by all major parties, they entered parliament in 2010, and by the 2020 seconds, held the balance of power in a deeply fragmented Riksdag. This shift reflected a broader tension between Sweden's universalist ideals and growing anxieties over integration, crime, and cultural identity. In cities like Malmö and parts of Stockholm, segregated neighborhoods with high unemployment and limited Swedish language proficiency became flashpoints for social unrest. In 2022, riots erupted in Easter over Quran burnings, exposing deep fractures in social cohesion. Meanwhile, the welfare state, once the pride of the folkhem, faced new pressures. Privatization of healthcare and elderly care, begun in the 1990 seconds, led to uneven access and rising inequality. Housing shortages in urban centers priced out young people, and gender equality, long a hallmark of Swedish policy, was challenged by conservative religious communities that rejected state mandates on schooling and family life. Yet, Sweden remained a global leader in renewable energy, gender parity, and innovation. It set a goal of net zero emissions by 2045. It ranked consistently among the top nations for press freedom, education, and quality of life. But the final rupture with Sweden's 200-year-old identity came in 2022. In the wake of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, Sweden abandoned its policy of neutrality and applied to join NATO, a decision finalized in March 2024. This was not just a military realignment. It was a historical watershed. The nation that had stayed out of every European war since 1814 was now entering a mutual defense pact The Lion of the North had traded its solitary vigil for collective security. Why? Because the world had changed, and Sweden could no longer afford to be a spectator. Today, Sweden stands at a crossroads. It is still a beacon of social democracy, but one grappling with globalization, identity, and the limits of its own ideals. It is still a humanitarian leader, but one reckoning with the complexities of integration. And it is still a peaceful nation, but one that now carries the shield of an alliance born in war. The Sweden of Gustav Vasa, of the Folkhemmet, of Olof Palme, those eras are not gone, but they are evolving, because history does not end. It only turns the page. And the next chapter, written in the voices of young Swedes, immigrants, Sami activists, climate scientists, and soldiers, is still being written. So, as you listen to this, in whatever corner of the world you call home, know this. Sweden's story is not just about kings and empires, neutrality and welfare. It's about a small nation in the far north, constantly asking itself, who are we? And who do we want to become? And perhaps, in that question, we all find a mirror. If you've made it this far through ice, empire, war, welfare, and renewal, thank you for journeying with us tonight. If this deep, immersive exploration of Sweden's complete history helped you drift toward calm, please consider liking this video and subscribing. And if you're moved to, tell me in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is for you. There's a quiet strength in knowing we're not alone in the hush. Sleep well, and may your dreams be as vast and resilient as the land we've just left behind. Long before Finland was Finland, before it had a name, a flag, or even people who called it home, it was being molded by forces older than human memory. Imagine the world some 10,000 years ago. The last great ice sheet of the Pleistocene, a glacier nearly 2 miles thick, had just begun its slow retreat from northern Europe. As it melted, it didn't just leave behind water, it sculpted the earth itself, pressing down on the ancient Baltic shield like a colossal thumbprint. The weight was so immense that the land sank. And even now, thousands of years later, Finland is still rising, rebounding upward by about a centimeter per year in some places. This phenomenon, known as post-glacial rebound, means the Finnish coastline is literally growing. New islands emerge from the sea, and old harbors slowly dry into meadows. The landscape you see today, the rolling hills, the gentle eskers winding like ancient riverbeds through the forest, the countless depressions filled with still, dark water, was all carved by meltwater and ice. Finland doesn't have mountains, not in the conventional sense. Its highest point, Halti, rises just 1,324 meters, and even that peak is shared with Norway. But what Finland lacks in vertical drama, it more than compensates for in horizontal expanse. Over 188,000 lakes, 40,000 islands along its Baltic coast, and forests that cover more than 70% of the country. This is a land of quiet immensity, where solitude isn't loneliness, it's atmosphere. And into this raw, wet, slowly rising world came the first humans. They arrived not with fanfare, but with footsteps muffled by moss and snow. Around 8,800 BCE, as the ice retreated past what is now southern Finland, small groups of hunter-gatherers followed the herds northward. These were not farmers, not yet. They carried finely crafted flint tools, bone harpoons, and antler axes. They built temporary shelters near the shores of newly formed lakes, where fish were abundant and migratory birds offered seasonal feasts. Archaeologists have uncovered their campsites along the Gulf of Bothnia and around Lake Saimaa, fragments of pottery, shards of slate knives, the charred remains of hearths. One of the most distinctive cultural markers of these early inhabitants is the comb ceramic culture, named for the intricate comb-like impressions pressed into their clay vessels. These weren't purely decorative. The patterns may have held ritual meaning, clan identifiers, or even early forms of symbolic communication. The pottery was coarse but functional, fired in open pits rather than kilns, and often used to store fish oil, or rendered fat critical sources of calories in a land where sunlight vanished for months each winter. These people lived lightly on the land. They moved with the seasons, following reindeer in winter, setting fish weirs in spring, gathering berries and hazelnuts in summer. They buried their dead with care. At sites like the Whitman burial in western Finland, skeletons have been found curled in fetal positions, surrounded by red ochre, a pigment associated with rebirth, across many ancient cultures and accompanied by tools, beads, and sometimes the remains of dogs, suggesting a belief in an afterlife where companionship and utility still mattered. But who were they, linguistically? That's one of the deepest mysteries. Modern Finnish belongs to the Uralic language family, which includes Estonian and Hungarian, and is completely unrelated to the Indo-European languages that dominate the rest of Europe. Linguistic reconstruction suggests that Proto-Uralic was spoken somewhere near the Ural Mountains around 4000–2000 BCE. Over centuries, groups migrated westward, and one branch, Proto-Finnic, eventually reached the shores of the Baltic. But here's where speculation enters. The first inhabitants of Finland may not have spoken anything resembling Finnish at all. Genetic and archaeological evidence points to multiple waves of migration. The earliest post-glacial settlers likely spoke a language now lost to time, perhaps related to the ancestors of the Sami people, who have inhabited the far north of Fennoscandia for millennia. The Sami, in fact, are Finland's only officially recognized indigenous people, and their language, also Uralic but distinct from Finnish, suggests a deep, layered history in the region. For thousands of years, the Sami lived as nomadic reindeer herders, fishers, and hunters across what is now northern Finland, Sweden, Norway, and Russia's Kola Peninsula. Their spiritual worldview was animistic. Every rock, river, and tree possessed a spirit, and shamans called Noidi acted as intermediaries between the human and spirit worlds, often entering trances through the rhythmic beating of drums adorned with cosmological symbols. These drums, many confiscated during Christianization campaigns in the 17th and 18th centuries, are now treasured artifacts, their painted surfaces mapping a universe of sacred mountains, underworlds, and celestial reindeer. Meanwhile, in the south, agriculture slowly took root. Around 2500 BCE, Neolithic farmers from the south, likely speaking early Indo-European dialects, began to settle along Finland's southwestern coasts. They brought domesticated animals, wheat and barley, and they built megalithic stone cairns as burial monuments. These cairns, some still visible today near places like Jura and Kuolio, are among Finland's oldest human-made structures. They mark a shift not just in subsistence, but in worldview, where hunter-gatherers saw the landscape as a living network of relationships. Farmers began to claim it, to divide it, to pass it down through generations. By the Bronze Age, 1500–500 BCE, southern Finland was connected to wider European trade networks. Amber harvested from Baltic shores was highly prized in Mycenaean Greece and beyond. In exchange, Finns acquired bronze tools, weapons, and ornaments. Though Finland itself has no native copper or tin deposits, bronze artifacts appear in elite burials, suggesting that local chieftains controlled access to these exotic goods. One such burial, the so-called Jura Lady, from the 11th century CE, though part of a later Iron Age tradition, was interred in a richly adorned dress of over 300 bronze spirals, a stunning display of wealth and status. But even earlier, Bronze Age rock carvings near Lake Payen depict boats, elk, and human figures, possibly recording mythic journeys or seasonal rituals. Then came iron. Around 500 BCE, knowledge of iron smelting reached Finland, likely via trade routes from Central Europe. Iron was transformative. Unlike bronze, which had to be imported, iron could be extracted from local bog ore, a spongy deposit formed in wetlands. Suddenly, tools, weapons, and agricultural implements could be produced locally, reducing dependence on distant trade. This technological shift coincided with the rise of fortified hilltop settlements, such as the one at Rapola in Tavastia. These were not towns in the modern sense, but refuges, places where communities could retreat during times of conflict. The presence of such fortifications hints at growing social complexity and perhaps increasing competition for resources. By the time of the Roman Empire, Finnish tribes were known to the outside world, if only dimly. Roman geographer Tacitus, in his Germania, 98 CE, mentions the Feni, a people living far to the northeast, surviving on wild game and dressed in skins. Though he likely conflated several northern groups, this is the first known written reference to a name that would eventually become Finland. But for most of its early history, Finland remained a land without writing, without centralized authority, and without borders. It was a mosaic of kinship groups, each speaking slightly different dialects, each tied to its own lakes, forests, and ancestral spirits. The land was not empty, it was full, teeming with life, myth, and a quiet, resilient humanity that watched the stars, listened to the wind in the pines, and knew that survival meant harmony, not domination. This was the world on the eve of change, because from the south and east, new forces were stirring. From the Viking longships slicing through Baltic waves, to the bells of distant monasteries ringing across the sea, Finland stood at a crossroads, and soon, the whispers of gods and ancestors would be drowned out by the clamor of crusaders, kings, and the relentless march of history. But even as the first Christian crosses began to appear on Finnish soil, the land itself remained stubbornly its own. This was no passive frontier waiting to be claimed, it was a threshold between worlds. To the west lay Sweden, already knitting itself into a kingdom of laws and Latin liturgy. To the east rose the Rus principalities, heirs of Norse traders and Slavic farmers, whose rivers flowed toward Byzantium, and whose churches gleamed with golden domes. And in between, Finland, forested, lake-strewn, linguistically alien, spiritually animistic, and politically fragmented. It was this liminal space that drew the attention of both church and crown. By the 8th century, the Baltic Sea had become a superhighway of commerce, culture, and conflict. Longships carved white scars across its surface, not only carrying raiders but merchants, messengers, and missionaries. Finland, though rarely, the destination was a critical corridor. Its western coast, especially around present-day Turku and the Åland Islands, became a mosaic of seasonal trading posts, fishing villages, and fortified farmsteads. Finnish tribes, Tavastians in the interior, Finns proper along the southern coast, Karelians in the east were not isolated. They participated in a vast exchange network that stretched from Hedeby in Denmark to Novgorod in the east. What did they offer? Furs, above all, beaver, fox, marten luxuries coveted in the palaces of Constantinople and the markets of Baghdad. Also iron, smelted from the red earth of Tavastia and forged into axes, spearheads, and knives. And, most grimly, slaves. Yes, slavery was a cornerstone of the early medieval Baltic economy. Captives taken in intertribal raids, or sometimes sold by desperate families during famine, were marched to coastal entrepôts like Kaupang or Birka, then shipped south. Written records from the Islamic world, such as the accounts of the 10th century traveler Ibn Fadlan, describe the Rus merchants selling blue-eyed, fair-haired slaves labeled as sakaliba, a term often used for Slavic and Finnic peoples. Whether these captives were ethnically Slavic, Finnish, or Baltic is often unclear, but Finland's position made it a funnel for human cargo. Yet Finland was not merely a supplier, it was a consumer. Archaeologists have unearthed Arab dirhams, silver coins, in hoards across southern Finland, evidence of wealth flowing north. Glass beads from the Rhineland, bronze brooches from Gotland, and even fragments of Frankish pottery have been found in graves near Salo and Lieto. These weren't accidental imports. They were signs of active participation. But who controlled this trade? Not kings. Finland had none but local chieftains. These were men, and sometimes women, who commanded loyalty through generosity, warfare, and ritual prestige. Their power resided not in bureaucracy, but in feasting halls, where they distributed imported goods, hosted skalds, and sealed alliances through gift-giving and marriage. Their burial mounds, like those at Pukila or Luta, reveal lives of privilege, gilded belt fittings, horse gear, swords with pattern, welded blades. And then there were the Norse. Scandinavian settlers, particularly Swedes, began establishing permanent outposts along Finland's southwestern archipelago by the 10th century. The Åland Islands became almost entirely Swedish-speaking by the 12th century, a linguistic island that persists to this day. Place names tell the story. Bole, by Vic suffixes of Old Norse origin, dot the coast. At sites like Hydus and Korpo, excavations reveal longhouses, smithies, and Christian grave markers alongside pagan amulets, suggesting a period of religious overlap. But Norse presence wasn't colonization in the modern sense. It was opportunistic, coastal, and often cooperative. Finnish and Norse communities intermarried, traded, and sometimes fought, but also shared deities. The Finnish thunder god Ukko bears striking resemblance to Thor. Both wield hammers, command storms, and protect crops. This syncretism hints at a deeper cultural dialogue. Christianity arrived not with armies at first, but quietly through traders, captives returned from abroad, and wandering priests. A 9th century runestone in Sweden mentions a man who died in Finland, possibly a missionary. But the first organized efforts came later. Enter Bishop Henry. According to legend, Henry was an English-born bishop who accompanied King Eric of Sweden on a crusade to Finland in the mid-12th century. After converting the locals, he was martyred, beheaded by a peasant named Lally after a dispute over a stolen cow. His body was placed on a stone slab that miraculously floated down the Kokemäenjoki River to the site where Turku Cathedral now stands. Is any of this true? Almost certainly not. At least not in the details. There is no contemporary record of King Eric leading a crusade to Finland. Bishop Henry doesn't appear in English ecclesiastical records. The earliest written account of his life dates to the late 13th century, over 100 years after his supposed death. Most historians agree. Henry is a pious fiction, a foundational myth created to sanctify Swedish conquest. Yet, the myth mattered. By the 14th century, Henry was Finland's patron saint. His feast day, January 19, became a major religious holiday. Churches were dedicated to him. Pilgrims walked to his shrine in Nusiainen. The story provided divine justification for Swedish rule. Finland wasn't conquered, it was saved. Meanwhile, in the east, a different kind of Christianization was unfolding. The Orthodox Church, emanating from Novgorod, spread into Karelia, the eastern part of Finland, with less fanfare but equal impact. Unlike the Latin West, Orthodoxy emphasized icons, chant, and mysticism over legalistic doctrine. It didn't demand the dismantling of old beliefs so much as their absorption. Sacred groves became churchyards. Ancestral spirits were recast as saints. The result? A Finland divided not just geographically, but spiritually. Western Finland fell under Roman Catholic, and later Lutheran, influence via Sweden. Eastern Finland, especially Karelia, remained Orthodox, tied to the Rus world. This schism would shape Finnish identity for centuries and resurface dramatically during the Cold War. But in the 11th and 12th centuries, before borders hardened, before churches rose in stone, Finland remained a fluid zone, a land of overlapping loyalties, bilingual traders, and hybrid rituals. A peasant in Satakunta might wear a Thor's hammer amulet while burying his child with a Christian cross. A chieftain in Savo might swear oaths to both Ukko and Christ. It was this ambiguity that made Finland vulnerable, because soon, The medieval world would demand clarity, loyalty, obedience, and faith singular, organized, and enforced. The age of crusades was coming, and Finland, caught between hammer and anvil, would be reshaped forever. Imagine the hush of a Finnish forest just after snowfall. No wind, no birds, just the soft compression of powder underfoot and the distant, almost imperceptible creak of freezing pine. That silence, the kind that settles into your bones, is the silence that greeted the first Swedish bishops as they rode eastward into unknown waters. They came not for timber or furs this time, but for souls, and they believed God was on their side. The idea of crusade often conjures images of armored knights charging across sun-baked deserts toward Jerusalem. But in the Baltic, the cross wore a different face. Here, holy war was waged not with banners of silk, but with axes of iron, not in the name of reclaiming the Holy Sepulchre, but of subduing pagan lands that lay just beyond the reach of Latin Christendom. Finland became one such target. The first so-called Swedish crusade to Finland is traditionally dated to the mid-12th century, around 1150 to 1160, and attributed to King Eric IX of Sweden, later canonized as Saint Eric. According to later chronicles, notably the Erikskroniken, the Chronicle of Eric written over a century after the fact, Eric sailed to Finland with an army and a bishop, defeated the local heathens, and established Christianity as the law of the land. But here's the truth. Gently spoken, there is no contemporary evidence that this crusade ever happened. No letters, no charters, no archaeological proof of mass violence in the 1,150 seconds. No sudden destruction layers at Finnish settlement sites. No coins minted in Eric's name found in Finland. Even Swedish church records from the 12th century are silent on the matter. The earliest reliable mention of a Swedish military campaign in Finland comes not from Swedes, but from Russian sources, the Novgorod First Chronicle, which notes a Swedish attack on the Tavastians, a Finnish tribe in central Finland, in 1142. But even that was likely a raid, not a holy war. So why did the myth take root? Because by the 13th century, Sweden needed a founding story, a divine justification for its rule over Finland. And what better narrative than one of salvation? In medieval Europe, conquest dressed in piety was not just acceptable, it was noble. To convert a pagan was to save him from eternal fire. To kill him in the process was merely collateral in God's grand design. The real turning point came in the early 13th century, during what historians now call the Second Swedish Crusade. This one almost certainly real and far more consequential. In 1249, under the leadership of Birger Jarl, Sweden's de facto ruler, and a man of immense political ambition, a large Swedish force landed on the coast of Tavastia. This wasn't a raid. It was an invasion with permanent intentions. Why Tavastia? Because the Tavastians had been resisting Christianization for decades. Despite missionary efforts, they clung to their old gods, Ukko, the sky god, Tapio, the forest spirit, and the sacred groves where animal sacrifices and communal rituals still took place. Worse, from Sweden's perspective, they had begun forging alliances with Novgorod, the Orthodox Christian principality to the east. To Sweden, this was not just spiritual backsliding, it was geopolitical treason. Birger Jarl's campaign was brutal. Chronicles describe villages burned, fields salted, and men slaughtered. Women and children were taken as slaves or forcibly baptized. The Tavastians, lacking centralized leadership or fortified towns, were unable to mount a coordinated defense. Within a year, the region was pacified, though pacified in the medieval sense meant terrorized into submission. But Birger didn't stop there. He understood that conquest without infrastructure was temporary. So he did something far more enduring than burn villages. He built a city on the banks of the Ora River, where the land sloped gently toward the sea. He ordered the construction of a stone fortress and a bishop's seat. This was Åbo, known today as Turku, Finland's oldest city and, for centuries, its spiritual and administrative heart. Turku was no frontier outpost. It was a statement. Here, Swedish law would be enforced. Here, Latin liturgy would drown out Finnish incantations. Here, taxes would flow to the Swedish crown, not to Novgorod. The cathedral, begun around 1300, would become the largest stone building in Finland, a towering symbol of divine and royal authority, visible from miles away. And over it all presided the Bishop of Turku, answerable not to local chieftains, but to the Archbishop of Uppsala, and ultimately to the Pope in Rome. With the church came writing. Before the 13th century, the Finns had no written language. Their laws, myths, and genealogies lived in memory in the rhythms of folk poetry, in the songs of the Tietäjä, the village wise man. But the church needed records. Baptismal rolls, land deeds, court judgments, tithe accounts. And so, Swedish written in Latin script became the language of power. Finnish remained the language of the hearth, of the field, of lullabies whispered in the dark. But it was not the language of contracts, courts, or cathedrals. This linguistic divide would shape Finnish identity for the next 700 years. Yet, the Swedish crown was pragmatic. It knew it couldn't rule Finland by force alone. So, it offered a bargain. Convert, pay your taxes, and you may keep your land. Unlike in many conquered territories, the Finnish peasantry was not enslaved or displaced. They remained on their ancestral plots, now reclassified as kronobönder, crown peasants, obligated to pay rent and perform labor for the king, but not serfs in the Eastern European sense. They could not be bought or sold. They had legal rights, modest, yes, but codified. This was not benevolence. It was efficiency. Sweden needed Finland not as a colony to be exploited, but as a buffer zone against Novgorod and later, Russia. A loyal, Christianized Finland was a strategic asset. And so, the crown invested in stability. By the late 13th century, Finland was formally integrated into the Kingdom of Sweden as Österland, the Eastern Land. It sent representatives to the Swedish Diet. It followed Swedish law. Its nobles intermarried with Swedish families. Its bishops attended church councils in Uppsala. But beneath this surface of unity, something else was growing. A quiet sense of difference. Finnish peasants may have kneeled in Swedish-built churches, but they still believed that the spirit of the sauna lowly was sacred. They may have paid tithes to the bishop, but they still left offerings at the base of ancient birch trees. They may have learned to say prayers in Latin, but they still sang epic poems in the Kalevalaic meter, a rhythmic, trochaic tetrameter that would one day give birth to the Kalevala, Finland's national epic. And then there was the land itself. Finland's vast forests, its labyrinthine lakes, its long winters. These were not just geography, they were psychological boundaries. A Swedish noble in Turku might wear furs and eat smoked fish, but he never truly belonged. He was always a little cold, a little lost, a little out of place. Whereas the Finnish peasant, though poor and illiterate, knew every bend of the river, every moss-covered stone, every bird call at dawn. His identity was rooted not in titles or charters, but in place. This was the paradox of medieval Finland. Politically Swedish, culturally Finnish. And for centuries, that tension would simmer unspoken, unchallenged, but never resolved. It would take a war, an empire's collapse, and a revolution to finally break the surface. But that is for a later night. For now, let the image linger. A stone cathedral rising over a river of ice, its bells echoing across a land that remembers older gods. A bishop investments blessing a field where, just a generation ago, men poured meat on the earth to thank Tapio for the hunt. Conquest had come, but memory like moss on stone, clings quietly and waits. Let the fire crackle low now. Let the embers glow like old memories. Outside, the Finnish winter presses close, silent, patient, endless. Inside a wooden longhouse, smoke curls upward through a hole in the thatch, carrying with it the scent of dried fish, birch bark, and damp wool. A child stirs in sleep. An old woman hums a tune without words, just vowels and breath, passed down through generations. No one speaks of kings tonight. No one reads Latin prayers. This is the world most Finns knew for centuries. Not the world of cathedrals and charters, but the world of hearth, frost, and necessity. This is the Finnish Middle Ages, not grand, not gilded, but grounded. By the time Sweden had declared Finland Österland its eastern province, the average Finn had little sense of belonging to any kingdom. Loyalty was local. Identity was rooted in the kunta, the parish or village community, where every family knew the others not by surname, surnames barely existed, but by father's name, farmstead, or personal trait. Mikko the Tall, Anna of the Willow Field, Eero who limped after the bear attack. There were no cities in Finland beyond Turku, and even Turku, with its cathedral and royal castle, held fewer than 2,000 souls from most of the Middle Ages. The rest of the population, perhaps 300,000 by the year 1400, lived in scattered farmsteads, clustered near lakes or rivers, where the soil was easiest to till and fish most abundant. These were not feudal manors in the English sense. There was no serfdom. Finnish peasants were freeholders, talonpojat, though free is a relative term. They owed taxes to the crown, tithes to the church, and labor to local roads or fortifications. But they could not be sold. They could not be evicted without cause, and crucially, they could inherit land. Land was everything, not as property in the modern legal sense, but as legacy. A farm wasn't just a plot of dirt, it was a vessel of memory, duty, and survival. When a man died, his sons would divide the fields among them, a practice that, over generations, led to fragmentation. Some farms became too small to sustain a family, forcing younger sons to clear new land in the forests, pushing the frontier ever deeper into the wild. This slow creep of settlement gave Finland its distinctive settlement pattern. Scattered homesteads, not nucleated villages. You might walk for miles between houses, guided only by cairns, bent birches, or the distant bark of a dog. And survival? It was a daily negotiation with scarcity. The growing season in southern Finland lasts barely 150 days. In the north, it's closer to 100. Crops had to be hardy. Barley, rye, turnips, flax for linen, and occasionally oats. Wheat was rare, too delicate for the short, cool summers. Fields were tilled with crude wooden plows tipped with iron, pulled by oxen, or, more commonly, by people. Fertilizer came from the barn manure mixed with ash and peat, but farming alone couldn't feed a family through the long winter. So Finns turned to the forest. Slash and burn agriculture huta was practiced widely, especially in the east and north. A patch of forest would be felled in summer, left to dry, then burned in spring. The ash enriched the soil, yielding bumper crops of rye or turnips for 2 or 3 years before the plot was abandoned and the process repeated elsewhere. It was sustainable only because land was abundant and population sparse. To the Swedish crown, it seemed wasteful. To the Finnish farmer, it was wisdom. Then there was fishing. In a land of 188,000 lakes, fishing wasn't recreation, it was protein. Nets were woven from nettle fiber or horsehair. Hooks were carved from bone or forged from scrap iron. In winter, holes were chopped through ice up to 3 feet thick, and lines baited with scraps dangled into the black water below. The catch perch, pike, whitefish was smoked, salted, or dried on racks that lined every lakeshore. Hunting supplemented the diet. Elk, beaver, hare, and occasionally bear. But hunting wasn't just for food, it was regulated. Game belonged to the crown, and poaching could bring fines or flogging. Still, enforcement was lax in remote areas, and necessity often overruled law. Now, consider the home. A typical medieval Finnish farmhouse was a single-room structure built of horizontal logs notched at the corners. Tuki construction, the ancestor of the log cabin. The roof was thatched with reeds or birch bark. There were no windows, just a smoke hole and perhaps a shuttered opening covered with oiled linen or scraped animal bladder to let in faint light. At one end of the room stood the hearth, a central fire pit lined with stones. This was the heart of the home. Here, food was cooked, stories told, and babies born. Above it hung the savupirti, a smoke chamber where meat and fish were preserved. The smoke also repelled insects and preserved the wooden beams, slowly blackening them over decades. Furniture was sparse. A trestle table, benches, a chest for storing clothes and tools. Sleeping happened on raised platforms along the walls, or on straw mats near the fire. Livestock, usually a cow or two, some goats, and chickens often shared the same space in winter, their body heat helping to warm the room. The line between human and animal life blurred in the long dark months. You knew the smell of your neighbor's cow as well as your own breath. Clothing was practical, not decorative. Wool and linen were the only textiles. Men wore knee-length tunics, trousers, and cloaks fastened with wooden or bone pins. Women wore long linen shifts under woolen overdresses, bound at the waist with woven belts. Colors were muted, undyed wool, gray or brown, or linen boiled with birch leaves for a pale yellow. Bright dyes like woad for blue or madder for red were rare and expensive, reserved for special occasions or the wealthy. Hygiene was minimal, but not absent. Finns bathed far more than their European counterparts, thanks to the sauna. The sauna. Even in the Middle Ages, the sauna was sacred. Not just a place to wash, but to give birth, heal the sick, prepare the dead, and commune with spirits. The steam released when water is thrown on hot stones was believed to carry prayers upward. The sauna was separate from the house, a small wooden hut with a stone stove. After heating the room, the family would enter in shifts, scraping skin with birch twigs, vihta, to stimulate blood flow, then plunging into a snowbank or icy lake to shock the body awake. The church disapproved. Priests called it pagan, immoral, even demonic. But the people persisted. The sauna was too embedded in Finnish life to be abandoned. It survived, not as rebellion, but as quiet continuity. Now, what of law? Finland had no centralized legal code in the early Middle Ages. Justice was local, customary, and oral. Each region had its own maakunta, a tribal or provincial assembly where disputes were settled by elders. These assemblies met annually, often on a sacred hill or near a prominent stone, and followed unwritten but widely understood traditions. In Tavastia, for example, the Hame law governed everything from inheritance to theft. It prescribed fines rather than corporal punishment. If you stole a cow, you didn't lose a hand, you paid compensation, often in silver or livestock. If you killed a man, you owed his family not just a life, but a wergild, a man price calculated by his social standing. This system emphasized restitution over retribution. The goal wasn't to punish, but to restore balance. But with Swedish rule came written law. From the 14th century onward, Finland was governed by the Magnus Eriksson's country law, a Swedish legal code that applied uniformly across the realm. It was written in Latin, then translated into Old Swedish languages most Finns couldn't read. Justice now flowed from royal bailiffs and ecclesiastical courts, not village elders. The church, in particular, wielded immense power. It controlled marriage, inheritance, and moral conduct. Adultery, blasphemy, or skipping mass could land you in front of the bishop's court. Penalties included fines, public penance, or excommunication, which, in a world where salvation was everything, was a terrifying sentence. Yet, beneath this surface of Latin doctrine, older beliefs endured. The Tietege, the village wise man or woman, still healed with herbs, interpreted dreams, and cast protective spells. They spoke the old chants, the Loitsut, passed down in secret. When a child fell ill, a farmer might call the priest, but he'd also leave a bowl of milk at the base of the sacred birch. This duality defined medieval Finnish spirituality. Outwardly Christian, inwardly animistic. Now, consider the role of women. Finnish women in the Middle Ages had more rights than many of their European counterparts. They could inherit land, manage property, and appear in court. Widowhood often brought independence. A woman could run the farm, hire laborers, and even defend her rights before the bailiff. Marriage was a practical alliance, not a romantic one. Brides were typically in their late teens, grooms in their 20s. Dowries were modest linen, tools, perhaps a cow, but divorce, while rare, was possible in cases of abuse or adultery. Childbirth was perilous. Midwives used herbs like yarrow and mugwort to ease labor, but infection and hemorrhage claimed many lives. Infant mortality was high. Perhaps 1 in 3 children died before age 5. Those who survived began working early. Girls spinning wool by age 6, boys tending geese or setting fish traps. And death? Death was frequent, intimate, and unceremonious. There were no funerals with grand processions, just a simple burial in the churchyard, wrapped in a shroud, with a cross of birchwood placed at the head. Mourning lasted a year, during which the widow wore black and avoided celebrations. But grief was expressed in song. The Itkuvirsi, the weeping song, was a traditional lament, improvised by women during wakes. It wasn't sung in melody, but in a rhythmic, sobbing chant that named the deceased, recalled their deeds, and expressed the raw ache of loss. These songs were so powerful, they were later banned by the church for being too pagan. Yet, even in hardship, there was joy. Seasonal festivals marked the turning of the year. Julu, Yule, in December, with feasting and the sacrifice of a boar to ensure fertility. Kekri, in late autumn, a harvest festival where the spirits of ancestors were believed to visit. And Johannes, at midsummer, when bonfires were lit to ward off evil, and young people sought love in the endless twilight. Music filled the long night's kantele, a zither-like instrument, plucked by firelight, voices rising in polyphonic folk songs that used parallel fifths and haunting modes unlike anything in Western Europe. This was life in medieval Finland. Not dramatic, not heroic, but resilient. The crown might claim the land. The church might claim the soul. But the people, they claimed the rhythm of the seasons, the taste of smoked whitefish, the warmth of the sauna, and the quiet dignity of endurance. They left no grand monuments, no epic chronicles, but they left a way of being a deep, quiet connection to place that would outlast empires. And when the Reformation came, when the altars were stripped and the Latin Mass silenced, it was this bedrock of everyday life that allowed Finnish identity to survive. Because you can conquer a land, but you cannot conquer a lullaby. The air grows stiller now. The fire has settled into embers, glowing like old secrets. Outside, snow falls in slow, silent spirals, each flake a tiny archive of winter's patience. And somewhere, deep in a wooden study lit only by tallow candle and the reflection of ice on window glass, a man dips his quill into ink and shapes the first words of a new future. This is the story of how Finland learned to speak, not just with voices, but with letters. Section 5. Reformation, Renaissance, and the dawn of Finnish literacy. By the early 16th century, Finland had been part of the Swedish realm for over 300 years. The cathedrals stood tall, the tithes flowed. The Latin Mass echoed through parish churches from Åland to Karelia. But beneath the surface of ritual and obedience, a quiet revolution was brewing, one not of swords, but of scripture. It began far to the south, in Wittenberg, Germany, where a monk named Martin Luther nailed 95 theses to a church door in 1517. His protest against the sale of indulgences, those paid tickets to heaven peddled by corrupt clergy, ignited a wildfire across Christendom. The Protestant Reformation wasn't just theological. It was linguistic, political, and deeply personal. At its heart was a radical idea. Every believer should be able to read the Word of God in their own tongue. This idea would reach Finland like a slow thaw, gentle at first, then unstoppable. Sweden, under King Gustav Vasa, embraced the Reformation not out of piety alone, but out of pragmatism. The Catholic Church owned vast lands, collected taxes, and answered to a foreign power, the Pope. By breaking with Rome, Gustav could seize church estates, fill royal coffers, and centralize power. In 1527, at the Diet of Västerås, Sweden officially turned Protestant. Monasteries were dissolved, church treasures melted down, bishops stripped of political authority. And Finland? Finland followed. But here, the Reformation had a different flavor. Less about royal consolidation, more about access. For centuries, faith had been mediated through Latin, a language few Finns understood. Priests mumbled prayers no one could decipher. Sermons were delivered in Swedish, which only the coastal elite spoke. The common Finn stood in church like a guest at a feast where no one invited him to eat. Luther's vision changed that. If the Bible could be translated into German, why not Finnish? Enter Mikael Agricola, born around 1,510 inches. Pärnu, a coastal parish in southern Finland. Agricola was the son of a fisherman, or possibly a farmer. History is uncertain. What is certain is that he was brilliant, devout, and hungry for knowledge. Sent to study in Turku, he caught the attention of Bishop Martinus Skite, who recognized his potential and sent him to Wittenberg in 1536, the very heart of the Reformation. There, Agricola studied under Philip Melanchthon, Luther's closest collaborator. He absorbed Lutheran doctrine, humanist ideals, and the revolutionary belief that language was sacred not because it was ancient, but because it was alive. He learned Greek and Hebrew to read scripture in its original forms. But more importantly, he learned how to build a written language from scratch. When he returned to Finland in the early 1542s, he carried more than books. He carried a mission. In 1544, Agricola became Bishop of Turku, the highest ecclesiastical office in Finland. But unlike his predecessors, he wasn't content to preside from a throne. He set to work at a wooden desk in his episcopal residence, quill in hand, inventing Finnish orthography letter by letter. Why? Because Finnish had no standardized writing system. Before Agricola, Finnish was purely oral, spoken in countless dialects, shaped by rhythm and song, but never fixed in ink. Swedish scribes sometimes transcribed Finnish names or phrases, but always through the lens of their own alphabet, mangled, inconsistent, and incomplete. Agricola had to decide, how do you write the sound or the soft Y? How do you represent the glottal stop between vowels? He looked to Swedish and German models, but adapted them to Finnish's unique phonetics. He introduced diacritical marks, standardized verb conjugations, and created new compound words to express theological concepts that had no native equivalent. And then, in 1548, he published the first book in Finnish, Abkirja, the ABC book. It was simple, a primer for reading, with the alphabet, basic prayers, and the Lord's Prayer. But it was revolutionary. For the first time, a Finnish child could learn to read in their own language. The book was small, printed in Stockholm on rough paper, but its impact was seismic. 3 years later, in 1551, Agricola completed his masterpiece, a Finnish translation of the New Testament. He didn't just translate, it was an act of creation, where Finnish lacked words for grace, sin, or redemption. He coined them. Armo for grace, Sinti for sin, Vapatis for redemption. Many of these words are still in use today. His translation was poetic, rhythmic, and grounded in the spoken language of the people. He avoided Latinized abstractions, favoring concrete, earthy terms. When Jesus spoke of lilies, Agricola used the Finnish word for the white water lily that grew in every village pond. This wasn't just theology, it was nation-building in ink. Yet Agricola's work was cut short. In 1557, while returning from peace negotiations in Moscow, yes, bishops still served as diplomats, he fell ill near the Russian border and died. He was only in his late 42nd. He never saw the full Bible in Finnish. That would come decades later. But he had planted the seed, and the seed grew slowly, quietly, in parish schools and peasant cottages. By the late 16th century, every Finnish parish was required to have a school not for scholars, but for future churchgoers. Boys, and occasionally girls, learned to read so they could recite the catechism and understand sermons. Literacy rates in Finland began to climb, long before they did in many parts of Europe. This had profound consequences. Illiterate peasantry was harder to control. They could read proclamations, question authority, and most importantly, interpret scripture for themselves. The church remained powerful, but the monopoly on truth was broken. Still, Swedish remained the language of power. All official documents, court proceedings, and university instruction were in Swedish. The Finnish-speaking majority lived in a linguistic duality: Finnish at home, Swedish in public life. This divide would shape Finnish identity for centuries. But something else was happening in the countryside, something Agricola never anticipated. While the church promoted scripture, the people preserved folk poetry. In the forests of Karelia, in the villages of Satakunta, old men and women Tiatejet still recited epic poems in the Kalevalaic meter, trochaic tetrameter, with alliteration and parallelism. These poems told of heroes like Väinämöinen, the wise old singer, Ilmarinen, the eternal smith, and Lemminkainen, the reckless adventurer. They described the creation of the world, battles with giants, and journeys to the underworld. These were not written down. They were sung, often for hours, accompanied by the kantele. But now, with literacy spreading, collectors began to record them. One such collector was Daniel Huslenius, a Finnish bishop and scholar in the early 1700s. He traveled the countryside, transcribing folk songs and arguing that Finnish had an ancient, noble heritage equal to Latin or Greek. He even claimed that the Finns were descended from the lost tribes of Israel, a common myth among emerging nationalisms, but his real contribution was proving that Finnish was capable of high culture. Then came Henrik Gabriel Porthen, the father of Finnish history, in the late 18th century. A professor at the Royal Academy of Turku, Porthen treated Finnish folklore not as peasant superstition, but as historical evidence. He analyzed folk poetry as a window into pre-Christian belief systems, social structures, and cosmology. These men laid the intellectual groundwork, but it would take one more figure, Elias Lonro, to weave the fragments into a national epic. But that story belongs to the Grand Duchy. For now, let us stay in the 16th century, in a log cabin where a father teaches his son to read from Agricola's Abkirja by firelight. The boy stumbles over the letters, but the words are his. Not Latin, not Swedish, Finnish. And in that moment, something shifts. The land gains a voice, not through rebellion, not through war, but through a single page, a single prayer, a single child learning to say, Ise Meidane, Joka Olet Taivesa, Our Father, who art in heaven. The Reformation didn't just change Finland's faith, it gave Finland its literary soul. And once a people can read their own name, they can never be forgotten. But faith wasn't the only force reshaping Finland. From the late 16th century, the Swedish crown grew more ambitious and more demanding. King Gustav Vasa's descendants sought to turn Sweden into a great power, and Finland, as Österland, would pay the price. Taxes rose, conscription expanded, the nobility built grand manor houses, while peasants starved, and then came the witch trials. Yes, even in this land of lakes and silence, fear found a home. Between 1,520 and 1,700, over 400 witchcraft trials took place in Finland, small by European standards, but devastating for a population of just 300,000. Unlike in Germany or Scotland, where mass panics led to hundreds of executions, Finnish trials were usually isolated. But they were no less terrifying. Most accused were women, often healers, midwives, or elderly widows who lived alone. Their crime? Using herbs to ease pain, predicting weather, or simply being different. In 1599, a woman named Anna Clemetsdotter was burned at the stake in Helsinki, the first recorded execution for witchcraft in Finland. She was accused of causing livestock to die and cursing neighbors. Her trial lasted 3 days. She confessed under torture. But here's what's unique. Finnish witchcraft beliefs were animistic, not satanic. People didn't believe in pacts with the devil. They believed in Vaki spirit forces that inhabited natural places. A stream had its Vaki. A forest had its Vaki. If you disturbed them by urinating in a sacred spring or cutting a tree without apology, they would curse you. Witchcraft was less about evil, more about imbalance. This worldview clashed with Lutheran orthodoxy, which demanded belief in a cosmic battle between God and Satan. Priests preached that every unexplained illness, every failed crop, was the work of the devil and his human agents. Yet, Finnish courts were often skeptical. Many trials ended in acquittal. Judges demanded evidence. Torture was used, but less frequently than elsewhere. And executions? Only about 75 people were executed for witchcraft in all of Finnish history, a fraction of the European average. Why? Perhaps because the Lutheran Church in Finland was pastoral, not inquisitorial. Priests knew their congregations. They saw the accused as neighbors, not demons. Still, the fear lingered. In remote parishes, people still left offerings at sacred stones, still whispered charms before childbirth, still believed that the northern lights were spirits dancing. The Reformation had brought literacy, yes, but the old world never fully left. It simply learned to hide. And as Sweden pushed Finland deeper into war, first against Poland, then against Russia, the people would need more than scripture to survive. They would need resilience, they would need sisu, but that is for another night. For now, let the candle burn low. Let the snow keep falling. And remember, in the quietest lands, the deepest changes begin with a single word written, spoken, believed. The candle flickers now, not from draft, but from the weight of memory. Outside, the wind picks up low at first, like a whisper through pine boughs, then stronger, carrying with it the scent of snow and smoke. You can almost hear it, the distant roll of cannon, the crack of musket fire across frozen lakes, the cries of villagers fleeing into the forests with nothing but a sack of barley and a child on their back. This is the sound of Finland learning that peace is not a right. It is a reprieve. By the dawn of the 18th century, Sweden stood at the height of its power. The Swedish Empire stretched from the North Sea to the Baltic, from Estonia to Pomerania. Its king, Charles XII, just 15 when he ascended the throne in 1697, was brilliant, fearless, and utterly convinced of his divine mandate. He spoke 5 languages, memorized entire battle plans, and marched barefoot in winter to prove his toughness. To Europe, he was a prodigy. To his enemies, a storm. But empires built on ambition are brittle, and Finland, Sweden's eastern flank, would bear the brunt of its collapse. The war began in 1700, when a coalition of powers, Russia, Denmark, Norway, and Saxony, Poland, sought to dismantle Swedish dominance. They believed Sweden, young king and all, was vulnerable. They were wrong at first. Charles XII struck like lightning. He crushed the Danes in weeks, defeated the Saxons at Narva, humiliated Augustus the Strong. For 10 years, he seemed invincible. His army, lean and disciplined, moved faster than diplomacy. Victories piled up, confidence swelled. But hubris has a price. In 1707, Charles turned east toward Moscow itself. He marched his army of 35,000 men through the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, then into the vastness of Russia. But Peter the Great, Tsar of Russia, refused to give him a fair fight. He adopted a scorched earth strategy. Villages were burned, wells poisoned, crops torched. The Swedes marched deeper into a wasteland, their supply lines stretching like frayed rope. And then came the winter of 1708, 1709. Temperatures plunged to -30 Celsius. Horses froze mid-step. Men died in their sleep, their breath crystallizing on beards like frost on birch bark. Frostbite claimed fingers, toes, noses. Starvation set in. By spring, Charles's army was a shadow. At Poltava, in June 1709, Peter's forces finally struck. The battle was not a clash. It was a massacre. Outnumbered, exhausted, and betrayed by their own allies, the Swedes broke. Charles barely escaped, fleeing south into Ottoman territory. And Finland? Finland was left alone, unprotected, unprepared, and directly in Russia's path. The invasion began quietly in 1713. Russian galleys slipped through the archipelago, landing near Helsinki. There was no grand battle, just a slow, suffocating advance. The Swedish garrison in Finland was skeletal. Most troops had followed Charles east. What remained were old men, raw recruits, and local militia armed with pitchforks and hunting rifles. The Russians, under General Admiral Fyodor Apraxin, and guided by Baltic German officers loyal to Peter, moved with brutal efficiency. They burned crops, seized livestock, demanded surrender. Turku fell in April 1713. The cathedral was looted. The university shut down. The city's archives, centuries of Finnish legal and ecclesiastical history, were scattered or burned. But the worst was yet to come. What followed is known in Finnish history as the Greater Wrath Isovia. For 8 long years, from 1713 to 1721, Finland was occupied, plundered, and terrorized. Russian soldiers were not paid in coin, but in plunder. They were told, "Take what you need from the land," and they did. Villages were emptied, churches stripped of silver and bells, farms reduced to ash. Women and children were taken as slaves to Russia, sold in markets from St. Petersburg to Kazan. Men who resisted were shot, hanged, or impaled. But the true killer was not the sword, it was hunger. With fields abandoned, livestock stolen, and granaries emptied, famine spread like a fog across the land. In 1715 alone, over 100,000 Finns died, nearly a quarter of the population. In some parishes, entire families vanished, their names erased from church records, their homes reclaimed by forest. Imagine this. A mother in Satakunta buries her 3rd child in a week. Not from plague, but from starvation. She wraps the tiny body in a shroud made from her own wedding dress because there is no cloth left. She sings a lullaby as she digs the grave, her voice cracking from thirst. This was not war as strategy, it was war as erasure. Yet, resistance flickered. In the forests of Ostrobothnia and Tavastia, Finnish peasants formed guerrilla bands, Rasanvia Hajat, Russian haters. They ambushed supply lines, poisoned wells, and dragged Russian stragglers into bogs. They left no mercy, expecting none in return. One such band, led by a farmer named Antti Mikola, held out for years in the wilderness near Kainuu. His men wore animal skins, moved at night, and communicated through bird calls. They were never captured, only spoken of in hushed tones, like spirits of vengeance. But guerrilla warfare couldn't stop empire. In 1721, exhausted and bankrupt, Sweden signed the Treaty of Nystad, ending the Great Northern War. The terms were catastrophic for Finland. Though Finland remained part of Sweden, Sweden ceded southeastern Finland to Russia. The entire region of Karelia, including the fortress town of Viipuri, Viborg, and the vital coastline along the Gulf of Finland. Over 12% of Finland's population, mostly Karelians, now lived under Russian rule. But worse than land was memory. The trauma of the Greater Wrath seared itself into Finnish consciousness. Grandparents told children how Russians burned their grandparents alive in barns, how priests were forced to convert at bayonet point, how the last bread in the village was hidden under floorboards, only to be found by soldiers who beat the finder to death. This was not just history, it was family lore. And it created something new, a Finnish fear of Russia, deep, visceral, and enduring. But even in darkness, seeds take root. During the occupation, the Lutheran Church became Finland's quiet backbone. With no government, no army, no courts, the parish priest was the only authority left. He recorded births, marriages, deaths. He held secret services in barns. He preserved Finnish language in catechisms and hymns. He became the keeper of identity. Meanwhile, another shadow loomed. In 1741, Russia and Sweden went to war again. This time, it was shorter, but no less brutal. Known as the Lesser Wrath, Pikaviha. The conflict lasted just 2 years. Russian forces once again swept into Finland, occupying Helsinki and Turku. This time, they came not to destroy, but to annex. Empress Elizabeth of Russia declared her intention to make Finland an independent kingdom under Russian protection, of course. A puppet state, a buffer. But Finnish nobles, terrified of losing their Swedish privileges, secretly conspired to resist. In 1742, a group of Finnish officers drafted the Anjala Address, a plea to the Russian Empress to restore Finland as an autonomous realm, possibly even under a Swedish prince. It was not treason against Sweden, they argued, but a desperate act of survival. The plan failed. Russia lost interest. Peace returned in 1743 with the Treaty of Abo. But something had shifted. For the first time, Finnish elites began to speak of Finland as a distinct entity, not just Osterland, but a land with its own interests, its own people, its own fate. This was the birth of political Finnishness. Not loud, not revolutionary, but present. And it would grow, because empires never learn. They rise, they overreach, they fall. And in the cracks, nations awaken. But for now, Finland returned to Swedish rule. Battered, grieving, and watchful. The church bells rang again in Turku. Children returned to school. Fields were replanted. But no one forgot the silence that followed the last scream in the burning village. No one forgot the winter, when the only sound was the wind through empty chimneys. And no one forgot that when empires fight, Finland is the battlefield. But next time, Finland would not just endure. Next time, it would decide. The snow has stopped falling now. The wind has softened to a sigh. In the distance, church bells toll not for alarm, but for evening prayer. And somewhere in St. Petersburg, in a palace lit by 1,000 candles and warmed by marble floors, a young emperor contemplates a decision that will reshape a nation he barely understands. His name is Alexander I, Tsar of all the Russias. And in the spring of 1809, he offers Finland a gift, wrapped in chains: autonomy. The story begins not in Helsinki or Turku, but in a small coastal town called Porvoo. It's March 1809. The Gulf of Finland is still locked in ice. The air bites with the last sting of winter. And into this frozen landscape rides a delegation of Finnish estates, nobles, clergy, burghers, and even peasant representatives summoned by the Russian Tsar himself. They enter the town square, beneath snow-laden birches, their breath curling in the pale light. At the head of the procession is Count Georg Magnus Sprengporten, a Finnish-born officer who had long argued that Finland could never thrive under Swedish neglect and might flourish under Russian protection. Waiting for them in the Porvoo Cathedral, its whitewashed walls glowing in candlelight, stands Alexander I. He is just 31 years old, young, idealistic, shaped by Enlightenment tutors and haunted by the execution of his father, Paul I. He believes in order, but also in mercy, in empire, but also in justice. And so, on the 28th of March, 1809, he makes a promise, addressing the Finnish estates in French, his native tongue. With Swedish and Finnish translators at his side, Alexander declares, "Finland, reunited with our empire by the fate of war, shall retain its own religion, its constitutional laws, and its privileges. The Finnish people shall be governed by their own laws and administered by their own authorities. This is not conquest. This is coronation. In a single act, Finland is severed from Sweden after 600 years and reborn as the Grand Duchy of Finland, with Alexander I as its Grand Duke. Remarkably, he keeps his word. Unlike most imperial powers, Russia does not impose its language, its legal system, or its orthodox faith on Finland. Instead, the Tsar affirms continuity. The Swedish-era laws remain in force. The Lutheran Church keeps its dominance. The Swedish language remains the language of administration, education, and elite culture. The Diet of Finland, dormant since 1772, is recognized as a legitimate body, though it won't meet again until 1863. Even more astonishing, Alexander establishes a Finnish Senate in 1809, a governing council composed entirely of Finns, led by a governor-general, initially a Russian, but later often a Finn and answerable directly to the Tsar, bypassing Russian ministries. Finland, in effect, becomes a state within an empire. But why? Alexander was no altruist. His motives were strategic. Finland was a buffer zone, a loyal, Christian, Western-style territory between the Russian heartland and the volatile Nordic powers. A content Finland would be a quiet Finland. A rebellious Finland would be a gateway for Swedish or British intervention. So, he offered autonomy not out of generosity, but calculated benevolence. And for decades, it worked. Turku remained the capital until disaster struck. In 1827, a fire broke out in a bakery. It spread with terrifying speed through the wooden city. By dawn, 3/4 of Turku was ash. The university, the cathedral, the archives all gone. Over 100,000 books burned, including irreplaceable medieval manuscripts. But from the ashes rose Helsinki. The Senate, urged by Russian authorities, decided to relocate the capital to the southern coast, a city easier to defend, closer to St. Petersburg, and symbolically fresh. Enter Karl Ludwig Engel, a German architect summoned by the Tsar. Over the next 2 decades, Engel transforms Helsinki from a sleepy port of 4,000 into a neoclassical capital, its skyline dominated by the Helsinki Cathedral, its Senate Square echoing the grandeur of St. Petersburg. The city becomes a physical manifestation of Finland's new identity. Neither Swedish nor Russian, but Finnish. Yet, beneath the marble facades, a deeper transformation is unfolding. For the first time in centuries, Finns begin to imagine themselves as a people not just peasants, nobles, or Swedes in exile, but a distinct nation with a shared language, culture, and destiny. This awakening begins with language. Since the Middle Ages, Swedish had been the language of power. Finnish was the tongue of servants, farmers, and mothers, a kitchen language, as one Swedish-speaking noble sneered. Even educated Finns often dismissed it as crude, guttural, unfit for literature or law. But in the Grand Duchy, something shifts. In 1811, the Turku Academy, Finland's only university, is re-established in Helsinki as the Imperial Alexander University. Though instruction remains in Swedish, Finnish scholars begin to study their own language with academic rigor. And then comes Elias Lönnrot. A doctor by training, folklorist by passion, Lönnrot spends his summers in the 1832nd and 1842nd trekking through the forests of Karelia, the eastern region that had remained under Russian rule after the Greater Wrath. There, in remote villages where the old ways still held, he listens. Old men and women Tietäjät recite epic poems in the Kalevalaic meter, songs of the world's creation, of the hero Wainamoinen's quest for the Sampo, a magical mill that grinds salt, grain, and gold, of Lemminkainen's reckless courage, of Ilmarinen's forge beneath the sea. Lönnrot doesn't just transcribe, he weaves. In 1835, he publishes the first edition of the Kalevala, a national epic stitched from 23,000 lines of collected verse. A second, expanded edition follows in 1849. The impact is seismic. For the first time, Finnish has a mythology not borrowed from Greece or Rome, but native, ancient, and powerful. The Kalevala becomes Finland's cultural scripture. Artists painted scenes. Composers set its verses to music. Schoolchildren memorize its stanzas. Most importantly, it proves that Finnish is not a dialect of backward peasants, but a language capable of grandeur. This sparks the Fennoman movement. Led by intellectuals like Johann Wilhelm Snellman, a philosopher, journalist, and statesman, the Fennomans argue that Finland's future lies not in clinging to Sweden, but in embracing its Finnish identity. Snellman, himself Swedish-speaking, learns Finnish as an adult. He writes in his newspaper Saima, "A nation without a language of its own is a nation without a soul." But not everyone agrees. Enter the Svekaman Swedish-speaking Finns, who see themselves as the cultural elite, the guardians of Western civilization in the East. To them, Finnish is a step backward, a surrender to barbarism. The struggle is not just linguistic, it's existential. Are Finns a branch of the Swedish people, or a unique nation with Uralic roots, Orthodox neighbors, and a destiny apart? The Tsar, for his part, watches with interest. In 1863, under pressure from Fennoman lobbying and growing nationalist sentiment, Tsar Alexander II signs the Language Ordinance, declaring that Finnish will become an official language alongside Swedish within 20 years. It's a quiet revolution. Schools begin teaching in Finnish. Government notices appear in both languages. The first Finnish language newspaper, Suomatar, gains readers. But the real shift happens in the hearts of ordinary people. A farmer in Savo teaches his son to read Agricola's Bible. A seamstress in Tampere sings Kalevala verses to her children. A blacksmith in Oulu names his forge after Ilmarinen. Finnishness is no longer imposed from above. It grows from below, rooted in soil, song, and shared memory. Meanwhile, Finland industrializes. Railroads snake across the landscape. Factories rise in Tampere, the Manchester of the North, spinning cotton, weaving cloth, smelting iron. A working class emerges. Urban, literate, and increasingly political. In 1906, Finland does the unthinkable. After the 1905 general strike, a wave of protests demanding civil rights. In the wake of Russia's defeat in the Russo-Japanese War, the Tsar concedes. Finland becomes the first country in Europe to grant universal suffrage and the first in the world to give women not just the right to vote, but the right to stand for election. In the 1907 elections, 19 women are elected to parliament, more than in any other nation on earth. Among them is Miina Sillanpää, a factory worker and activist who will later become Finland's first female minister. This is democracy, born not from revolution, but from negotiation. But shadows gather. In 1899, Tsar Nicholas II launches the first wave of Russification. He issues the February Manifesto, effectively subordinating Finnish laws to Russian imperial decrees. Finnish conscripts are forced to serve in the Russian army. Russian becomes the language of administration. Censorship tightens. Why? Because Nicholas fears Finnish autonomy is a threat, a nest of liberalism near the imperial capital. Finns resist, not with guns, but with passive defiance. The Great Petition of 1,899 gathers over 500,000 signatures from a population of just 2.6 million, demanding the restoration of Finnish rights. Students refuse to speak Russian. Civil servants resign rather than comply. The press goes underground, and then, in 1904, a Finnish nationalist named Eugen Schauman assassinates the hated Governor-General Nikolai Bobrikov, then turns the gun on himself. His suicide note reads, "For Finland and my people, it's a turning point. The resistance hardens, secret societies form, smuggled weapons flow from Sweden. The word suojeluskunta, civil guard, enters the lexicon. Finland is no longer just a grand duchy. It is a nation waiting to be born." And when the Russian Empire collapses in 1917, Finland will not ask for independence. It will declare it. But that moment, the 6th of December 1917, does not come from nowhere. It is the fruit of a century of quiet cultivation, of language preserved, of laws upheld, of identity nurtured in the space between two empires. Alexander I's experiment had worked perhaps too well. He gave Finland autonomy, expecting loyalty. Instead, he gave it the tools to build a nation. And nations, once awakened, do not sleep forever. The night deepens. The wind has stilled completely now. Even the snow seems to hold its breath. In this hush, history doesn't march, it whispers. And on the 6th of December 1917, in a modest chamber in Helsinki, Finland whispered its boldest word yet: independence. But declarations are easy. Living them is another matter. The collapse of the Russian Empire in 1917 did not come with fanfare in Finland. It came with silence, the sudden, eerie quiet of authority evaporating overnight. For over a century, Finland had existed as a grand duchy under the Tsar, enjoying autonomy but always tethered to St. Petersburg. When the February Revolution toppled Nicholas II, hope flickered. The provisional government in Russia promised to restore Finland's rights. But it was weak, distracted, and short-lived. Then came the October Revolution. Bolsheviks seized power. Chaos spread. In Finland, the vacuum was immediate. The Russian garrison in Helsinki, once a symbol of imperial control, now consisted of disoriented soldiers debating Marxist theory in barracks, unsure whether to obey orders, desert, or start their own commune. Finland's Senate, led by Per Evans Finnhufvud, saw its chance. On the 6th of December 1917, the Finnish parliament Eduskunta unanimously declared independence. Not a rebellion, not a revolution. A legal act, grounded in the constitutional continuity of the Grand Duchy. The reasoning was elegant. If the Tsar was gone, and no legitimate Russian authority remained, then Finland's 1,809 status as a self-governing entity under the Tsar naturally reverted to full sovereignty. It was a legal fiction, perhaps, but it worked. Soviet Russia, desperate for peace and preoccupied with civil war, recognized Finnish independence on the 31st of December 1917. Germany followed in January 1918. By mid-1918, over a dozen countries had recognized the new republic, but recognition from afar meant little when your own house was burning, because Finland was not united. Beneath the surface of patriotic celebration, the nation was splitting along class lines deep, bitter, and armed. On one side stood the whites conservatives, landowners, the Swedish-speaking elite, Lutheran clergy, and the rural middle class. They believed in order, property, and a Finland aligned with the West. Their leader was General Carl Gustaf Emil Mannerheim, a former Tsarist officer of Finnish-Swedish nobility, now commander of the nascent Finnish White Guard. On the other stood the Reds' industrial workers, landless laborers, radical socialists, and urban intellectuals. They dreamed of a socialist Finland, inspired by the Bolsheviks, where wealth would be redistributed, factories worker-run, and the old hierarchies shattered. Their militia, the Red Guard, was strongest in southern cities like Helsinki, Tampere, and Kotka. The spark came in January 1918. The Red-controlled Helsinki Workers' Council seized the capital's telephone exchange, post office, and railway station. They declared a Finnish Socialist Workers' Republic. The Senate fled to Vasa. Mannerheim, stationed in Ostrobothnia, issued a counter-decree. The White Guard would restore order. The Finnish Civil War had begun. It lasted just 3 months, but it left scars that would take generations to heal. Imagine this. A father in Hämeenlinna watches his 2 sons leave in opposite directions, one in a white armband, heading north to join Mannerheim's forces, the other in a red scarf, marching south to Tampere with the Workers' Guard. They will never see each other again. This was not a war of foreign invaders. It was brother against brother, neighbor against neighbor. The fighting was brutal, intimate, and ideological. Tampere, Finland's industrial heart, became the Stalingrad of the Civil War. For 2 weeks in April 1918, white and red forces battled street by street, house by house. Machine guns raked cobblestone alleys. Artillery shells reduced brick factories to rubble. Civilians huddled in cellars, listening to the screams of the wounded. When the whites finally captured the city, they found over 11,000 red prisoners starving, exhausted, many wounded. They were marched into makeshift camps, at the Kalevankangas cemetery, in abandoned stables, in open fields surrounded by barbed wire. And then came the White Terror. Not spontaneous rage, but systematic repression. Suspected Reds, often identified by nothing more than owning a pair of red socks or attending a union meeting, were executed without trial. Mass graves filled the forests near Lahti, Viborg, and Helsinki. In total, over 9,000 people were executed by white forces during and after the war. But the Red Terror had come first. In February and March, Red Guards rounded up landlords, priests, police officers, and school teachers. Many were shot in backyards or drowned in icy lakes. Over 1,600 civilians died in these reprisals. Yet the greater killer was starvation. In the prison camps established after the White Victory, conditions were horrific. Food was scarce, sanitation non-existent. Typhus and dysentery spread like wildfire. Of the 80,000 Reds imprisoned, over 13,000 died, mostly from disease and malnutrition. One camp, Suomenlinna, the sea fortress off Helsinki, held 8,000 prisoners in unheated stone barracks. Survivors later described eating moss scraped from walls, drinking melted snow, and watching friends die in their sleep, too weak to cry. By May 1918, it was over. The whites had won. Mannerheim rode into Helsinki on a white horse, a deliberate echo of imperial pageantry. German troops, who had intervened on the white side, marched beside him. Finland was liberated, but at what cost? Total deaths, approximately 37,000 inches, a population of 3 million, 5,700 killed in battle, 1,600 Red Terror victims, 9,000 white executions, 13,000 prison camp deaths, 7,000 missing or unaccounted for. That's 1 in 80 Finns gone. And the trauma? That was universal. Families were torn apart, villages divided, children orphaned. For decades, Finns avoided discussing the war. Red and white veterans never shared a beer. Neighbors didn't speak. The word punainen, red, became taboo in many rural communities. Yet, from this wreckage, something remarkable emerged: democracy. In July 1919, Finland adopted a republican constitution. It created a strong presidency, a unicameral parliament, and guaranteed civil rights regardless of class or language. Mannerheim, briefly considered as king. Yes, Finland nearly became a monarchy with a German prince. Stepped aside. The first president was Carlo Juho Stolberg, a legal scholar and moderate liberal who believed in rule of law over vengeance. Land reform followed. Small farmers were given deeds to the land they worked. The old manor estates were broken up. The goal: prevent another revolution by giving the rural poor a stake in the system. Social democracy also took root. The Social Democratic Party, though banned briefly after the war, was reintegrated into politics. By the 1922nd, it was the largest party in parliament. Leaders like Väinö Tanner argued that change must come through ballots, not bullets. And it worked. Finland became a rare case in interwar Europe, a former civil war-torn nation that did not slide into dictatorship. While Germany flirted with extremism, Italy embraced fascism, and Hungary turned authoritarian, Finland held elections free, fair, and fiercely contested. Why? Because both sides, scarred by 1918, chose compromise over chaos. The whites could have banned the left forever. They didn't. The reds could have plotted revenge. They didn't. Instead, they built institutions. The welfare state began quietly in villages where midwives were trained, in towns where school lunches were provided, in cooperatives where farmers pooled resources. Finland didn't leap into the Nordic model overnight. It stitched it together, thread by thread. Language peace also deepened. In 1922, the Language Act made both Finnish and Swedish national languages, with equal rights. Swedish-speaking Finns, about 11% of the population, kept their schools, newspapers, and cultural autonomy. This wasn't tolerance, it was pragmatic unity. Then there was the Sami question. In the far north, the indigenous Sami people who had herded reindeer across borders for centuries were now citizens of Finland, Norway, Sweden, or Russia. Finnish policy was paternalistic. They were to be civilized, their shamanic traditions suppressed, their children sent to Finnish language schools. Yet, unlike in many colonial contexts, the Sami were never dispossessed of their land. Reindeer herding remained protected by law. Their identity, though pressured, endured. Now, consider foreign policy. Finland walked a tightrope. To the west, Sweden, Britain, and eventually the League of Nations, potential allies, but distant. To the east, Soviet Russia, now the USSR, suspicious, powerful, and convinced that Finland harbored anti-Bolshevik exiles. In 1920, Finland signed the Treaty of Tartu with Soviet Russia, confirming borders and renouncing territorial claims. But trust was thin. Mannerheim and others pushed for a Scandinavian defense alliance. Sweden declined. So Finland turned to Estonia, its Baltic neighbor, with secret military cooperation plans. They shared intelligence, trained together, and feared the same threat: Soviet expansion. Yet publicly, Finland declared neutrality, not out of idealism, but necessity. As one diplomat put it, Finland is the porcupine of Europe. Not dangerous, but not worth biting. The 1,930 seconds brought new tests. The Lapua movement, a far-right nationalist group, emerged in 1929, violently anti-communist and anti-democratic. They kidnapped leftists, burned newspapers, and demanded authoritarian rule. In 1932, they staged a coup attempt in Menselebat. President Per Vince Finnevud, now a conservative elder, stood firm. In a radio address, he commanded the rebels to surrender. The government is determined to maintain legal order. All citizens must obey the law or be treated as enemies of the state. The coup collapsed within days. Democracy held. Then came the Great Depression. Exports, timber, paper, butter plummeted. Unemployment soared. Yet Finland avoided mass radicalization. Why? Because cooperatives absorbed the shock. The state invested in infrastructure, and the memory of 1918 loomed large. No one wanted war again. By 1939, Finland was a functioning democracy. Poor, small, and perpetually watchful, but free. Its people had built a republic, not from triumph, but from trauma transformed. They had stared into the abyss of civil war and chosen, painstakingly, to build bridges over it. But peace, as always in Finland, was fragile. Because in Moscow, a new leader watched the north. His name was Stalin, and he did not believe in porcupines. He believed in spheres of influence. And Finland, he decided, was too close to Leningrad to be neutral. The storm was coming, and this time, Finland would not be a battlefield. It would be a fortress. The night deepens further. Snow begins to fall again, soft, deliberate, like ash from a distant fire. In the silence between breaths, you can almost hear it. The crunch of boots on frozen ground, the distant cough of a mortar, the whisper of a mother tucking a child into a sleigh bound for nowhere. This is the sound of a nation standing alone. By 1939, Finland was a young republic, only 22 years old, but already scarred, watchful, and proud. Its democracy functioned. Its schools taught in Finnish and Swedish. Its forests hummed with industry. Yet, beneath the surface of parliamentary debates and cooperative farms, a single truth loomed. Finland shared a 1,340-kilometer border with the Soviet Union, and that border ran just 32 kilometers from Leningrad. To Joseph Stalin, this was intolerable. Leningrad, the cradle of the Bolshevik Revolution, was the USSR's second city, its industrial heart, and a symbol of Soviet power, and it lay naked to invasion from the north. In Stalin's mind, Finland wasn't a neutral neighbor. It was a dagger pointed at the throat of the revolution. So, in the autumn of 1939, as the world reeled from Hitler's invasion of Poland and the outbreak of World War II, Stalin made his move. In October, Soviet diplomats summoned Finland's envoy to Moscow. They offered a deal. Finland would cede territory in Karelia, lease the Hanko Peninsula for a Soviet naval base, and dismantle its fortifications on the Karelian Isthmus. In return, the USSR would grant Finland more land in the East barren, forested, and strategically worthless. The Finnish government, led by President Kyösti Kallio and Foreign Minister Elias Erkko, refused. Not out of arrogance, not out of hatred, but out of principle. To cede territory under threat was to invite more demands. And the Hanko Peninsula? That would give the Soviets a military foothold inside Finland, effectively ending neutrality. Negotiations broke down. Then, on the 30th of November 1939, the sky over Helsinki turned red. Soviet bombers flying under the cover of a false flag operation in which the USSR claimed Finnish artillery had shelled the village of Mainila, a lie later confirmed by Soviet archives, unleashed a wave of destruction on the capital. Bombs fell near hospitals, schools, and churches. Civilians ran through snow-filled streets, clutching children, blankets, and the few possessions they could carry. The Winter War had begun. The world watched in disbelief. The Soviet Union fielded 1.2 million troops, 6,000 tanks, and 4,000 aircraft. Finland had 300,000 soldiers, 32 tanks, mostly obsolete, and 114 planes, many of them biplanes from the 1922nd. On paper, it was not a war. It was an execution. But Finland did not read the script. Instead of meeting the Red Army head-on, Finnish forces vanished into the forests, the lakes, the snowdrifts. They fought not with tanks, but with ski troops, sniper rifles, and Molotov cocktails, a name coined by the Finns themselves after Soviet Foreign Minister Vyacheslav Molotov claimed they were delivering food baskets to starving Finns via bomber. The Finns sarcastically dubbed the incendiary bottles Molotov's bread baskets and returned the favor by tossing them into Soviet tanks. At the heart of Finnish resistance was a new kind of warfare, Modi tactics. The word Modi means a cubic meter of firewood, a stack of logs ready to be split. In military terms, it described the Finnish strategy of isolating Soviet columns in the forest, cutting them into segments, and destroying them piece by piece. Soviet tanks rolled down narrow logging roads, strung out for kilometers. Finnish ski troops silent, white camouflaged, moving faster than horses would ambush the front and rear of the column, then let the middle stew in confusion, cut off from supply, surrounded by freezing wilderness. Soviet soldiers froze in their vehicles or stumbled through waist-deep snow, only to be picked off by snipers. One such sniper was Simo Heihe, a farmer from Rautjärvi. Heihe stood just 5'3" and spoke so softly people strained to hear him. During the Winter War, he logged over 500 confirmed kills, more than any sniper in recorded history. He used an iron-sighted bolt-action rifle, no scope, which reflected light, packed snow in front of his position to muffle the shot's puff, and put snow in his mouth to prevent his breath from fogging in the cold. He became known as White Death, and he was not alone. In the Battle of Suomussalmi, a single Finnish regiment of 3,000 men defeated 2 Soviet divisions totaling 45,000. They captured 43 tanks, 71 field guns, and enough supplies to equip their entire army for months. In Kola, Finnish defenders held a line for 101 days against overwhelming odds. When ordered to retreat, their commander, Eversti, Colonel Heinrichs, replied, "Kola will hold as long as we are alive." The phrase became a national mantra, but heroism had a cost. Finland had no reserves. Each death was irreplaceable. Soldiers slept in snow caves, ate frozen reindeer meat, and wrapped their rifles in rags to keep metal from freezing to skin. Frostbite claimed more limbs than bullets, and yet they held. For 105 days, Finland resisted. The world was stunned. Volunteers flooded in from Sweden, Hungary, even the United States. British and French planned an expeditionary force, though it never arrived. Newspapers called Finland the last free nation in Europe. Winston Churchill, then First Lord of the Admiralty, declared, "The service rendered by Finland to mankind is magnificent." But help never came, and Finland, exhausted, out of ammunition, and with its cities bombed into rubble, knew it could not win forever. On the 12th of March 1940, the Moscow Peace Treaty was signed. Finland retained its independence, but at a staggering price. 10% of its territory, including the entire Karelian Isthmus, Viipuri, Finland's second largest city, and the shores of Lake Ladoga, 12% of its population, over 420,000 Karelians were now refugees, forced to flee eastward, with only what they could carry. The Henko Peninsula was leased to the USSR for 30 years. In a single stroke, Finland lost its industrial heartland, its best farmland, and a piece of its soul. The exodus was heart-wrenching. Imagine a grandmother in Sortavala placing her wedding ring on the mantel as she locks her front door for the last time. She kisses the doorframe, whispers a prayer, and walks into the snow, her grandchildren clinging to her skirts. Behind her, the home her great-grandfather built is now Soviet. These refugees were not resettled in camps. They were absorbed, given land in central Finland, loans to rebuild, and a promise. Your loss is our loss. The government launched a massive resettlement program. New villages sprang up. Old place names were transplanted. Kakisalmi became Priozersk. But in Finnish memory, it remained Kakisalmi. The trauma of the Karelian exodus would shape Finnish politics, literature, and identity for generations. But independence was preserved, and that, in the eyes of many, was worth the cost. Yet, the war was not over. Stalin had not forgotten, and Hitler was watching. In June 1941, Nazi Germany launched Operation Barbarossa, the invasion of the Soviet Union. Finland saw an opportunity, not as an ally of Hitler but as a co-belligerent, fighting its own war to reclaim lost territory. This was the Continuation War. On the 25th of June 1941, Finnish forces crossed the new border and marched east. Within weeks, they had retaken Viipuri, the Karelian Isthmus, and pushed deep into Soviet Karelia. But then came the moral crossroads. Germany expected Finland to join the Holocaust, to deport its 2,000 Jewish citizens. Finland refused. Finnish Jews served in the army alongside their countrymen. Jewish soldiers even held Sabbath services on the front lines, protected by their Lutheran comrades. When the SS demanded the deportation of foreign Jewish refugees in Finland, the government stalled, hid them, or sent them to neutral Sweden. Only 8 foreign Jews were handed over to the Gestapo, and even then, under intense German pressure. It remains a dark stain, but compared to the rest of Europe, Finland's record was remarkable. As the war dragged on, Finland's position grew precarious. By 1944, the Red Army was advancing on all fronts. Finland, running out of men and materiel, sought peace, but Stalin demanded unconditional surrender, full reparations, territorial concessions beyond the 1,940 losses, and the expulsion of all German troops from Finland. This led to the Lapland War, 1944-1945. With Soviet oversight, Finland turned its guns on its former co-belligerents. German forces, under General Lothar Rendulic, implemented a scorched earth policy as they retreated from northern Finland. They burned Rovaniemi, the capital of Lapland, to the ground, blew up bridges, mines, and entire villages. Left behind 150,000 landmines, many disguised as toys to lure children. Finnish soldiers, many of whom had fought beside Germans just months earlier, now chased them through Arctic tundra, their boots sinking into snow stained with ash and blood. It was a war of exhaustion, of betrayal, of necessity. By April 1945, it was over. Finland had survived, but barely. The final toll: 25,000 dead in the Winter War, 60,000 dead in the Continuation War, 5,000 dead in the Lapland War, 420,000 refugees, $300 million in war reparations to the USSR, equivalent to 5% of GDP annually for 8 years. Yet, Finland was not occupied, not partitioned, not turned into a satellite state. How? Because of the Paasikivi-Kekkonen line, named after President Juho Kusti Paasikivi and his successor Urho Kekkonen. This policy of pragmatic neutrality acknowledged a hard truth. Finland could not antagonize the USSR and survive. So Finland remained non-aligned, declining NATO and the Warsaw Pact, avoided criticizing Soviet foreign policy, maintained free trade and diplomatic relations with both East, West, built a strong defense force, every male citizen trained, reserves ready. This delicate balancing act became known as Finlandization, a term coined by Western journalists, often with disdain. But to Finns, it was not submission. It was sovereignty preserved through restraint. And it worked. For 45 years, Finland walked the tightrope and never fell. But the cost was psychological. The war left a nation of silence. Fathers didn't speak of the front. Mothers didn't speak of the evacuations. Children grew up with unspoken grief in every room. Yet, from that silence, emerged a new ethos, sisu. Not just grit or perseverance, but a deeper, almost mythic resolve. The ability to endure what cannot be endured, to stand when there is nothing left to stand on. Sisu wasn't shouted. It was lived in rebuilt villages, in repaid reparations, in children taught to ski before they could walk. Finland had lost land, but it had not lost itself. And in the long Arctic night that followed the war, it began to heal not with monuments, but with memory. Not with vengeance, but with vigilance. Because peace, in Finland, was never peace. It was watchfulness wrapped in snow. The snow has ceased. The wind rests. Even the northern lights, those silent dancers of the ionosphere, have dimmed to a soft shimmer on the horizon. In this hush, Finland does not celebrate. It rebuilds, brick by brick, law by law, child by child. This is the story of how a nation that once buried its dead in mass graves learned to cradle its living in care. In the spring of 1945, Finland emerged from World War II not as a victor, not as a vanquished, but as a survivor exhausted, indebted, and geopolitically precarious. The war had cost 95,000 Finnish lives, left 420,000 Karelian refugees without homes, and saddled the country with $300 million in reparations to the Soviet Union, equivalent to nearly 5% of GDP annually for the next 8 years. Yet, Finland did not collapse. Instead, it embarked on one of the most remarkable transformations of the 20th century. From agrarian war, torn periphery, to Nordic social democracy, all while walking the razor's edge of Cold War neutrality. It began with reparations. The USSR demanded not gold or weapons, but industrial goods, ships, rail cars, cables, machinery. This forced Finland to industrialize fast. Factories that once made butter churns now forged electric motors. Shipyards in Turku and Helsinki, dormant during the war, roared back to life, building icebreakers for Soviet Arctic ports. By 1952, Finland had paid every kopeck on time, in full, earning something rare in Soviet eyes: trust. But trust alone wasn't enough. Finland needed people healthy, educated, and productive citizens. And so, quietly, persistently, it began to build a welfare state not through revolution, but through consensus. The foundation was universalism, not charity, not means testing, but a simple principle. Every Finn, regardless of income, deserves dignity. It started with healthcare. In 1946, Finland passed the Sickness Insurance Act, guaranteeing paid sick leave and medical coverage for industrial workers. By 1963, it expanded to all citizens. Rural clinics once staffed by a single doctor and a midwife were upgraded. Maternal care became a national priority. Infant mortality, once among Europe's highest, plummeted. By 1970, Finnish babies were as likely to survive as Swedish or Norwegian ones. Then came education. In 1921, Finland had introduced compulsory schooling, but only for 6 years. In 1968, it launched a radical reform. 9-year comprehensive school for all. Taught in Finnish or Swedish, free of charge, with meals, books, and transportation provided by the state. No tracking, no elite academies. Every child, from Helsinki to Lapland, followed the same core curriculum. The result? By the 1,990 seconds, Finnish students consistently ranked among the world's best in literacy and math, not because of pressure, but because of equity. And at the heart of it all stood Kela, the social insurance institution of Finland, founded in 1937 but expanded dramatically after the war, became the quiet engine of the welfare state. Unemployment benefits, pensions, housing allowances, child support all flowed through Kela, administered not as bureaucratic hurdles, but as rights. A mother in Oulu received the same child allowance as a banker in Espoo. A reindeer herder in Inari had the same access to healthcare as a professor in Turku. This wasn't idealism. It was pragmatism wrapped in solidarity. Finns understood. In a small nation, every life mattered. There was no them, only us. The economy grew alongside the welfare state. In the 1,950 seconds and 60 seconds, forestry remained king. Paper, pulp, and timber exports fueled reconstruction. But then came engineering. Valmet tractors, Wärtsilä engines, Koni elevators. And in the 1,980 seconds, electronics. A small cable company named Nokia pivoted from rubber boots and toilet paper to mobile phones, and by the 1,990 seconds, ruled the world. At its peak in 2000, Nokia accounted for 4% of Finland's GDP and 25% of its exports. In a nation of 5 million, over 20,000 people worked directly for the company, tens of thousands more in its supply chain. But Finland never let prosperity erode its values. Even during the Nokia boom, taxes remained high, around 40–50% of GDP, funding childcare, elderly care, and unemployment insurance. The state didn't shrink, it adapted. Gender equality deepened. In 1906, Finland had been the first in the world to grant women full political rights. By the 1,970 seconds, it pushed further. Maternity leave, paternity leave, and universal daycare. By 1985, over 80% of children under 7 were in publicly funded childcare, free or low cost, high quality, and available to all. Women entered the workforce in droves, not out of necessity alone, but because the system enabled choice. And language peace held. The 1,919 Constitution had recognized both Finnish and Swedish as national languages. In 1922, the Language Act formalized bilingual services. Municipalities with over 8% Swedish speakers were required to offer services in Swedish. Swedish language schools, newspapers, Hufvudstadsbladet, and theaters thrived. This wasn't tolerance. It was constitutional coexistence. Even the Sami gained recognition. In 1973, Finland established the Sami Parliament, Samedigi, a representative body for cultural and linguistic matters. In 1995, the Constitution was amended to recognize the Sami as an indigenous people with the right to preserve and develop their language and culture. Now, consider identity. For centuries, Finnishness was defined against something. Against Sweden, against Russia, against war. But in the post-war decades, it turned inward toward creation. Jean Sibelius, the composer who gave Finland its musical soul with Finlandia and the Karelia Suite, died in 1957. But his legacy echoed in every school choir and radio broadcast. Architect Alvar Aalto shaped the nation's aesthetic. Curved birch furniture, human-scale libraries, and the iconic Finlandia Hall in Helsinki, its white marble facade gleaming like ice under sun. Literature flourished. Novelist Väinö Linna's The Unknown Soldier, 1954, a raw, unsentimental account of the continuation war, became a national touchstone read in schools, adapted into films, debated in homes. It didn't glorify war. It mourned it. And then there was Finlandization. The term, coined by West German journalists in the 1970 seconds, carried a sneer. Finland was a neutral pawn, too deferential to Moscow, too eager to avoid provoking the USSR, but Finns saw it differently. To them, it was active neutrality. Finland refused to join NATO. It declined the Warsaw Pact. It maintained free trade with both East and West. Finnish diplomats hosted Soviet and American delegations in the same sauna, literally. President Urho Kekkonen, who ruled from 1956 to 1982, perfected the art of the balancing act. He visited Moscow often, but also hosted US presidents. He censored anti-Soviet films, but protected free speech in parliament. It was delicate, it was necessary, and it worked. While Hungary revolted in 1956, Czechoslovakia in 1968, and Poland in 1980, Finland remained stable, democratic, and free. Then, in 1991, the Soviet Union collapsed. Overnight, Finland's geopolitical rationale vanished. The USSR, its neighbor, creditor, and shadow, was gone. For a moment, Finland stood alone in the new Europe, and it chose to lean west. In 1995, after a national referendum and intense debate, Finland joined the European Union. It was a seismic shift. For the first time in history, Finland aligned itself not with neutrality, but with European integration. It adopted the euro in 2002, replacing the marka, a currency that had borne the face of Sibelius and the bear of Finnish heraldry. The transition was smooth. Trusts in institutions held. But challenges remained. The 2008 financial crisis hit Nokia hard. Smartphones from Apple and Samsung outpaced its innovations. By 2013, Nokia's mobile division was sold to Microsoft. Thousands lost jobs. Yet Finland adapted again. It invested in education reform, green technology, and startup culture. Helsinki became a hub for gaming, Supercell, Rovio, clean tech and design. Demographics shifted. In the 1990 seconds, Finland had been one of Europe's most homogeneous nations, over 95% ethnically Finnish. By 2020, immigrants made up nearly 9% of the population, many from Somalia, Iraq, and Russia. Integration wasn't seamless. Debates over language, religion, and identity flared. But the welfare state absorbed the pressure, providing language courses, job training, and housing support. And then came the 24th of February 2022. Russia invaded Ukraine. For Finns, the images of Kyiv under bombardment stirred old ghosts. Helsinki in 1939, Viipuri in 1940, the Karelian Exodus. Overnight, public opinion shifted. Within months, Finland applied for NATO membership, a move unthinkable just a year earlier. In April 2023, it became the 31st member of the alliance. It was not a rejection of the past. It was a redefinition of security in a new age. Today, Finland stands as a quiet paradox, a nation forged in war, yet one of the world's most peaceful welfare state. With high taxes, yet consistently ranked among the happiest countries on earth, a land of deep forests and sparse population, yet a leader in digital innovation and education. Its story is not one of grand conquests, but of resilience refined, of a people who chose community over chaos, education over exclusion, and dignity over dogma. And as you listen now, in the hush of your own room, perhaps thousands of kilometers from those birch forests and frozen lakes, know this: Finland's history was not written in capital letters. It was whispered in lullabies, stitched into school uniforms, served in cafeteria lunches, and carried in the quiet pride of a nation that learned through fire, frost, and forgiveness how to care for its own. And that, more than any war or treaty, is its true legacy. Thank you for journeying with me tonight through the complete history of Finland, from glacial valleys to digital frontiers, from pagan chants to parliamentary democracy. If this quiet exploration brought you peace or sparked your curiosity, consider liking this video and subscribe. Your support helps keep these stories alive, one hushed chapter at a time. Sleep well, and may your dreams be as deep and still as a Finnish lake under winter stars. Long before there were kings, long before there were ships with dragon prows slicing through gray northern waves, long before there was even a name like Denmark, there was only ice. Not the soft, fleeting frost that dusts a Copenhagen windowsill in December, but a titanic weight of frozen time. A glacier, miles thick, that pressed down on this land with the patience of eternity. For tens of thousands of years, what we now call Denmark did not exist as soil, forest, or coastline. It was buried, smothered beneath the Fennoscandian ice sheet, a vast river of ice that swept down from the Arctic and locked the entire North European plain in a vault of cold. But then, slowly, as all great changes happen in geologic time, the world began to warm. It was not a sudden thaw, not a dramatic crack of ice echoing across valleys. It was a whisper in the wind, a faint softening at the edges, a drop in the relentless pressure of the ice. Around 14,000 years ago, the glacier's southern edge began to retreat northward, melting away in the pale light of a new epoch. As it withdrew, it did not simply vanish. It carved. It sculpted. It left behind a gift-wrapped landscape of rolling hills, deep fjords, and gently sloping plains, all shaped by the memory of its passage. The land that emerged was raw, wet, and strangely alive. Imagine standing on this newborn earth, bare feet on gravel still damp from meltwater, breath visible in the sharp air. You are among the first humans to witness this place. The ground beneath you is not yet soil, but outwashed sand, glacial till, and shattered limestone scraped clean from ancient bedrock. To the west, the North Sea is still finding its shape. To the east, the Baltic is swelling into a brackish inland sea. There are no trees yet, only hardy mosses, lichens, and patches of dwarf willow clinging to life in sheltered hollows. The sky is enormous, empty of smoke or contrails, filled only with the cries of migrating birds and the wind sighing over open tundra. This is the world of the Maglemosian people, Denmark's first known inhabitants. They arrived not as settlers with plows and plans, but as hunter-gatherers moving with the seasons, tracking the herds and reading the land like a language only they could understand. Archaeologists date their presence in southern Scandinavia to around 11,500 BCE, shortly after the ice receded enough to allow human passage. They followed reindeer northward as the climate warmed, then adapted as forests slowly replaced tundra. The Maglemosians were masters of survival in a world without walls. Their tools, meticulously fashioned from flint, bone, and antler, speak of intimate knowledge. Flint blades, napped with such precision they could shave hair. Barbed harpoons, carved from red deer antler, designed to lodge in fish flesh. Wooden paddles and dugout canoes found preserved in peat bogs, proving they navigated Denmark's countless lakes and rivers, not as obstacles, but as highways. One of the most remarkable discoveries comes from Mullerup on the island of Zealand. There, in waterlogged sediments, archaeologists uncovered a 10,000-year-old fishing net, made not of rope, but of twisted willow bark. It was weighted with stones and staked along a lakeshore, evidence of sophisticated, cooperative hunting. Nearby, bone points and fishhooks suggest they targeted pike, perch, and even sea trout that swam up from the Kattegat. Their homes were temporary but thoughtful. Not crude lean-tos, but semi-subterranean huts, framed with hazel branches and covered with hides or reed mats. Hearths, lined with flat stones, sat at the center, radiating warmth into the cold Scandinavian nights. Around these fires, they must have told stories of the great aurochs that still roam the forests, of the bear whose tracks they followed, of the spirits they believed lived in the springs and stones. We find their beliefs not in temples, but in the things they buried. At Holmgard in central Zealand, 2 beautifully preserved bog bows were discovered, long, elegant hunting bows carved from elm, dated to around 7000 BCE. They were placed deliberately in a peat bog, not lost or discarded. In later centuries, the Danes would offer swords, cauldrons, and even human bodies to the bogs as sacrifices. Perhaps this tradition began here, with a hunter returning his most trusted tool to the earth that sustained him, in gratitude or ritual. Then came the Kongamos culture, around 6000 BCE, named after a site near the town of Kongamos on western Zealand. The climate had warmed further. Dense mixed forests of oak, elm, lime, and hazel covered the land. The reindeer had retreated north. In their place came red deer, wild boar, roe deer, and aurochs, massive, untamable ancestors of modern cattle, standing 2 meters tall at the shoulder. The Kongamos people adapted with ingenuity. Their flint tools grew more specialized. Transverse arrowheads for hunting, axes for woodworking, scrapers for preparing hides. They hunted in groups, driving animals into natural traps or ambushing them at forest clearings. They also fished more intensively, using weirs and traps in rivers, and gathering shellfish along the coasts. And their social world expanded. Evidence from burial sites suggests emerging distinctions in status. At one grave near Vedbæk, a woman was buried with a necklace of over 100 amber beads. Amber, that golden fossilized resin washed ashore from the Baltic. To collect so many required time, trade, or luck. Perhaps she was a healer, perhaps a storyteller, or perhaps she simply had a keen eye for beauty in a world that offered little comfort. By 5400 BCE, a new wave of people arrived, not from the north, but from the south. These were farmers. They brought with them something the hunter-gatherers had never known: domesticated plants and animals, wheat, barley, cattle, pigs, and sheep, seeds of a revolution that would slowly, irreversibly, transform Denmark from a land of wanderers into a land of fields and fences. This marks the beginning of the Neolithic period, and the rise of the funnel beaker culture, named for their distinctive pottery with funnel-shaped tops. But between the last Maglemosians and the first farmers, there was a transitional people, the Ertebøl culture, flourishing from around 5400 to 3950 BCE, just before farming took hold. They are Denmark's final hunter-gatherers, and among its most fascinating. Centered along the coasts of Jutland and the Danish islands, the Ertebøl people lived in semi-permanent settlements, often on elevated ground near rich estuaries. They did not farm, but they were not primitive. Their villages contained large wooden longhouses, some over 15 meters long, with central hearths and post-hole patterns suggesting organized interior space. At Tybrind Vig on Funen, divers discovered a submerged site that had once been a riverside camp. There, preserved in silt, lay a 7,000-year-old dugout canoe, complete with paddles, fishing lines, and even a bark container that once held nettle soup. They were expert mariners. Isotopic analysis of their bones shows that over 50% of their diet came from the sea: cod, flatfish, seals, porpoises, even whales that washed ashore. They used fish weirs, leasters, multi-pronged spears, and bone hooks. But they also hunted deer in the forests and gathered hazelnuts, berries, and wild greens, and they feasted. At Norsminde Fjord, archaeologists uncovered a massive shell mid in a refuse heap over 200 meters long, containing millions of oyster, cockle, and mussel shells, alongside bones of deer, boar, and birds. This was not just a dump, it was a gathering place. A seasonal banquet hall where communities came together to eat, trade, and perhaps mark rites of passage. They also buried their dead with care. At Vedbak, near Copenhagen, a cemetery revealed graves with striking emotional depth. In one, a young woman lay with a newborn infant, cradled on a swan's wing. In another, a man was buried with a flint axe and red ochre sprinkled over his body, a pigment often associated with rebirth or ritual. These were not hasty interments. They were acts of love, memory, and belief in something beyond death. Did they know about farming? Almost certainly. Pottery fragments from southern Sweden and northern Germany regions already practicing agriculture have been found in Ertebel sites. They may have traded with farmers or observed them from a distance. Yet for centuries, they chose to remain hunter-gatherers. Was it tradition? Was it that the coastal bounty was too rich to abandon? Or did they sense something in the farmer's life, the back-breaking labor of tilling soil, the confinement of village life, the loss of freedom that they were not ready to accept? We cannot know. But around 3,950 BCE, the Ertebel way of life vanished. Not through conquest, but through absorption. The Funnelbeaker farmers expanded northward, bringing plows, domesticated animals, and a new social order. Within a few generations, the old ways faded. The shell middens were abandoned. The dugout canoes rotted in riverbeds. The last hunter-gatherer died, and no one remembered how to knap a perfect flint blade. Yet their legacy endured in the DNA of modern Danes, in the coastline they knew so well, and in the quiet reverence for the sea that still runs through Danish culture. The land they walked was soft, young, still settling after the weight of ice. The forests were deep, the winters long, the summers brief but brilliant. There were no borders, no nations, no concept of Denmark. Only people moving through a world of water, wood, and wind, listening, adapting, surviving. And in the silence between the bird calls and the rustle of leaves, you can almost hear them still napping flint by a fire, singing to their children, offering thanks to the bog for another day of life. This was Denmark's first dawn, not with fanfare, not with flags or anthems, but with a single footprint in wet clay, left by someone who did not know they were making history, only that they had to keep walking. Close your eyes for a moment. Imagine the low, golden light of a summer evening in what we now call Zealand, Denmark's largest island, around 1,500 BCE. The air is still warm, carrying the scent of blooming meadowsweet and damp earth from the nearby fjord. There are no roads, no fences, no towns, only open fields, scattered groves of oak and hazel, and the soft hush of wind moving through tall grass. But if you listen carefully beyond the chirp of crickets and the distant cry of a heron, you might hear something else. The rhythmic ring of metal on metal, a hammer striking bronze. This is the sound of a new age. For over 1,000 years, Denmark's people had lived with stone, bone, and wood. Their tools, weapons, and ornaments were shaped from what the earth and animals gave them freely. But now, something extraordinary had arrived, not from local forests or rivers, but from far beyond the horizon: bronze, an alloy of copper and tin. It was harder than pure copper, sharper than flint, and capable of holding an edge that could cut through hide, wood, and even bone with astonishing ease. But bronze did not exist naturally in Denmark. Neither copper nor tin could be mined here in any meaningful quantity. So how did it arrive? Through trade. Long before Denmark was a nation, it was a crossroads. Archaeological evidence shows that by 1700 BCE, Danish communities were deeply embedded in a vast European exchange network that stretched from the mines of Cornwall in Britain to the Carpathian Mountains of modern-day Romania, and even as far as the eastern Mediterranean. Amber, Denmark's golden treasure, washed ash to its shores from ancient Baltic forests, was the key. To the elites of Mycenaean Greece, Minoan Crete, and Central Europe, amber was not just decorative. It was sacred. Warm to the touch, electric when rubbed, luminous in firelight, it was believed to contain the essence of the sun, captured in resin. In Denmark, sitting at the northern edge of the known world, controlled access to it. In return for sacks of raw amber, Danish chieftains received bronze ingots, finished weapons, jewelry, and perhaps even stories, tales of palaces with frescoed walls, of ships with sails, of gods who walked among men. This exchange did more than bring metal. It brought ideas, status, and a new social order. Society began to stratify. Where once leadership may have rested with the best hunter or the wisest elder, power now flowed to those who controlled bronze. They were the ones who could forge axes, swords, and razors not just for utility, but for display. A man buried with a bronze sword wasn't just armed. He was announcing his connection to distant worlds, his access to rare wealth, his divine favor. And nowhere is this clearer than in the burial mounds that still dot the Danish countryside, over 50,000 of them from the Bronze Age alone. These were not graves for common folk. Take the Borum Eshoi Barrow near Aarhus. When archaeologists opened it in the 19th century, they found a wooden burial chamber containing 3 bodies: an elderly man, a younger woman, and a child. The man lay on a woolen blanket, dressed in a finely woven cap and leather shoes stitched with care. Beside him was a bronze dagger, a horn drinking cup, and a lure, a long, curved bronze horn, used not for war, but for ritual music. The woman wore a bronze belt plate, a necklace of amber beads, and a sleeve guard made of woven wool, perhaps used while spinning or weaving, activities tied to elite women's roles. Isotopic analysis later revealed she was not local. She had grown up in Central Europe, likely brought to Denmark through marriage alliance. This was diplomacy in human form. Then there is the Egtved girl, discovered in 1,921 inches, southern Jutland, buried around 1,370 BCE. She was only 16 to 18 years old, yet her grave speaks of high status. She lay in a coffin hollowed from an oak log, her body wrapped in a short blouse and skirt made of wool, remarkably preserved by the acidic, oxygen-poor conditions of the peat. Her hair was styled in a loose bob, held by a bronze pin. On her right arm, a spiral bronze bracelet. At her feet, a bark bucket that once held mead, a fermented honey drink reserved for ritual and elite consumption. But the most astonishing detail? A small pouch tied to her belt contained cremated ashes of a child, likely her own. Was this a stillborn infant? A child who died shortly after birth? We cannot know for certain, but its inclusion suggests deep emotional bonds and a belief that the afterlife required family to be whole. Her coffin lid was sealed, but carved into the wood was a solar wheel, a circle with 4 spokes. This was no decoration. It was a cosmogram. For the people of the Nordic Bronze Age, the sun was not just a celestial body. It was a living god, a divine force that traveled across the sky by day in a chariot pulled by horses, and sailed through the underworld by night in a ship. This cyclical journey, birth, death, rebirth, mirrored the seasons, agriculture, and human life itself. We know this not from written texts. Writing would not arrive for another 1,500 years, but from art. Thousands of raw carvings survive across Scandinavia, on flat stones in Bohuslän, Sweden, in Tanum, and along the Danish coasts. They show ships with crews of up to 20 oarsmen, horses pulling wheeled vehicles, plowing scenes, and warriors with raised axes. But most common of all, the sun disk. Often, it appears atop a ship. Sometimes, it is held by twin figures, perhaps twin gods, like the divine twins Njord and Freyr, later described in Norse myth. In some carvings, the sun is carried by a swan, a bird associated with transformation and the soul. And then there are the lures. Over 50 pairs of these bronze horns have been found in Danish bogs, deliberately deposited, never in graves, never in settlements. They are long, up to 2 meters, elegantly curved, with decorated mouthpieces and ornate end plates, often showing ships, animals, or abstract spirals. When played, They produce a deep, resonant tone that can carry for kilometers across open land. Were they used in battle? Unlikely. They lack practicality in combat. Instead, they were ritual instruments, sounding during solstices, funerals, or harvest festivals to summon the gods, honor the dead, or accompany the sun's journey. One famous pair, the Brudevalte lures, was found near a lake in northern Zealand. Their tone is so perfectly tuned that modern orchestras have replicated them. To hear a lure played at dawn is to feel the ground vibrate not just in your ears, but in your bones. This was sound as sacred technology, but bronze was not only for the elite dead. It shaped daily life. Consider the bronze razors found in male graves across southern Scandinavia, often shaped like ships or horses. These were not mere grooming tools. They were ritual objects, symbols of transition, perhaps used in rites of passage marking a boy's entry into manhood. Many are too delicate for actual shaving, suggesting their value was symbolic. Similarly, belt plates, pins, and arm rings were worn not just for utility, but to signal identity. A man with spiral decorated arm rings was broadcasting his lineage, his access to trade, his place in the cosmic order. And then there is warfare. While the Bronze Age in Denmark was not defined by constant conflict, weapons were abundant. Sword hilts with intricate casting, spearheads designed for thrusting or throwing, and shields made of wood and reinforced with bronze bosses all appear in graves and bogs. But here's the mystery. Very few show signs of combat. This suggests that weapons, like razors and lures, were often votive or ceremonial. A warrior's status came not from how many enemies he killed, but from how beautifully his gear reflected the sun, and by extension, the divine. Conflict likely existed, territorial disputes, raids over livestock, but large-scale warfare seems rare. The society's energy went not into destruction, but into creation. Building mounds, forging metal, weaving cloth, composing songs, and at the heart of it all was the home. Most people lived in longhouses, timber-frame structures up to 30 meters long, with walls of wattle and daub, thatched roofs, and central hearths. Inside, families, animals, and tools shared space, just as in the earlier Neolithic. But now, the hearth might be lined with soapstone bowls, the walls hung with bronze hooks, and the loom weighted with clay or stone loom weights stamped with geometric patterns. Women spun wool into yarn using drop spindles, dyed it with plant-based pigments wove for blue, madder for red, and wove intricate textiles. Microscopic analysis of fabric fragments from graves like Egtvid shows stripes, plaids, and even embroidery proof of advanced textile knowledge. Children played with clay figurines and bone flutes. Elders told stories by the fire, perhaps about the great hero who rode the sun chariot or the sea serpent that guarded the amber shores. And always, the landscape spoke back. The Danes of this age did not see nature as passive. Trees had spirits. Springs were portals. Hills were the backs of sleeping giants. This animistic worldview fused with solar worship to create a deeply ritualized relationship with the environment, which brings us to the bogs. Unlike later Iron Age peoples who sacrificed humans to the bogs, Bronze Age deposits are almost exclusively objects: broken swords, bent axes, twisted arm rings, and shattered pottery. These were not lost or discarded. They were intentionally destroyed before being placed in the water. Why? One theory: killing the object released its spirit, allowing it to serve the gods in the next world. Another: it prevented the object from being reused by the living, preserving its sacred power. Whatever the reason, the act was communal. Dropping a bronze sword into a bog was not a quiet gesture. It was a public declaration, a ritual that bound the community to the land and the divine. By 800 BCE, this golden age began to fade. The climate cooled. Tree lines retreated. Harvests became uncertain. Trade routes shifted, and a new material arrived: iron. Harder, more abundant, and locally smeltable, iron would soon replace bronze for tools and weapons. But it lacked bronze's luster, its sacred gleam. The sun religion waned, the mounds grew fewer, the lures fell silent, yet the legacy endured. The Bronze Age Danes left no written records, no cities, no empires, but they left something more intimate, a world shaped by light, sound, and ritual. Their graves whisper of love, loss, and cosmic wonder. Their art sings of journeys across sky and sea. Their metal still gleams in museum cases, warm as living skin. And on certain mornings, when the mist rises off the fjords and the first rays of sun strike the dew-laden grass, you can almost hear the distant echo of a lure, low, solemn, and utterly human, calling the world awake once more. The bronze gleam faded slowly, not with a crash, but with a whisper of rust. By 500 BCE, Denmark's golden age of sun worship and ceremonial horns had begun to dim. The climate cooled. The great trade routes that once carried amber south and bronze north grew thinner, more fragile. And from the forests of Central Europe, a new metal arrived: iron. Unlike bronze, iron was not imported. It was local, found in the bogs as nodules of bog iron, spongy, rust-red lumps formed by bacterial action. Iron could be smelted right here in clay furnaces built beside streams or in forest clearings. It didn't shine like the sun. It was dark, heavy, and stubborn, but it was stronger, sharper, more practical. And in the hands of a skilled smith, it could be forged into tools and weapons that lasted longer and cut deeper than anything bronze could manage. This wasn't just a technological shift. It was a social revolution. Where bronze had been the currency of elites, hoarded, displayed, ritually destroyed iron was democratic. A farmer could own an iron axe. A fisherman could carry an iron knife. A warrior could wield an iron spear without needing amber or distant connections. Power began to decentralize, and so began the Iron Age, a long, complex epoch that would stretch for over 1,500 years, culminating in the era we now call the Viking Age. But the story doesn't start with longships or raids. It starts with bodies in bogs. In the peatlands of Jutland and Funen, archaeologists have uncovered dozens of human remains, men, women, even children, carefully placed in watery graves over 2,000 years ago. These are not ordinary burials. They are sacrifices. The most famous is Tolland Man, discovered in 1950 near Silkeborg. He lay curled on his side, as if asleep, his face so perfectly preserved by the acidic, oxygen-poor peat that you can still see the stubble on his chin, the furrow in his brow, the leather noose around his neck. Carbon dating places his death around 400 BCE. He was likely 30 to 40 years old, healthy, well-fed. His last meal? A gruel of barley, flax, and wild weed seeds, not a feast, but a ritual offering. Nearby, Groball Man was found with his throat slit so deeply his head nearly severed. His hands were bound, his hair neatly trimmed, and Elling Woman, discovered just a kilometer from Tolland Man, had been hanged with a braided leather rope and laid gently in the bog. Her hair, intricately braided into a long ponytail, wound around her head, a style that would not become common in Denmark for another 2,000 years. What do these deaths tell us? They reveal a society deeply entwined with ritual, violence, and the sacred landscape. The bogs were not dumping grounds. They were temples, watery portals to the gods. Offering a human life, especially one who showed no signs of struggle, was the highest form of devotion. Perhaps these were criminals, perhaps volunteers, or perhaps they were chosen by lot during times of crisis, famine, plague, or the threat of invasion. One thing is clear: these were not random acts. They were performances of cosmic balance, and they continued for centuries. As the Iron Age unfolded, Denmark fractured into a patchwork of petty kingdoms, each ruled by a chieftain whose power rested not on divine right, but on wealth, warriors, and reputation. We know this from archaeology, because for most of this period until the 8th century CE, the Danes left no written records. Their history was oral, sung by skalds around fires, remembered in place names like Gudme, home of the gods, on Funen, or Ledre on Zealand, which later sagas would call the seat of legendary kings. At Gudme, excavations since the 1982 have revealed a vast settlement covering over 50 hectares, one of the largest in northern Europe between 200 and 500 CE. There were workshops for goldsmiths, evidence of imported Roman glass, and over 2,000 gold objects found in nearby fields, coins, bracteates, thin gold medallions, and jewelry stamped with runes and images of gods. This was no village. It was a ritual and economic center, where elites gathered to trade, feast, and reaffirm alliances. And then came the Romans. Not as conquerors, Denmark lay far beyond the empire's northern frontier, but as trading partners and distant observers. In 98 CE, the Roman historian Tacitus wrote a short ethnography called Germania, describing the peoples of northern Europe. Among them, he mentioned the Cimbri, a tribe said to have lived on a peninsula jutting into the sea, likely Jutland. According to Roman accounts, the Cimbri and their allies, the Teutones, once migrated south in a mass movement around 113 BCE, terrifying the Republic with their size and ferocity. They were eventually defeated by the general Gaius Marius, but their legend endured. Did the Cimbri originate in Denmark? Archaeological evidence is suggestive but not conclusive. Massive earthworks, like the Danevirke, a defensive wall across southern Jutland, were once thought to date from this era, but modern radiocarbon dating places its earliest construction closer to 650 CE. Still, Roman coins, weapons, and luxury goods have been found in Danish graves from the 1st to 4th centuries CE, proving contact existed. A Roman wine strainer in a chieftain's grave in Hoby on Lolland. A bronze cauldron from the Mediterranean in a mound on Zealand. These were not souvenirs. They were prestige items, symbols of connection to the greatest empire the world had ever known. By the 5th century, the Western Roman Empire collapsed, trade routes shifted, and Scandinavia entered the migration period, a time of upheaval, population movement, and cultural fusion. In Denmark, settlements like Gudme declined. New power centers emerged, and the first runes appeared. The Elder Futhark, an alphabet of 24 characters, was carved into weapons, jewelry, and stones. One of the oldest examples comes from Vimose on Funen, a comb inscribed with the word Harja, possibly a name or title, dated to 160 CE. Runes were not just writing, they were magic. Carving a rune was an act of power, invoking protection, cursing enemies, or honoring the dead. The word rune itself means secret or mystery, but literacy remained rare. Most communication was still oral. Then, around 550 CE, something changed. The climate cooled again. The late antique Little Ice Age triggered by volcanic eruptions that dimmed the sun for years. Crops failed, populations shrank, and in this stress, a new social order crystallized. We see it in the burial mounds of the Merovingian period, 500–750 CE. At Jelling, in central Jutland, a massive barrow known as the North Mound was raised around 700 CE. When excavated, it revealed a wooden chamber with a horse-drawn wagon, sacrificed dogs, and a man buried with weapons and imported goods. He was likely a local king, a warlord who controlled land, warriors, and trade. This was the world just before the Vikings, a patchwork of kingdoms, a warrior elite, a landscape dotted with sacred groves, burial mounds, and ritual lakes. A people who spoke Old Norse, worshipped Odin and Thor, and measured honor and courage, generosity and fame. And then, in 793 CE, everything changed. On a cold June day, 3 ships appeared off the coast of Lindisfarne, a holy island off northeast England. They were not traders. They were raiders. They burned the monastery, slaughtered monks, and carried off gold, silver, and slaves. The attack sent shockwaves through Christendom. A Northumbrian scholar wrote in horror, "Never before has such terror appeared in Britain as we have now suffered from a pagan race." These were the Danes, or at least, people from what we now call Denmark. And so began the Viking Age. But to call them just raiders is to miss the full picture. The Vikings were farmers, traders, explorers, craftsmen, poets, and settlers. Raiding was only one part of their economy, a high-risk, high-reward strategy for young men seeking wealth and status in a society where inheritance went to the eldest son. Their secret? The longship. No vessel before or since combined speed, shallow draft, and seaworthiness so perfectly. Built from overlapping oak planks, clinker-built, caulked with wool and tar, and powered by both square sail and oars, the longship could cross open ocean, then glide up rivers so shallow it could land on a beach. The Skudelev ships, discovered in a fjord north of Roskilde, and deliberately sunk around 1070 CE to block a channel, give us a full spectrum. Skudelev II, a 30-meter warship built in Dublin around 1040. 2. Capable of carrying 70-80 warriors at speeds up to 15 knots. Skudelev III, a coastal trader, 14 meters long, used for short-haul cargo. Skudelev V, a small warship, likely used for local defense, fast and maneuverable. These were not crude boats. They were masterpieces of naval engineering, shaped with adzes and augers by craftsmen who understood the flex of wood in storm and swell. And they carried the Danes far. From Lindisfarne, raids spread to Scotland, Ireland, France, and even Spain. But the Danes also traded. At Hedeby, modern-day Hathebu, on the Schlei Fjord, they built Scandinavia's largest town, a bustling port where amber, furs, slaves, and walrus ivory flowed in, and glass beads, wine, and silver coins flowed out. Excavations reveal 1,500 houses, a semicircular harbor, and streets lined with workshops. A merchant might sell soapstone bowls from Norway, silk from Byzantium, and Frankish swords all in a single morning. Nearby Ribe, founded around 700 CE, is even older, the oldest town in Denmark. Its comb makers, bead makers, and metal workers left behind molds, slag, and thousands of everyday objects. This was urban Denmark, emerging not by royal decree, but by economic necessity. The Danes also settled. In England, they established the Danelaw, a region from Yorkshire to East Anglia, where Danish law, language, and customs held sway. Place names ending in by village, thorp, hamlet, and toft, homestead, still dot the map. In Normandy, a Viking leader named Rollo was granted land by the French king in 911 CE, founding a duchy that would one day produce William the Conqueror. And in the North Atlantic, they sailed farther, to the Faroe Islands, to Iceland, to Greenland, and finally, around 1000 CE, to Finland, North America. At Los Olmedos in Newfoundland, archaeologists found the remains of Norse longhouses, iron nails, and a bronze cloak pin, proof that Leif Erikson and his crew reached the continent 500 years before Columbus. But at home, Denmark was unifying. In the 9th and 10th centuries, a dynasty emerged, the House of Gorm, based at Jelling. Gorm the Old, the first historically verified king, ruled a realm that likely included Jutland and the Danish islands. His son, Harald Bluetooth, would change everything. Around 965 CE, Harald raised a runestone at Jelling so massive it's called Denmark's birth certificate. It reads, "King Harald commanded this monument made in memory of Gorm, his father, and in memory of Thyra, his mother." That Harald who won for himself all of Denmark and Norway and made the Danes Christian. This is not just propaganda. It's a political manifesto. Harold didn't just convert. He imposed Christianity as a tool of state building, replacing fragmented pagan loyalties with a single faith tied to the crown. The gelling stone shows Jesus on one side, and on the other, a great beast swallowing a warrior, perhaps a nod to Odin's wolf, Fenrir, now tamed by the cross. Christianity spread slowly. Many Danes practiced both burying their dead with crosses and Thor's hammers. But the old gods faded. Odin, the one-eyed wanderer who sacrificed himself on Yggdrasil to gain wisdom. Thor, the red-bearded protector who wielded Mjolnir and fought giants. Freyja, the goddess of love and war who rode a chariot pulled by cats. Their stories lived on in poetry, the poetic Edda, the prose Edda, but their temples fell silent. By 1050 CE, the Viking Age ended not with a battle, but with a baptism. Denmark was now a Christian kingdom, integrated into European politics, building stone churches, minting coins, and sending bishops to Rome. The longships still sailed, but their purpose had changed. From raid to trade, from saga to scripture, from Odin to Christ. Yet the Viking spirit endured in the resilience of Danish farmers, in the seafaring pride of coastal towns, in the quiet strength of a people who had once ruled the northern seas. And if you walk the shores of Roskilde Fjord today, where the Viking Ship Museum displays the Skoldeleve wrecks, you can still feel it, the whisper of oars on water, the creak of oak, the distant call of a horn. Not a cry of war, but a song of homecoming. The old gods did not vanish in a single night. Their departure was slow, like the tide receding from a shore at dawn, leaving behind only glistening traces in the sand. In the years just before and after 965 CE, Denmark stood at a threshold. For centuries, its people had worshipped beneath open skies. Thor with his hammer that guarded farmsteads from storm and sickness. Odin, the wanderer god who demanded sacrifice in exchange for wisdom and victory. Freyja, who wept golden tears for her lost husband and rode a chariot pulled by cats through realms unseen. Their presence was felt in sacred groves like Upokra in Scania, then part of Denmark, where archaeologists have uncovered centuries of ritual deposits, weapons bent in offering, gold bracteates stamped with divine symbols, and the remains of feasts shared between the living and the unseen. But now, a new power was rising not from the earth or the sky, but from the south. Christianity had long brushed against Denmark's edges. Missionaries like Ansgar, the Apostle of the North, had visited in the 9th century, building a small wooden church in Hedeby and baptizing a few converts. But their efforts were fragile, often reversed when kings changed or crops failed. Faith in the old gods was tied to survival. To abandon Thor was to risk storms, blight, or invasion. Everything changed with Harold Bluetooth, born around 910 CE, son of Gorm the Old and Thyra. Harold inherited a patchwork of chiefdoms loosely held together by kinship, fealty, and force. But he dreamed of more. He wanted a unified kingdom, one that could stand beside the empires of Saxony, England, and Francia, not as a pagan backwater, but as a recognized Christian realm. And so, around 965 CE, on the windswept plain of Jelling in central Jutland, he raised two stones that would echo through history. The older stone, raised for his father, Gorm, bore a simple inscription in runes. King Gorm made this mound in memory of Thyra, his wife, Denmark's adornment. But Harold's own stone, massive, nearly 2.5 meters tall, carved with intricate interlacing beasts and a Christ figure, declared something far bolder. King Harold commanded this monument made in memory of Gorm, his father, and in memory of Thyra, his mother. That Harold, who won for himself all of Denmark and Norway and made the Danes Christian, this was not mere boast. It was statecraft in stone. By claiming to have won all of Denmark, Harold was asserting centralized rule over lands that had once been ruled by rival chieftains. By declaring his conversion and the conversion of his people, he was aligning Denmark with the Christian powers of Europe, opening trade, diplomacy, and legitimacy. And the timing was no accident. Just a decade earlier, the Holy Roman Emperor Otto I had crushed a massive pagan Slavic uprising in 955 CE at the Battle of Lechfeld, cementing Christian dominance in Central Europe. Otto's son, Otto II, was now emperor, and he expected loyalty from neighboring rulers. Harold, ever pragmatic, chose baptism not out of sudden piety, but political survival. Yet, the transition was not smooth. Archaeology reveals a society in religious flux. At the trading town of Ribe, excavations show that by the late 10th century, Christian graves appear alongside pagan ones, some with crosses, others with Thor's hammers. In Viborg, the old pagan assembly site became the location of a cathedral, built directly atop the sacred mound where laws had once been recited under Odin's eye. Even Harold's own burial reflects this tension. Though he raised a Christian crossstone, his body was laid to rest, not in a churchyard, but in a great wooden burial chamber beneath the north mound at Jelling, surrounded by sacrificed animals and grave goods in the manner of his forebears. Only later, perhaps under his son Sweyn Forkbeard, was his body moved to a Christian church. Faith, it seemed, was a garment worn over older bones. Harold's reign also saw the construction of the first Trelleborg circular, geometrically precise fortresses scattered across Denmark and southern Sweden. Built with astonishing speed and symmetry, these were not just military installations, but symbols of royal power. At Agersborg, the largest, the fortress could house over 1,000 men and dominate the Limfjord, a vital waterway. These fortresses suggest that Harold's rule was not universally accepted. He needed garrisons to hold the realm together. But after his death sometime around 987 CE, Denmark fractured once more. His son, Sweyn Forkbeard, rebelled. According to later sagas, Sweyn either killed Harold in battle or drove him into exile, where he died in Pomerania, modern-day Poland. Whether true or embellished, the message is clear. Christian unity was fragile. Sweyn, though baptized, leaned back toward pagan alliances. But his ambitions were not religious, they were imperial. In 1013, after decades of raiding and diplomacy, Sweyn launched a full-scale invasion of England. The Anglo-Saxon king Ethelred the Unready fled, and Sweyn was proclaimed King of England, the first Danish ruler to hold both crowns. He died just 5 weeks later, but his dream lived on in his son, Canute the Great. Born around 990 CE, Canute was raised in a world where Danish power stretched from the Baltic to the North Sea. After inheriting the Danish throne in 1018, he defeated his rivals in England by 1016 and added Norway by 1028. For a brief, brilliant moment, he ruled a North Sea empire, the largest realm in Northern Europe. Canute was a Christian king, deeply aware of his image. He made pilgrimages to Rome, corresponded with popes, and issued laws that blended Danish custom with Christian morality. In 1027, he wrote a letter to his English subjects declaring, "I have vowed to God to live a righteous life, and to maintain justice and peace for all." Yet he never forgot his roots. He kept Danish law in Denmark, English law in England, and Norse traditions in Norway. He ruled not as a foreign conqueror, but as a king of many peoples, fluent in their tongues, respectful of their customs. But empires built on one man rarely outlive him. When Canute died in 1035, his realm splintered. His sons Harthacnut in Denmark, Harold Harefoot in England fought for supremacy. By 1042, the English throne returned to the Anglo-Saxon line. Norway broke away. Denmark shrank back to its core. For the next 2 centuries, Denmark was racked by civil wars. Succession was not automatic. Upon a king's death, nobles would gather at the Thing, the ancient assembly, and choose a new ruler from among the royal family. This often meant violence. Between 1042 and 1157, Denmark saw at least 12 kings, many of whom died by murder, battle, or exile. Yet, out of this chaos emerged a new kind of monarchy. In 1157, after decades of infighting, Valdemar I, of a murdered prince and raised in exile, seized the throne with the help of his close friend and advisor Absalon, the Bishop of Roskilde. Together, they began to rebuild. Absalon was no ordinary cleric. He was a warrior bishop, leading fleets against the Wends Slavic pirates who raided Danish coasts from bases like Rügen and Arkona. In 1168, Absalon's forces stormed the great pagan temple at Arkona, destroyed the wooden idol of Svetovid, and baptized the survivors. It was the final blow to organized paganism in the Baltic. Under Valdemar and Absalon, Denmark entered a golden age of consolidation. They built stone churches replacing wooden stave chapels with enduring Romanesque architecture. They established dioceses across the land, bringing literacy, Latin, and ecclesiastical law. They codified Danish law, most famously the Jyske Lov, Law of Jutland, in 1241, which declared, "By law shall the land be ruled, not by the will of the king." This was revolutionary, a check on royal power, rooted in Christian justice and communal tradition. And they fortified the realm, the Danevirke. That ancient earthwork across southern Jutland was rebuilt in stone. Watchtowers rose, coastal defenses strengthened. For the first time, Denmark had borders not just zones of influence, but lines to be defended. By the late 13th century, Denmark was a medieval kingdom in the full European sense. Christian, feudal, literate, and centralized. But its greatest test was still to come. In 1319, a crisis of succession threatened to undo everything. The male line of Valdemar's dynasty ended. Nobles turned to Christopher II, but he was weak. And when he tried to tax the church and nobility to fund defense, they rebelled. By 1326, he was deposed. The kingdom was mortgaged to German counts. Castles were held by foreign lords. For a decade, Denmark ceased to exist as a sovereign state. It was rescued not by a warrior, but by a woman. Margaret I, born in 1353, daughter of Valdemar IV Atterdag. The king who had begun reclaiming Danish lands was married at 10 to Håkon VI of Norway. When her husband and son died, she became regent of both Denmark and Norway. Then, in 1389, she defeated the Swedish king Albert of Mecklenburg at the Battle of Åsle and took control of Sweden as well. On the 17th of June, 1397, in the Grand Cathedral of Kalmar, Margaret crowned her grandnephew, Eric of Pomerania, as king of all three realms. But everyone knew the real ruler was Margaret herself. The Kalmar Union was born a united Scandinavia under one crown, designed to resist the growing power of the Hanseatic League and German princes. Margaret did not seek glory. She sought stability. She reformed taxes, reclaimed crown lands, and built a navy. She ruled from Kalundborg and Copenhagen, not from battlefields, but from council chambers. When she died in 1412, she left behind a legacy not of conquest, but of quiet, unbreakable unity. Denmark was no longer a land of chieftains shouting oaths under oak trees. It was a kingdom baptized in blood and faith, forged in war and law, and now bound to its neighbors in a union that would shape the North for over a century. The cross had not erased the hammer, but it had reshaped the hand that held it. The year is 1400. You stand on the windswept coast of Zealand, just south of the growing port town of Copenhagen. The air smells of salt, tar, and drying herring. Gulls cry overhead, and the rhythmic creak of ship timbers blends with the low murmur of merchants haggling in Low German, the lingua franca of the North Sea. This is not the Denmark of Harald Bluetooth or Valdemar the Great. This is a kingdom woven into a larger fabric, bound by oath, blood, and ambition to Norway and Sweden, in a union forged not by conquest, but by vision. The Kalmar Union, named for the Swedish town, where it was sealed in 1397, was the brainchild of Margaret I, a woman who never took the title of queen, yet ruled as the undisputed sovereign of all three realms. She was not a warrior in armor. She was a ruler in black wool, sitting in council chambers, drafting charters, and weighing alliances with the quiet precision of a master weaver. Under her, Denmark did not dominate. It anchored. Copenhagen, once a modest fishing village, became the administrative heart of the Union. Stone buildings rose around the harbor. The bishop's palace grew grander. Customs duties flowed into royal coffers. And Danish nobles long accustomed to regional power found themselves part of a trans-Scandinavian elite, marrying Norwegian heiresses, holding Swedish fiefs, and sending their sons to study in Paris or Prague. But unity was fragile. Sweden, in particular, chafed. Its nobility resented Danish officials. Its peasants feared conscription into distant wars. Its miners in Bergslagen, the richest iron region in northern Europe, watched as Union tariffs favored Danish merchants over local interests. Norway, by contrast, grew keener. Once a seafaring power with colonies in Iceland, Greenland, and the Faroes, Norway had been weakened by the Black Death, which killed up to 60% of its population in 1350. With fewer people, fewer ships, and fewer warriors, it became the junior partner, politically absorbed, culturally preserved, but increasingly dependent. Margaret, ever pragmatic, allowed Norway to keep its laws, its assemblies, and its bishoprics. But real power flowed through Copenhagen and Kalundborg, where she held court. When she died suddenly in 1412 aboard a ship in the harbor of Flensburg, possibly of plague, she left no direct heir. Her chosen successor was Eric of Pomerania, her grandnephew, whom she had raised from childhood and crowned as king of all three realms at Kalmar. Eric was intelligent, pious, and stubborn. He dreamed of a unified Scandinavia strong enough to challenge the Hanseatic League, the powerful merchant confederation that controlled Baltic trade from Lübeck to Novgorod. But he misunderstood the nature of power in the north. Where Margaret ruled through consensus, Eric ruled through decree. He imposed heavy taxes to build a navy. He clashed with the Hanseatic cities over tolls in the Öresund, the narrow strait between Denmark and Sweden where every ship had to pay to pass. He even tried to establish a rival trading hub at Falkenberg, angering Lübeck. And in 1426, he declared war on the Hanseatic League. The Dano-Hanseatic War lasted 22 years, one of the longest conflicts in Scandinavian history. At first, Eric's fleet held its own. Danish warships blockaded Wendish ports. Privateers raided Hanseatic convoys. But the League had deeper pockets, stronger alliances, and a ruthless strategy: economic strangulation. They cut off grain imports to Scandinavia. They embargoed salt, iron, and wine. In Sweden, famine spread. In Norway, unrest simmered. By 1434, rebellion broke out not in a foreign land, but at home. A Swedish nobleman named Engelbrekt Engelbrektsson led a peasant and miner uprising against Danish bailiffs and union taxes. His cry was simple: Sweden for the Swedes. Though Engelbrekt was assassinated in 1436, his movement did not die. The Swedish Council of the Realm began acting independently, ignoring Eric's orders, minting their own coins, and negotiating directly with the Hanseatic cities. In Denmark, nobles grew impatient. They had supported Margaret because she protected their privileges. But Eric? He treated them like subjects, not partners. In 1439, the Danish and Swedish councils deposed him together. He fled to Gotland, where he held out in the fortress of Visby for another 12 years, a king without a kingdom, writing bitter letters to popes and emperors about betrayal. The union did not collapse, but it fractured. A new king was chosen, Christopher of Bavaria, a distant cousin with no strong ties to any one realm. He ruled gently, restoring peace with the Hanseatic League in 1441 and lowering taxes. But he died childless in 1448. And once again, the three kingdoms faced a succession crisis. This time, they chose differently. Denmark elected Christian I of the House of Oldenburg, a noble from northern Germany, with Danish ties through his mother. Sweden, wary of Danish dominance, elected Karl Knutson as their own king. Norway, caught in the middle, first chose Karl, then switched to Christian after political pressure. For a moment, the union held. But the cracks were spreading. Christian I, crowned in 1448, was a builder, not a warrior. He founded the University of Copenhagen in 1479, the first in Scandinavia modeled on those in Paris and Bologna. He expanded Copenhagen Castle. He strengthened the sound dues, the tolls on ships passing through the Øresund, which would become Denmark's single greatest source of royal income for the next 400 years. But he could not hold Sweden. In 1471, Karl Knutson's forces were defeated at the Battle of Brunkeberg near Stockholm, but the victory went not to Christian, but to a new Swedish hero, Sten the Elder, who ruled as regent in the name of a distant, symbolic king. Denmark and Sweden were now de facto separate, though the union's legal fiction persisted. Then came Hans, John, Christian's son, who became king in 1481. He tried diplomacy where his father had used force. In 1497, he was accepted as King of Sweden, briefly reuniting the three crowns. But by 1501, rebellion flared again. Sten returned. Swedish castles shut their gates to Danish troops. The dream of unity was fading like a fresco in a damp church. And into this world of shifting loyalties and simmering tension came a monk from Wittenberg, Martin Luther. In 1517, he nailed his 95 Theses to a church door in Germany. The message spread like wildfire, not just through books, but through Danish merchants, German students, and discontented priests, who saw in Luther's ideas a chance to challenge both Rome and royal control. Denmark was ripe for change. The Catholic Church owned up to 25% of all arable land in the kingdom. Bishops lived like princes. Monasteries hoarded silver, and tithes drained wealth from villages already struggling after decades of war and plague. Worse, the church was seen as foreign, loyal to the Pope in Rome, not the king in Copenhagen. King Christian II, who ruled from 1513, was a complex figure, brilliant, volatile, and deeply influenced by humanist ideals. He married a Burgundian princess, studied law in the Netherlands, and dreamed of a modern, centralized state. In 1520, he launched a final, desperate bid to reclaim Sweden. He besieged Stockholm, promised amnesty to his enemies, and then, upon victory, hosted a coronation banquet in the city. 3 days later, on November 8, he ordered the arrest of 82 Swedish nobles, bishops, and burghers. Over the next 3 days, November 8-10, they were beheaded in what became known as the Stockholm bloodbath. Christian claimed they were heretics and traitors, but the massacre backfired horribly. Instead of crushing resistance, it created a martyr, Gustav Vasa, whose father was among the slain. Gustav fled to Dalarna, rallied peasants with tales of Danish tyranny, and within 3 years, drove the Danes out of Sweden for good. In 1523, Sweden elected Gustav king, and the Kalmar Union was officially dead. Christian II, disgraced and deposed by his own Danish nobles, fled into exile. His uncle, Frederick I, took the Danish throne. And Frederick had no love for the old church or the old order. Though nominally Catholic, he allowed Lutheran preachers to speak in Danish towns. One of them was Hans Tausen, a former monk trained in Wittenberg. Tausen preached in Viborg, once a pagan assembly site, now a Christian bishopric, calling for worship in the Danish language, for communion in both bread and wine, not just bread, as Rome dictated, and for the abolition of monastic vows. Crowds gathered, nobles listened. Even the king's son, Christian, showed interest. The Reformation in Denmark was not a revolution. It was a royal takeover. In 1536, after a brief civil war known as the Count's Feud, a conflict between Catholic loyalists and Lutheran reformers, Frederick's son Christian III emerged victorious. On the 30th of October 1536, he summoned the Danish bishops to Copenhagen Castle and had them arrested. not executed, not exiled, simply stripped of their titles and lands. Their estates, vast farms, forests, and manors were confiscated by the crown. The Catholic Church in Denmark ceased to exist overnight. In its place rose the Church of Denmark, a Lutheran state church with the king as its supreme authority. Worship was now in Danish, not Latin. The Bible was translated. Monasteries were closed, though many monks and nuns were allowed to live out their lives in peace. And, crucially, education was tied to the new faith. Every parish was required to have a school, so that every child, boy, or girl could read the scriptures. This was not just piety. It was nation building. A literate populace, loyal to the king and the Danish tongue, would be harder to divide. By 1537, Denmark was a Protestant kingdom, unified, centralized, and financially stronger than it had been in a century. Norway, now a hereditary possession of the Danish crown, no longer a partner, but a province, followed suit. Sweden was gone, but Denmark no longer needed it. The era of three crowns had ended. But from its ashes rose a new Denmark, smaller in territory, but stronger in identity. A kingdom where faith, language, and law were no longer borrowed from Rome or shared with rivals, but forged at home in the cold northern light, by kings who had learned that true power lies not in conquest, but in control of the soul. The year is 1540. You stand in the nave of Roskilde Cathedral, the burial place of Danish kings since the 12th century. Sunlight slants through high Gothic windows, catching motes of dust that swirl like forgotten prayers. The air smells of beeswax, incense, and cold stone. But something is different now. The Latin chants are gone. In their place, a hymn rises in Danish, clear, solemn, and deeply familiar. The words are from the new church ordinance, written under King Christian III, and they speak not of distant saints or papal authority, but of grace, forgiveness, and a God who speaks directly to the soul. This is the sound of a new Denmark, not just a Protestant nation, but a unified monarchy, where king, church, and people share one tongue, one faith, and one destiny. The Reformation had done more than change religion. It had centralized power. By confiscating the vast lands of bishops and monasteries, the crown had become the largest landowner in the realm. Royal coffers swelled. The nobility, though still powerful, now answered to a king who claimed divine right not through the Pope, but through Scripture itself. And this king was not alone. He was advised by bureaucrats, not barons, trained in Lutheran theology and Renaissance humanism. A new class of civil servants, Kancelleråder, chancellery counselors, began managing tax rolls, legal codes, and foreign correspondence. Denmark was becoming a modern state, not by revolution, but by quiet, paper-thin reforms signed in candlelit chambers. But beyond the cathedral walls, the old rhythms continued. Farmers rose before dawn to feed their cattle. Fishermen mended nets in the harbor. In towns like Aalborg, Odense, and Ribe, guilds regulated who could bake bread, forge iron, or weave cloth. Life was still hard, still local, but now, every church pulpit echoed the same message. Obey your king, for he rules by God's will. This was the birth of absolutism, though it would not be formalized for another 120 years. For now, Denmark was a hereditary monarchy, but one still constrained by the Council of the Realm, a body of nobles who elected the king and approved taxes. That balance would not last. In 1588, Frederick II died, leaving the throne to his one-year-old son, Christian IV. A regency council ruled in his name, but when Christian came of age in 1596, he did not return power to the nobles. He kept it, and over the next 60 years, the longest reign in Danish history, he would use it to build, fight, dream, and, ultimately, lose an empire. Christian IV was a paradox. A king who walked the streets of Copenhagen in plain clothes, chatting with merchants, yet who spent fortunes on palaces, warships, and wine. He spoke 8 languages, fathered 24 children, only 12 acknowledged, and believed Denmark was destined to be a great power. He began by transforming Copenhagen, where once stood wooden houses and muddy lanes. He erected Rosenborg Castle, a Dutch-style Renaissance palace with ornate gables and a crown-topped spire. He founded Nyboder, a planned neighborhood of yellow row houses for Navy officers. He built Kastellet, a star-shaped fortress that still guards the harbor, and he dreamed of colonies. In 1620, he sent ships to the Coromandel coast of India, establishing a trading post at Tranquebar. In 1625, he claimed the island of St. Thomas in the Caribbean, though it wouldn't be settled until 1672. He even sent expeditions to Greenland, hoping to re-establish contact with the lost Norse settlements. Denmark, he believed, could rival the Dutch and English, but his ambition outpaced his resources. When the 30 Years' War erupted in 1618, a catastrophic religious and political conflict that would consume Central Europe, Christians saw a chance to expand Danish influence in northern Germany, where the duchies of Schleswig and Holstein, ruled in personal union with Denmark, bordered the Holy Roman Empire. In 1625, he invaded. At first, success. But then came Albrecht von Wallenstein, the brilliant imperial general, and Tilly, the Catholic League commander. At the Battle of Lutter in 1626, the Danish army was shattered. Christian fled the field. His allies abandoned him. By 1629, he was forced to sign the Treaty of Lübeck, surrendering all his German gains but, crucially, retaining Schleswig and Holstein. Denmark had survived, but its dream of Baltic hegemony was over. Worse was to come. While Denmark bled, Sweden rose. Under Gustavus Adolphus, Sweden transformed into a military superpower, with disciplined troops, modern artillery, and a ruthless navy. By the 1642, it controlled much of the southern Baltic coast. The old order had flipped. Denmark was now the weaker Scandinavian power. And in 1643, Sweden struck. In a lightning campaign over the frozen Little Belt Strait, Swedish troops invaded Jutland. The Danish fleet was caught off guard. Towns burned. The countryside was looted. The Second Northern War had begun. Copenhagen itself was besieged in 1658. For months, citizens hauled cannons onto rooftops. Women melted down jewelry for bullets. Children carried water to defenders. But the city held thanks in part to a Dutch fleet that broke the Swedish blockade, honoring an alliance with Denmark. Still, the peace was brutal. The Treaty of Roskilde, 1658, forced Denmark to cede Scania, Halland, Blekinge, and Bornholm, the entire eastern third of the Old Kingdom. These were not frontier lands. They were heartlands, fertile, populous, and deeply Danish in language and culture. Overnight, 1/3 of the kingdom's population became Swedish subjects. And though Bornholm rebelled and returned to Denmark the next year, the others were lost forever. The psychological wound was profound. For centuries, the Sound, Øresund, had been Denmark's inner sea. Now, Sweden controlled both shores. Denmark was no longer a Baltic power. It was a North Sea nation, smaller, humbler, and haunted by loss. Yet from this defeat came rebirth. In 1660, a crisis of succession forced the nobility to make a choice: restore the old elective monarchy, or accept hereditary absolutism. They chose the latter. King Frederick III, Christian IV's son, seized the moment. With popular support from clergy and burghers, he dissolved the Council of the Realm, declared himself king by the grace of God, and issued a new constitution, the King's Law, Kongeloven, of 1665. It was the most absolute monarchy in Europe. Article 2 read, "The king is the highest authority on earth." standing above all human laws, subject to no one but God alone. No parliament, no veto, no checks. Power flowed from the crown alone. And for the next 130 years, Denmark would be ruled by kings who saw themselves not as feudal lords, but as enlightened fathers of the nation. Frederick III's son, Christian VR, 1670–1699, codified Danish law in the Danish Code of 1683, which standardized justice across the kingdom and curtailed noble privileges. He also introduced nobility titles, count, baron, to bind the elite closer to the crown. But the true architect of the Danish Enlightenment was Frederick IV, 1699–1730, and his successors. They turned inward not to war, but to reform. In the countryside, a quiet revolution unfolded. For centuries, most Danish peasants had been tenant farmers, bound to noble estates, paying rent in labor and grain. But after the losses of the 17th century, the crown needed productive, loyal subjects, not serfs. In 1702, Frederick IV began allowing peasants to buy their freedom. In 1733, his successor Christian VI introduced the Stamsbond, a law that restricted peasant movement to ensure army recruits, but which also ended hereditary serfdom. Then, in the 1782, under Christian VII, though ruled in practice by his minister Andreas Peter Bernstorff, Denmark enacted sweeping agrarian reforms. Peasants could now own land, inherit property, and choose their marriages. By 1800, over 60% of farmland was in peasant hands, the highest rate in Europe. This was not charity. It was statecraft. A free farmer was more productive. A literate farmer could read the Bible and royal decrees. A loyal farmer would defend the realm, and literacy flourished, thanks to the Lutheran emphasis on reading scripture. Denmark achieved near universal literacy by 1800, decades before most of Europe. Schools dotted every parish. Catechism classes doubled as civic instruction. The king was not just a ruler. He was a pastor king, guiding souls and soil alike. Culturally, Denmark shone. Tycho Brahe, the astronomer who lost his nose in a duel and wore a brass prosthesis, built Uraniborg on the island of Ven in the 1582, a palace of science where he mapped the stars with unprecedented precision, laying groundwork for Kepler and Newton. In the 18th century, playwright Ludvig Holberg wrote satirical comedies that mocked greed, hypocrisy, and blind tradition, becoming the father of Danish literature. And in 1742, the Royal Danish Academy of Fine Arts was founded, training painters, sculptors, and architects who gave Copenhagen its elegant neoclassical face. But the world outside was changing faster. The American Revolution, 1776, and French Revolution, 1789, sent shockwaves through Europe. Denmark, officially neutral, tried to profit shipping grain, timber, and naval stores to all sides. But neutrality is a fragile shield. In 1801, the British Navy, fearing Denmark would join the League of Armed Neutrality, an alliance with Russia and Sweden against British sea power, sailed into the Øresund. Under Admiral Horatio Nelson, they demanded Denmark surrender its fleet. When Copenhagen refused, the British bombarded the city. For hours, cannon fire shook the capital. Houses burned. Civilians huddled in cellars. The Danish Navy fought bravely but was outgunned. The Battle of Copenhagen, 1801, ended in a truce, but the message was clear. Denmark's sovereignty was conditional. Worse came in 1807. With Napoleon dominating Europe, Britain feared the Danish fleet would fall into French hands. Ignoring Danish neutrality, a British armada besieged Copenhagen again. This time, they demanded complete surrender of the navy. When Denmark refused, the British unleashed a 3-day bombardment, the first use of firebombs on a European capital. Over 2,000 civilians died. A third of the city burned, and when the smoke cleared, Denmark had no choice. It handed over its entire fleet, 18 ships of the line, 15 frigates, and 30 smaller vessels. Humiliated, King Christian VII's government turned to France. Denmark joined the continental system, Napoleon's blockade against British trade. But the cost was ruinous. British warships blockaded Danish ports. Grain exports collapsed. The economy spiraled. And in 1813, Denmark declared state bankruptcy. The final blow came in 1814. After Napoleon's defeat, the victors redrew Europe at the Congress of Vienna. Denmark, as a French ally, was punished. By the Treaty of Kiel, it was forced to cede Norway to Sweden, a union that had lasted 434 years. In return, Denmark received Lauenburg, a small duchy in Germany. It was a bitter trade. A kingdom for a county, but there was one consolation. Denmark retained Iceland, the Faroe Islands, and Greenland, Norway's Atlantic possessions, because they were considered dependencies of the Danish crown, not part of Norway proper. So, as the age of absolutism ended, Denmark stood smaller, poorer, but more unified. The dream of empire was dead, but from its ashes grew a new ideal: the welfare of the people. A nation no longer defined by conquest, but by education, agriculture, and quiet resilience. The king still ruled absolutely, but now his duty was not glory, but care. And in the decades to come, that care would blossom into the Danish welfare state, the most radical innovation of all. But that story belongs to another age. For now, in the candlelit halls of Amalienborg Palace, a king signs a treaty with a trembling hand. Outside, the wind carries the salt of the sea and the faint, mournful cry of gulls over a land that has lost much, but forgotten nothing. The year is 1815. Copenhagen is quiet, not with peace, but with exhaustion. The harbor, once bustling with merchant ships bound for India, the Caribbean, and the Baltic, now lies half empty. The Royal Navy, surrendered to the British in 1807, has not been rebuilt. The treasury is empty. The countryside, though fertile, bears the weight of debt, loss, and a gnawing national shame. Denmark has survived, but at what cost? The Treaty of Kiel has just stripped it of Norway, a union older than memory. The dream of a Scandinavian empire is gone. The dream of neutrality has proven a fantasy. And the dream of greatness, buried beneath the rubble of bombed neighborhoods and the salt-stung silence of a diminished coastline. Yet, from this humiliation, something unexpected begins to grow. Not armies, not colonies, but stories. In the decades after 1814, Denmark turns inward, not in despair, but in discovery. As the old aristocracy fades and the monarchy retreats from grand ambition, a new force rises from villages, schoolhouses, and printing presses. National identity. And it begins with a man named N.F.S. Grundtvig, a pastor, poet, historian, and visionary. Grundtvig believed that Denmark's true strength lay not in its navy or its nobles, but in its folk, its language, its songs, its shared myths. Denmark is not a state, he famously declared. It is a people. This was revolutionary. For centuries, loyalty had been to king, church, or local lord, but Grundtvig argued that Danes were bound by something deeper, a common cultural soul expressed in the rhythms of the Danish tongue, the cadence of folk ballads, and the wisdom of old sagas. He championed the translation of the Eddas and Saxo Grammaticus, reviving tales of shield maidens, sea kings, and gods who walked among mortals. He called for education that nurtured spirit, not just skill, leading to the founding of the first folk high school in 1844 at Reading, where young farmers came not to learn Latin, but to read poetry, debate ethics, and sing hymns under vaulted wooden ceilings. This was romantic nationalism, not as a call to arms, but as a call to belonging, and it spread like rye across a field. In towns and rural parishes, People began collecting folk songs, weaving traditional costumes, and celebrating street John's Eve with bonfires and dancing, a custom nearly lost to Enlightenment rationalism. The Danish language, once overshadowed by German in elite circles, especially in the duchies of Schleswig and Holstein, became a badge of pride. Newspapers like Fædrelandet, the Fatherland, preached national unity. Poets like Adam Oehlenschläger wrote odes to Norse gods reborn as symbols of Danish resilience. But this cultural flowering had a shadow, because Denmark was not one land, it was three. To the north, Denmark proper, Jutland, Zealand, Funen, ethnically Danish, Lutheran, and increasingly nationalistic. To the south, the Duchy of Schleswig, a patchwork of Danish-speaking villages in the north and German-speaking towns in the south, ruled in personal union with the Danish crown since the Middle Ages. And just below it, the Duchy of Holstein, entirely German-speaking, part of the German Confederation, but also tied to the Danish king through inheritance. This tangle of loyalties had been manageable under absolutism, but in the age of nationalism, it was a powder keg. German intellectuals, inspired by their own unification movement, began claiming all of Schleswig as historically German. Up to the Eider became their rallying cry, the Eider River being the traditional southern border of Denmark. Danish nationalists countered, down to the Danevirke, the ancient earthwork that ran across Schleswig, symbol of Danish defense since the Viking Age. The king, Christian VIII, tried to hold the line. In 1846, he issued a declaration affirming that Schleswig was indivisible from Denmark, a move that enraged German nationalists but thrilled Danish patriots. When he died in 1848, his son, Frederick VII, inherited a crisis, for in February 1848, revolution swept Europe. In Paris, the king was overthrown. In Vienna, Metternich fled. In Berlin, citizens demanded constitutions. And in Schleswig-Holstein, German-speaking elites declared independence from Denmark and union with Germany. They formed a provisional government, raised a flag black, white, and red, and appealed to the German Confederation for support. Denmark faced a choice: surrender its southern lands or fight. On the 23rd of March 1848, Copenhagen erupted. Tens of thousands gathered in City Hall Square, waving Danish flags, singing hymns, and demanding that the king defend the realm. Volunteers, farmers, students, craftsmen flooded recruitment offices. A young composer named Carl Helsted wrote a new song that would become an unofficial anthem. With hearts of fire and hands of might, we'll guard our land, our freedom's light. The First Schleswig War, also called the 3 Years' War, had begun. At first, Denmark stood alone. The great powers, Britain, France, Russia, sympathized, but refused to intervene. The German Confederation sent troops under the banner of liberation. Danish forces, though outnumbered, held the Danevirke line through the winter of 1848-49. But in 1849, fortune turned. A Prussian general, Friedrich von Wrangel, laid siege to Fredericia, a key fortress town in eastern Jutland. The Danes, under General Gerhard Christoph von Kroh, prepared for the worst. Then, on the night of July 5-6, they launched a surprise counterattack. Through rain-slicked fields and muddy trenches, 14,000 Danish troops charged under cover of darkness. Cannon roared, bayonets flashed. The Prussians, caught off guard, retreated in disarray. The Battle of Fredericia became legend the moment Denmark proved it could still defend itself. July 6 is still celebrated in Fredericia today. By 1850, international pressure forced a ceasefire. The London Protocol of 1852, signed by Britain, France, Russia, Austria, Prussia, and Sweden, declared that the Danish king would remain Duke of Schleswig and Holstein, but the duchies would not be fully integrated into Denmark. It was a fragile peace, and it rested on one man, Frederick VII, who had no heir. The Danish royal line of Christian III was about to end. A succession crisis loomed. Denmark chose Prince Christian of Glucksburg, a distant cousin with Danish roots through his mother, as heir. He was acceptable to Danish nationalists, though less so to German elites in the south. In 1863, Frederick VII died. Christian became Christian IX, and within weeks, he was handed a political time bomb. The November Constitution, drafted by Danish nationalists, it proposed a unified Danish state, including all of Schleswig, but excluding Holstein. To German nationalists, this was treason. The new constitution violated the London Protocol. It ignored the rights of German speakers, and it threatened to tear the duchies apart. In Berlin, a young Prussian minister named Otto von Bismarck saw his chance. Not through speeches and majority decisions, he would soon declare, but by iron and blood. He convinced Austria to join Prussia in defending German interests in Schleswig-Holstein. In January 1864, Prussian and Austrian troops crossed the Ida River. The Second Schleswig War had begun. This time, Denmark had no illusions. It appealed to Britain and France, but both refused to act. Napoleon III feared war. Britain feared German disruption of trade. Denmark was alone. The Danes abandoned the Danevirke too long to defend with their small army and fell back to the Dibble Peninsula, a fortified position near the Baltic coast. For 3 months, they held out. Under constant bombardment, soldiers huddled in trenches, eating hard bread, writing letters home, listening to the thunder of 200,000 artillery shells, fired by Prussian guns, the most intense bombardment in Europe since Napoleon. On the 18th of April, 1864, the Prussians attacked. At dawn, through fog and smoke, 37,000 Prussian troops stormed the ramparts. The Danes fought bravely, bayonets against rifles, courage against numbers. But by midday, Dibble fell. Over 3,000 Danes were killed, wounded, or captured. The defeat was catastrophic, not just militarily, but psychologically. In October 1864, the Treaty of Vienna forced Denmark to cede Schleswig, Holstein, and Lauenburg. Overnight, 200,000 Danes became subjects of Prussia and Austria. The loss was deeper than land. It was a wound to the soul. But strangely, it did not break Denmark. It reforged it. In the years after 1864, Denmark entered a period of intense national introspection. The slogan, "What was lost outwardly must be gained inwardly," became a national mantra. Farmers formed cooperatives, dairy collectives, where smallholders pooled milk to produce butter and cheese for export. By 1880, Danish butter was prized in London and Paris, sold in branded tins with the Danish crown. Education expanded. Every village built a school. The folk high school movement grew, teaching not just reading, but civic pride. The military, humiliated but not disbanded, reformed under officers who emphasized citizen soldiers, not mercenaries. And politically, the monarchy accepted constitutional limits. In 1849, Denmark had already adopted a constitution, ending absolutism and creating a parliament, Rigsdagen, but it was the trauma of 1864 that cemented liberal democracy as Denmark's path forward, not through conquest, but through consensus. Yet the loss of Schleswig haunted the nation. In the northern part of the duchy, 40,000 ethnic Danes now lived under German rule. Their schools were Germanized, their language suppressed, their churches monitored. They became known as the Danish-minded, a quiet resistance of farmers, teachers, and pastors who kept Danish songs alive in barns, taught children to read in secret, and voted for Danish candidates in local elections. Denmark never forgot them. And in 1920, after World War I, the world finally listened. The Treaty of Versailles mandated a plebiscite in Schleswig, in Zone 1 Northern Schleswig. 75% voted to return to Denmark. In Zone 2 Central Schleswig, 80% voted to remain with Germany. On the 10th of July 1920, King Christian X rode across the new border on his white horse, greeted by weeping crowds waving Danish flags. The reunification was peaceful, joyful, and deeply emotional. But in 1871, as Bismarck proclaimed the German Empire in the Hall of Mirrors at Versailles, Denmark watched from the sidelines, not with envy, but with a hard-won wisdom. It had learned that small nations survive not by force, but by unity, not by shouting, but by building. Houses, schools, cooperatives, constitutions, and above all, a story that said, "We are Danish, not because of borders, but because of who we are." This was the legacy of 1864, not defeat, but rebirth. The year is 1875. You wake to the sound not of church bells, but of hooves on cobblestone, and the distant clatter of a horse-drawn milk cart rolling through the village square. The air smells of fresh bread, manure, and the sharp tang of lime-washed walls drying in the morning sun. This is not the Denmark of kings and conquests. This is the Denmark of cooperatives. In the decades after the traumatic loss of Schleswig in 1864, a quiet revolution began not in parliaments or battlefields, but in farmyards, village halls, and women's sewing circles. It was a revolution built not on anger, but on pragmatism, trust, and collective action. And it started with butter. Before 1880, Danish farmers sold raw milk to local dairies often owned by German-speaking landlords or merchants in the cities. The milk was processed into butter of inconsistent quality, sold under anonymous labels, and fetched low prices in foreign markets. But then, a young agricultural advisor named H.C. Peterson had an idea. What if small farmers pooled their milk? What if they built a shared dairy, equipped with modern separators, standardized methods, and a common brand? In 1882, the first cooperative dairy opened in Hedding, a village in western Jutland. It was a modest wooden building with a brick chimney and a small steam engine. But inside, everything was new. Centrifugal separators imported from Sweden, hygienic vats, and quality controls enforced by elected committees of farmers themselves. The butter they produced was creamy, golden, and uniform. They stamped each tin with a crown symbol and the name of the cooperative. Soon, Lur brand butter, named after the ancient Bronze Age horns, was selling in London, where housewives prized its purity and taste. By 1900, over 1,000 cooperative dairies dotted the Danish countryside. By 1914, Denmark was the world's largest exporter of butter, a remarkable feat for a nation with no colonies, no vast plains, and a population under 3 million. But the cooperatives did more than boost exports. They democratized wealth. Profits were returned to members based on how much milk they contributed, not on how much land they owned. A smallholder with 5 cows earned alongside a larger farmer. Women, who often managed dairy work, gained economic influence. Children stayed on farms because there was a future, not just subsistence. This was capitalism with conscience. And it spread. Pig farmers formed slaughterhouse cooperatives. Egg producers built packing stations. Grain growers established shared mills. The cooperative movement became Denmark's economic backbone, a network of trust that turned scattered homesteads into a unified export machine. But it was not just economics. It was identity. At the heart of this transformation was a belief. We rise together, or not at all. This spirit extended into politics. In 1871, the Social Democratic Party was founded not as a radical revolutionary group, but as a pragmatic labor party seeking better wages, education, and social protections through parliamentary means. Its leaders, men like Peter Christian Knudsen, spoke not of overthrowing the state, but of reforming it from within. They found common ground with the Liberal Party, Venstre, which represented farmers and rural interests. Together, they pushed for universal suffrage, public education, and workers' rights. In 1898, Denmark passed its first Workmen's Compensation Act, one of the earliest in Europe providing payments for workplace injuries. In 1901, the principle of parliamentarism was formally adopted. The king would appoint a government that had the support of the majority in parliament. Absolute monarchy was gone. Now, power flowed from the ballot box, from farmers, laborers, and shopkeepers who voted not just for leaders, but for a shared vision of society. And that vision included women. For centuries, women had been excluded from public life, but the cooperative movement gave them a role as dairy managers, bookkeepers, and organizers. The folk high schools taught them civic responsibility. In 1887, the Danish Women's Society launched a campaign for suffrage. They held lectures, published pamphlets, collected signatures. Critics scoffed. "Women belong in the home," they said. But the women replied, "The home is part of the state." In 1908, women gained the right to vote in local elections. In 1915, the new democratic constitution granted full suffrage to all women over 25, making Denmark one of the first countries in the world to do so. That same year, Bodil Begtrup, a school teacher and activist, became one of the first women elected to the Riksdag. She would later say, "We did not ask for permission. We claimed our place." This was the spirit of modern Denmark: participatory, practical, and deeply humane. Yet the world beyond was not kind. In 1914, Europe plunged into war. Denmark declared neutrality, not out of indifference, but from bitter memory. The losses of 1,864 had taught the nation that small countries survive by avoiding great power conflicts. For 4 years, Denmark walked a tightrope. It traded with both sides, sending butter to Britain, grain to Germany. It mined North Sea oil in small quantities and expanded its merchant fleet. And it avoided invasion partly through diplomacy, partly through luck. When the war ended in 1918, Denmark emerged prosperous and intact, and it finally addressed the wound of 1,864. As agreed in the Treaty of Versailles, a plebiscite was held in Schleswig in 1920. In Zone 1 Northern Schleswig, 75% voted to return to Denmark. On the 10th of July 1920, King Christian X rode across the new border on his white horse, greeted by weeping crowds waving Danish flags. It was a moment of quiet triumph. No guns, no bloodshed, just democracy in action. But peace did not bring ease. The 1,920 seconds brought economic volatility. The 1,930 seconds brought the Great Depression. Unemployment soared, farms defaulted, families went hungry. Yet Denmark did not collapse into extremism, as Germany and Italy did. Why? Because it had already built safety nets. In 1933, Denmark passed the Kanslergade Agreement, a landmark compromise between Social Democrats and liberals that laid the foundation for the modern welfare state. It included unemployment insurance pension reforms, public works programs, farm debt relief. Crucially, it was funded by progressive taxation and accepted by all major parties. This was not socialism in the revolutionary sense. It was social solidarity, a pact that said, "Your well-being is my responsibility, and mine is yours." And it worked. By 1938, Denmark had largely recovered from the Depression, while much of Europe still suffered. But a darker shadow loomed to the south. In 1933, Adolf Hitler became Chancellor of Germany. Denmark watched uneasy, but hopeful that neutrality would protect it. In 1939, it signed a non-aggression pact with Nazi Germany. But on the 9th of April 1940, at 4:15 a.m., German warships entered Copenhagen harbor. Paratroopers landed at the airport. Tanks rolled into town squares. Denmark had 2 hours to decide: resist and face annihilation or surrender. The government chose surrender. In just 6 hours, the country was occupied. Unlike Norway, which fought for weeks, Denmark offered minimal resistance. Some called it cowardice, but others saw it as strategy. The Danish government remained in place. The king stayed in his palace. The police kept order. For the first 3 years, life in Denmark continued with eerie normalcy. Shops stayed open. Newspapers published, though censored. Children went to school. Danish soldiers even trained in uniform, though they were forbidden from guarding strategic sites. This was the peaceful occupation, a fragile illusion maintained by both sides. Germany needed Danish agricultural exports to feed its troops. Denmark needed to preserve its institutions. But beneath the surface, tension grew. In 1941, the Danish government reluctantly allowed the creation of a Danish Nazi party and banned the Communist Party under German pressure. But ordinary Danes began to resist quietly at first. They listened to BBC broadcasts on hidden radios. They published underground newspapers like Landog Folk. They wore red, white, and blue pins, the Danish colors, as subtle defiance. And then, in 1943, everything changed. Germany demanded that Denmark institute the death penalty for sabotage, ban strikes hand over Danish Jews for deportation. The Danish government refused. On the 29th of August 1943, the Germans declared martial law, dissolved the government, and seized control. The Danish Navy scuttled its ships in Copenhagen harbor to keep them from German hands, and the resistance movement went public. Sabotage cells blew up railway lines. Students painted anti-Nazi slogans on walls. But the most urgent mission was saving the Jews. Denmark had around 7,800 Jews, most living in Copenhagen. When word spread that the Gestapo planned to round them up on the night of October 1943, Danes acted with astonishing unity. A German diplomat, Georg Ferdinand Duckwitz, leaked the plan. Rabbis warned congregations. Neighbors hid families in basements and summer cottages. Fishermen ferried people across the Öresund to neutral Sweden in fishing boats, often at night, through minefields, for little or no pay. In just 3 weeks, over 7,200 Jews and 700 non-Jewish relatives escaped to safety. Only 472 were captured and sent to Theresienstadt. And even then, the Danish government pressured Germany to keep them alive, sending food parcels and demanding inspections. 99% of Denmark's Jewish population survived the Holocaust, the highest rate in Nazi-occupied Europe. This was not luck. It was national solidarity, the same spirit that built cooperatives and welfare laws now turned to rescue. After the war, historians would debate, was this the goodness of the Danish people, or a result of specific historical conditions? The truth is both. Denmark had no tradition of anti-Semitism. Jews had been full citizens since 1814. They were neighbors, doctors, shopkeepers, not others, and Denmark's small size, flat terrain, and proximity to Sweden made escape possible. But above all, it was a moral choice made by thousands of ordinary people who said, "Not here, not on our watch." When the war ended on the 5th of May 1945, Danes poured into the streets not with vengeance, but with relief and song. King Christian X, who had become a symbol of quiet resistance by riding daily through Copenhagen unguarded, waved from his balcony. The nation had been occupied, but not broken. It had lost 3,000 citizens, a tragedy, but far fewer than its neighbors. And it emerged with its democracy intact, its institutions preserved, and its moral compass intact. In the war's aftermath, Denmark doubled down on its welfare model. Universal healthcare, free university, paid parental leave. Not as luxuries, but as rights. Because if the war had taught one lesson, it was this: society is only as strong as its weakest member. And in the quiet villages where butter tins still bore the crown, in the cities where children played near resistance memorials, Denmark began to build not just peace, but dignity for all. The year is 1948. Snow falls softly over Copenhagen. dusting the spires of Frederick's Church and the red-tiled roofs of Nyhav. The war has been over for 3 years, but its shadow lingers in ration books, still in use, in the hollow eyes of returning prisoners, in the quiet way people speak of neighbors who never came back, yet something new is stirring. In the basement of a modest townhouse in Esterbro, a group of economists, union leaders, and politicians meet over weak coffee and stale rye bread. They are not drafting a constitution. They are not planning a revolution. They are building a social contract. This is the birth of what the world will later call the Scandinavian model, a delicate balance of free markets, strong unions, universal welfare, and high trust. And Denmark, smaller and more pragmatic than its neighbors, would become one of its quietest but most consistent architects. The trauma of war had taught a hard lesson. Security is not just military, it is social. If a nation wants peace, it must first ensure that no citizen is left behind. In 1947, Denmark joined the Marshall Plan, accepting $287 million, equivalent to over $3 billion today, in American aid. But unlike some European nations that use the funds for grand infrastructure or industrial revival alone, Denmark invested heavily in people. New schools were built, hospitals expanded. Housing projects rose on the outskirts of cities, offering clean, sunlit apartments to families who had spent years in overcrowded tenements. And at the heart of it all was a simple idea. Every Dane, from fisherman to professor, deserves dignity. This wasn't charity, it was strategy. By the 1950 seconds, Denmark had fully embraced the welfare state as its national identity. Universal health care meant no one feared a doctor's bill. Free higher education meant a farmhand's daughter could become an engineer. Generous parental leave meant fathers and mothers could hold their newborns without choosing between love and income. Unemployment insurance replaced shame with support, recognizing that job loss was often bad luck, not moral failure. And it was all funded by progressive taxation, not as a burden, but as a civic duty. Danes didn't resent paying high taxes. They saw it as buying peace of mind for themselves and their neighbors. This trust became Denmark's greatest resource. While other nations polarized over class, Denmark built tripartite cooperation. Government, employers, and unions negotiated wages, working conditions, and economic policy together. Strikes were rare, lockouts rarer, because everyone knew we rise or fall as one. This spirit extended into culture. In 1952, designer Arne Jacobsen unveiled the Series 7 chair, a stackable, affordable, elegant piece of molded plywood that would become a global icon. It embodied the Danish ideal, beauty for everyone, not just the elite. At the same time, Lego, a small toy company from the town of Billund, began exporting plastic bricks worldwide. Their motto, "Only the best is good enough." It wasn't just about toys. It was a national ethos, precision, quality, and honesty in every endeavor. Denmark also became a leader in design democracy. From Poul Henningsen's pH lamps, which cast soft, glare-free light using mathematical curves, to K. Bogeson's wooden monkeys, hanging playfully in children's rooms, Danish design fused function, simplicity, and warmth. It wasn't cold minimalism. It was human-centered living, and this extended to cities. Copenhagen began prioritizing bicycles over cars as early as the 1962. While other capitals widened highways, Denmark built bike lanes, closed streets to traffic, and turned parking lots into playgrounds. Why? Because a child should be able to ride to school safely. Because clean air is a right, not a luxury. Because a city belongs to its people, not its vehicles. By 1970, over 50% of Copenhageners commuted by bike. But Denmark's path wasn't without tension. The Cold War divided the world and tested Denmark's neutrality. In 1949, despite deep reservations, Denmark joined NATO. It was a painful choice, The memory of 1,940 German tanks rolling in while the world watched was still fresh. Neutrality had failed. But joining NATO meant aligning with the West, hosting American bases, and accepting nuclear deterrence. Many Danes protested. Intellectuals warned of losing sovereignty. Farmers feared foreign influence. Yet, the government held firm. Better to be protected than alone. Crucially, Denmark negotiated a caveat: no nuclear weapons on Danish soil during peacetime. It was a small act of defiance, but it preserved Danish identity within the alliance. At home, politics remained remarkably stable. The Social Democrats and Liberal Party alternated power, but both supported the welfare state. Ideological extremism, whether communist or fascist, never gained traction. Why? Because the system worked. A factory worker in Aalborg could afford a summer cottage. A teacher in Odense could send her son to university. A widow in Ribe could live with dignity on her pension. There was no need for revolution, because reform was constant, quiet, and inclusive. Then came 1972, a year of two crowns. In January, King Frederick IX died. His daughter, Margrethe, became Queen Margrethe II, Denmark's first female monarch in 500 years. Her accession was not just symbolic. It reflected a nation that had long believed in gender equality. Women had voted since 1915. They'd served in cabinet since the 1952. Now, they would see their highest office held by one of their own. And in October 1972, Denmark faced an even bigger choice. A national referendum asked, should Denmark join the European Economic Community, EEC? The debate was fierce. Farmers feared losing subsidies. Fishermen worried about EU quotas. Intellectuals feared cultural dilution. But others saw opportunity: access to a common market, peace through integration, a seat at Europe's table. The result? 63% voted yes. On the 1st of January 1973, Denmark became a member of the EEC alongside Britain and Ireland. It was a turning point. Denmark was no longer just a North Sea nation. It was European, yet it retained its quirks. In 1985, it banned nuclear power, choosing instead to invest in wind energy. The first commercial wind turbines rose on the island of Bornholm. Skeptics called them Dutch follies. But by 1990, Denmark was the world's leading producer of wind turbines, with companies like Vestas exporting green technology globally. This wasn't just environmentalism. It was economic foresight. Denmark turned a moral stance into an industry. The 1,980 seconds also brought new challenges. Globalization strained traditional industries. Shipbuilding declined. Textile mills closed. But Denmark adapted, shifting to high-value services, design, pharmaceuticals, and renewable tech. Education became the new oil. Every child learned English from age 6. Universities partnered with businesses. Lifelong learning was encouraged. And in 1989, Denmark made history again. It became the first country in the world to legalize registered partnerships for same-sex couples. The law wasn't full marriage, but it granted nearly all the same rights. It passed with broad support, not as a radical act, but as a logical extension of equality. As one lawmaker said, "Love is love. Why should the state deny it?" This quiet progressivism became a hallmark of modern Denmark. By the 1,990 seconds, Denmark was often ranked the happiest country on earth. Critics called it smug. Supporters called it proof that security, trust, and fairness create contentment. And the numbers backed it up. Low income inequality, high social mobility, strong public institutions, deep interpersonal trust. Over 70% of Danes say most people can be trusted, double the global average. Even the monarchy evolved. Queen Margrethe II, a trained archaeologist and artist, modernized the royal family, letting her sons marry commoners, allowing photos of her grandchildren in jeans. and even illustrating books under a pseudonym. She became not a relic, but a bridge between tradition and modernity, duty and humanity. And in 1993, her son, Crown Prince Frederick, married Mary Donaldson, an Australian commoner, a union that symbolized Denmark's openness to the world. But not all was idyllic. Immigration became a growing issue. After 1970, Denmark accepted guest workers from Turkey, Pakistan, and the Middle East to fill labor shortages. Many stayed, bringing families, building mosques, opening shops. By 2000, 5% of Denmark's population was foreign-born, a small number by European standards, but enough to spark debate. Some welcomed diversity, others feared loss of identity. The Danish People's Party, founded in 1995, gained traction by calling for stricter immigration controls, framing it not as racism, but as preserving the welfare state. If we open the doors too wide, they argued, the system will collapse. It was a tension Denmark would grapple with for decades. Yet, through it all, the core remained. A society built on mutual care. By the year 2000, Denmark stood as a paradox to the world. Small in size, yet outsized in influence. Neutral in spirit, yet deeply engaged. Traditional in values, yet radically progressive in practice. It had no empire, no oil, no superpower allies. But it had something rarer. A shared belief that life should be fair, safe, and meaningful for all. And on winter evenings, as candles glow in every window and parents read to children in cozy apartments, that belief feels less like policy and more like home. The year is 2005. This is modern Denmark, calm, clean, and seemingly unshakable. But beneath the surface, a storm is brewing. On the 30th of September, 2005, the newspaper Jyllands-Posten publishes 12 editorial cartoons depicting the Prophet Muhammad. Some show him with a bomb in his turban. Others portray him as a stern figure, a warrior, or a symbol of extremism. The editors claim it's an exercise in free speech, a response to self-censorship among Danish artists. The reaction is immediate and global. Within weeks, Danish embassies are firebombed in Damascus and Beirut. Boycotts of Danish goods, especially Arla butter and Lego, spread across the Middle East. Death threats flood newsrooms. Diplomats are recalled. And Denmark finds itself at the center of a clash between two ideals: the Western commitment to free expression and the global Muslim community's reverence for religious sanctity. For Danes, the crisis is disorienting. Free speech is not just a legal right in Denmark, it's a cultural cornerstone, as natural as cycling or consensus. The idea that drawing a picture could ignite international fury feels surreal. Yet the government refuses to apologize, citing neutrality and the independence of the press. The cartoon crisis becomes a turning point. It forces Denmark to confront its place in a globalized world, no longer a quiet Nordic backwater, but a nation whose actions ripple across continents. It also accelerates a national debate about integration, identity, and the limits of tolerance. In the years that follow, immigration policy hardens. In 2002, the Danish People's Party, a right-wing populist group, had already pushed through one of Europe's strictest immigration laws. Family reunification delayed, language tests required, welfare access limited for newcomers. After the cartoon crisis, these policies gained broader public support. The message is clear. To belong in Denmark, you must embrace Danish values, including gender equality, secularism, and, above all, the right to criticize even the sacred. This stance wins praise from some free speech advocates and condemnation from others who see it as cultural insensitivity disguised as principle. Yet Denmark remains deeply committed to its welfare model. Even as immigration policies tighten, the state continues to invest in universal healthcare, free university, and subsidized childcare. A single mother in Aarhus can afford preschool. A factory worker in Odense can retrain as a nurse at state expense. An elderly man in Rennes receives daily home care without draining his savings. This is the Scandinavian paradox. Open-hearted solidarity at home, guarded skepticism toward outsiders, and it works economically, at least. By 2010, Denmark has weathered the global financial crisis better than most. Its banks are stabilized. Unemployment stays below 8%. Public trust in institutions remains high. Over 80% believe the government acts in their interest. Part of this resilience comes from a quiet revolution in green technology. Back in the 1970s, Denmark banned nuclear power. Instead, it bet on wind. By 2020, over 50% of Denmark's electricity comes from wind turbines on land and offshore. The country is a global leader in wind tech, with Vestas and Ørsted exporting turbines and expertise from Texas to Taiwan. Copenhagen aims to be the world's first carbon-neutral capital by 2025. Bike lanes expand. District heating systems, using waste heat from power plants to warm homes, cover 98% of the city. Rooftop gardens bloom. Electric buses hum through streets once ruled by combustion engines. This isn't just policy, it's pride. Danish children are taught in school that the art of cozy contentment is not just about candles and wool socks, but about living lightly on the earth. Yet, challenges persist. Housing in Copenhagen becomes scarce and expensive. Young couples move to Malmö, Sweden, just across the Øresund Bridge, for affordable rents thanks to the Øresund region, a bi-national urban zone linked by train and shared labor markets. The aging population strains pensions. By 2025, 1 in 4 Danes will be over 65. Reforms raise the retirement age to 67 and encourage older workers to stay employed. And the monarchy, long a symbol of unity, faces new questions. In 2024, Queen Margrethe II does the unthinkable. She abdicates. After 52 years on the throne, the longest reign since Christian IV, she steps down in favor of her son, Frederick X. In a televised address, she says she wants to pass the crown to a new generation with fresh energy. The decision shocks the nation. Abdication is rare in Danish history, but the transition is seamless. Frederick, a former naval officer and environmental advocate, is widely respected. His Australian-born wife, Queen Mary, has won hearts with her fluency in Danish, her charity work, and her elegant yet approachable style. Together, they represent a modern monarchy, less ceremonial, more engaged, deeply aware that tradition must evolve to survive. Meanwhile, Denmark's role in global security shifts. Once a cautious NATO member, Denmark becomes more assertive after Russia's 2014 annexation of Crimea, and even more so after its full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022. Denmark sends military aid, opens its ports to NATO ships, and dramatically increases defense spending, breaking its long-standing cap of 1.5% of GDP to reach 2%, meeting NATO targets for the first time in decades. In 2022, Danes vote in a referendum to end their EU defense opt-out, allowing full participation in European security initiatives. It's a quiet but profound shift from neutrality to engagement. This is driven in part by events in the Arctic. Denmark, through its sovereignty over Greenland, controls a vast strategic territory, rich in rare earth minerals, oil, and shipping lanes. As ice melts, the Arctic becomes a new frontier of great power competition. The US reopens Thule Air Base in northern Greenland. China seeks mining rights. Russia flexes its naval presence. Denmark responds not with bluster, but with diplomacy and deterrence, increasing its Arctic patrol fleet, funding scientific research, and reaffirming that Greenland is not for sale, as Prime Minister Mette Frederiksen bluntly tells US President Donald Trump in 2019. Back on the mainland, society grapples with digital transformation. Denmark is one of the world's most digitally advanced societies. Citizens file taxes in under 5 minutes online. Medical records are accessible via a secure app. Public services operate through Digital Post, a centralized platform. But This efficiency comes with tension. Older generations struggle with mandatory e-government. Rural communities worry about losing human contact in services, and debates flare over data privacy, surveillance, and the ethics of AI in public administration. Still, trust holds, because in Denmark, technology serves people, not profit. Perhaps the most enduring trait of modern Denmark is its social trust. Over 75% of Danes say they trust their neighbors. 90% believe most people are fair in everyday dealings. This isn't naive optimism, it's the result of a century of shared institutions, transparent governance, and mutual obligation. This trust is why the Happiness Index consistently ranks Denmark among the world's happiest nations, not because life is easy, but because no one is left to face hardship alone. Yet the world grows louder, angrier, more polarized. Social media amplifies extremism. Climate anxiety weighs on youth. Global conflicts feel closer than ever. In response, Denmark doesn't retreat, it reinvents. Designers create modular housing for climate refugees. Architects build flood-resilient neighborhoods in vulnerable coastal towns. Schools teach media literacy alongside math and Danish. And every evening, across the country, people light candles, brew tea, and gather with loved ones. Because Hygge isn't escapism, it's resistance. A quiet insistence that slowness, connection, and care still matter in a world obsessed with speed, noise, and spectacle. As we reach 2025, Denmark stands at another threshold. It is no longer an empire, no longer a neutral bystander, no longer purely agrarian or industrial. It is a knowledge society, a green pioneer, a digital democracy, and a welfare state under pressure but not broken. It faces the same storms as the rest of the world: rising seas, political fragmentation, generational change. But it does so with a quiet confidence born not of superiority, but of shared experience. From the bog sacrifices of the Iron Age to the cooperatives of the 19th century, from the rescue of the Jews in 1943 to the wind turbines spinning over the North Sea, Danes have learned one lesson, above all: we are stronger together. And so, as the sun sets over the Øresund casting golden light on Lego towers, windmills, and bicycle racks, Denmark continues its experiment. Not in conquest, but in community. Not in shouting, but in listening. Not in being the biggest, but in being whole. Imagine a place born not of gentle creation, but of fire tearing through ice. A land where the earth itself cracks open, not in ruin, but in revelation. Where silence is so deep, it hums, and the wind carries stories older than memory. This is Iceland, not just a dot on the map between continents, but a living threshold between worlds. Fire and frost, myth and geology, isolation and resilience. Tonight, we journey through every chapter of this island's remarkable existence. From its volcanic birth beneath the North Atlantic waves, to the rhythms of modern life in Reykjavik's softly glowing streets. We'll walk with Viking settlers choosing names for fjords they've never seen, sit beside monks whispering psalms in lava caves, witness queens of ash and steam rising from the earth, and feel the tremors of a society rebuilding itself after dreams turn to dust. So settle in, let your breathing slow. Maybe pull a blanket a little closer. The nights here are long, but the stories are longer. And in Iceland, even the stones remember. Long before humans ever set foot on its shores, Iceland was already writing its own epic one. Not in ink, but in magma, glacier, and tectonic strain. This is a land forged not over millennia, but in real time, where the Earth's skin is thin, and the pulse of the planet beats just beneath your boots. Iceland sits astride the mid-Atlantic ridge, the underwater mountain range that cleaves the Atlantic Ocean from north to south. But unlike elsewhere along this ridge where the seafloor spreads invisibly beneath kilometers of water, Iceland is the rare place where this boundary breaches the surface. Here, The North American and Eurasian tectonic plates are pulling apart at a rate of about 2 centimeters per year. That may sound slow, but in geological terms, it's a sprint. And where plates diverge, magma rises. About 16 to 18 million years ago, a plume of superheated rock known as the Iceland mantle plume began surging upward from deep within the Earth's mantle. When this plume met the thinning crust at the ridge, it triggered massive volcanic eruptions. Layer upon layer of basaltic lava spilled out, cooled, and piled up. Over millions of years, these flows built a plateau that eventually breached sea level. Thus, Iceland was born not all at once, but in pulses of fire, each eruption adding another chapter to the island's foundation. The landscape you see today is the direct result of this ongoing drama. Consider Thingvellir, the Rift Valley, where Iceland's first parliament met. Walk there, and you're literally straddling 2 continents. To your left, the North American plate. To your right, the Eurasian. The valley floor is a mosaic of fissures, some wide enough to wade through, filled with water so clear it seems like liquid sky. This isn't metaphor. This is measurable. Visible plate tectonics, the kind most of us only see in textbooks. But fire alone didn't shape Iceland. Ice played an equal role. Starting around 2.6 million years ago, the Earth entered the Pleistocene epoch, a time of repeated glacial advances and retreats. In Iceland, vast ice sheets, sometimes over a kilometer thick, smothered the volcanic highlands. These glaciers carved deep fjords along the coasts, gouged out bowl-shaped valleys, and left behind winding moraines, ridges of rock and debris pushed forward by ice. The interplay between fire and ice created some of the island's most dramatic features. When subglacial volcanoes erupted beneath ice caps, the meltwater had nowhere to go. Pressure built until it burst in cataclysmic floods known as jökullaups, glacial outburst floods that could carry more water than the Amazon River, scouring canyons like Jökulsárgljúfur and depositing boulders the size of houses across the lowlands. And then there's the geothermal energy. Because the crust is so thin and magma so close to the surface, heat escapes easily. This powers geysers like Geysir, the original geyser, from which all others take their name, and Strokur, which erupts every 5 to 10 minutes, sending boiling water 30 meters into the air. It warms natural hot springs like the Blue Lagoon, not a natural pool but a byproduct of a nearby geothermal power plant, where silica-rich water soothes skin and soul alike. Even the soil tells a story. Much of Iceland's interior is covered in tephra layers of volcanic ash from eruptions stretching back thousands of years. Each layer is a timestamp. Archaeologists use them to date human settlements with astonishing precision. Find a farm buried under ash from the 1104 Hekla eruption. You know it was abandoned no later than that year. But perhaps the most haunting geological legacy is the island's fragility. Unlike continental landmasses built over billions of years, Iceland is young, raw, and still forming. Its rocks are soft. Its ecosystems are delicate. When settlers arrived in the 9th century, they found a land of birch forests and rich grasslands. Within 2 centuries, much of that was gone, cleared, overgrazed, and left vulnerable to the wind. Today, dust storms still rage across the highlands, a reminder that geology here is not just about creation, but consequence. The early Norse didn't understand plate tectonics or mantle plumes, of course, but they felt the land's volatility. In their myths, Iceland's volcanoes were the breath of giants buried beneath the earth. Earthquakes were the thrashing of imprisoned monsters. The aurora borealis, the glint of Valkyrie's armor as they rode across the sky. To them, every steam vent, every hot spring, was a portal to the hidden world, a belief not so far from the truth when you consider what lies just beneath the surface. So before we meet the first human to step onto this shore, Let us linger a moment longer in this pre-human world. Listen to the groan of a glacier calving into Jökulsárlón Lagoon, where icebergs drift like ghost ships toward the sea. Feel the warm breath of a fumarole rising through snow. Watch the northern lights ripple across the winter sky, not as a tourist, but as a witness. This land was never empty. It was waiting. For centuries before the first Norse longship appeared on the horizon, Iceland existed only as rumor, a phantom island whispered about by sailors, mapped in the margins of medieval charts, and dreamed of by those seeking solitude beyond the edge of the known world. To the ancient Greeks and Romans, the far north was a realm of mystery. The explorer, Pythias of Massalia, sailing around 325 BCE, claimed to have reached a land he called Thule, 6 days north of Britain, where the sun barely set in summer, and the sea turned to a jelly-like substance that ships couldn't navigate. Scholars have debated for centuries whether Thule was Norway, Shetland, or possibly Iceland. Most now believe it was somewhere in the Norwegian Sea, but the idea stuck. Far to the north lay a final frontier, a land at the roof of the world. By the early Middle Ages, Irish monks had begun venturing into the Atlantic, not for conquest, but for spiritual exile. These were men like Saint Brendan, whose legendary voyage described islands of birds, crystal towers, and seas that boiled with fire. While Brendan's journey is likely allegorical, historical evidence suggests that Irish hermits, known as the Papar, did reach Iceland before the Norse. The Islandingabók, Book of the Icelanders, written around 1120 by the chieftain Ari Orgulsson, states plainly, before Iceland was settled from Scandinavia, it was inhabited by those whom the Norsemen called Papar. They were Christian men, and it is believed that they left because they did not want to stay here with heathen men, and they left behind Irish books, bells, and croziers, from which it could be seen that they were Irishmen. Archaeological finds support this. In the Westfjords, in caves near Famsfjörður, and on the remote island of Papey, researchers have uncovered cross-shaped stone carvings, possible hermit cells, and placed names like Papafjörður, Fjord of the Popper, and Papey, Island of the Popper. Though no definitive monastery has been found, the consistency of these traces suggests a small but real presence. These monks weren't colonizers. They came seeking desertum in Oceano, a desert in the ocean where they could live in prayer, fasting, and silence. Imagine a man rowing a currach, a small boat of wood, and hide across stormy seas, guided only by stars and faith, landing on a black sand beach, hearing only wind and gulls. He builds a stone hut near a hot spring, copies psalms by lamplight, and watches the northern lights with awe, not fear. But their solitude was fragile. When Norse explorers began arriving in the mid-9th century, the Papar vanished. Did they flee? Were they absorbed? Or did they simply fade away, one by one, until no bells rang in the valleys? We may never know, but their ghost lingers in the silence of certain fjords, in the shape of standing stones that look just slightly too deliberate to be natural. Meanwhile, Norse seafarers were pushing farther west, driven by population pressure, political strife, and sheer curiosity. They had already settled the Faroe Islands and were eyeing horizons beyond. Legend credits the first Norse sighting of Iceland to a man named Nadodr, who got lost on his way from Norway to the Faroes around 860 CE. He landed on the east coast, climbed a mountain to look for signs of smoke or settlement, saw none, and named the island Snaland Snowland before sailing back. A few years later, another sailor, Garðar Svavarsson, circumnavigated the island and declared it an island. Many had thought it was a peninsula of Greenland. He named it Garthar's Holme Garthar's Isle and overwintered in Skalfandi Bay. His account spread: fertile land, abundant driftwood, no people. Then came Floki Vilgerðarson, better known as Hrafna Floki, Raven Floki, who set out with 3 ravens to guide him. When the first raven flew back, the second circled the mast, but the third flew northwest, and didn't return, leading him straight to Iceland. He spent a harsh winter in the West Fjords, where his livestock perished. From a high mountain, he saw fjords filled with sea ice, and named the land Iceland, not to deter settlers, as some myths claim, but because that's what he saw, a land gripped by ice. For a brief window, perhaps only 20 to 30 years, Iceland existed in that liminal space between discovery and settlement. No kings, no laws, no names on the land beyond what sailors had muttered. It was a blank page, in a world where blank pages were vanishing fast. Why did no one else settle it sooner? The answer lies in its isolation. Iceland is 800 kilometers from the Faroes, 970 from Norway, and 290 from Greenland, which wasn't settled yet. It's shrouded in fog, battered by North Atlantic storms, and surrounded by treacherous currents. To reach it required not just skill, but audacity. And yet, by 870 CE, that audacity arrived in force. A man named Ingolfur Arnarsson, fleeing blood feuds in Norway after killing 2 men in a dispute over inheritance, decided to try his luck on this rumored island. He cast his high-seat pillars, carved wooden posts that marked a chieftain's authority, into the sea, vowing to settle wherever the gods washed them ashore. He landed in a sheltered bay on the southwest coast, with hot springs steaming in the distance. There, he built a farm. He called it Reykjavik Smoky Bay, after the geothermal plumes that rose from the earth. And so, human history in Iceland began not with an army, not with a flag, but with a single man walking ashore, looking for his pillars and finding a home. You step ashore on a black sand beach, the wind sharp with salt and the metallic tang of distant lava. Your boots sink slightly into the coarse grains, still warm from the sun. Behind you, the sea stretches back toward Norway, a homeland you may never see again. Before you, the land rises in green folds, cut by rivers milky with glacial silt, dotted with birch groves and steaming fissures where the earth exhales. There are no fences, no roads, no voices, but the cry of Arctic terns and the lowing of your own cattle, tethered on the ship's deck behind you. This is how it began. Not with conquest, not with ceremony, but with solitude, necessity, and a gamble on untouched earth. The period between 870 and 930 CE, just 60 years, is known in Icelandic as Landnámsöld, the Age of Settlement. It was a brief, explosive window when nearly all of Iceland's habitable land was claimed, named, and transformed. Driven by a mix of ambition, exile, and desperation, Norse men and women crossed the North Atlantic in open longships, risking storm, starvation, and the unknown to plant their feet on soil that answered to no king. At the heart of this migration stood Ingolfur Arnarsson, the man myth calls the first permanent settler. According to the Landnámabók, the Book of Settlements, compiled in the 12th century but based on oral tradition, he was a chieftain from western Norway, embroiled in a blood feud after killing 2 of King Harald Fairhair's men during a property dispute. When King Harald began consolidating Norway under a single crown, ending the old era of independent jarls and petty kings, many proud Norsemen chose exile over submission. Ingolfur was among them, but his story is more than politics. It's steeped in the old ways of fate and faith. Before leaving Norway, he cast his own Vigisulur high-seat pillars, intricately carved wooden posts that symbolized a chieftain's authority, into the sea, vowing to build his farm wherever the gods washed them ashore. For 3 years, he wandered the coast, searching. When his slaves finally found the pillars lodged in the steaming bay on the southwest coast, he knew this was his destiny. He named the place Reykjavik, Smoky Bay, for the plumes of geothermal steam rising from the ground. Ingolfur's tale is symbolic, but the settlement wave that followed was very real. Archaeological evidence, ash layers, pollen cores, and abandoned longhouse foundations confirms that within a few decades, tens of thousands of people had arrived. The Lonnamabok lists over 400 primary settlers, each granted vast tracts of land. Some came from Norway, others from the Norse colonies in the British Isles, particularly the Hebrides, Orkney, and Ireland, bringing with them Celtic wives, thralls, and cultural influences that would subtly shape Icelandic identity. And yes, many of them were outlaws, not just political exiles like Ingolfur, but men and women fleeing justice, debt, or shame. Iceland offered more than land. It offered a clean slate, no king, no law beyond what neighbors agreed upon, no tithes, no taxes, no feudal obligations. For a society built on honor, reputation, and personal autonomy, this was freedom in its purest form. But freedom came with a price. Imagine arriving with your family, your animals, and your tools. You've brought seed grain, iron nails, a few pots, maybe a carved chest with your family silver. Everything else you must make from scratch. The first task? Shelter. Using driftwood, turf, and local stone, you build a longhouse scally with walls of stacked sod, a roof of birch bark and thatch, and a central hearth that doubles as kitchen, workshop, and gathering space. There are no windows, only smoke holes. The interior is dim, smoky, and alive with the sounds of breathing, chewing, and scratching. You clear trees, not great forests, but stands of downy birch and willow to create pasture. You build fences from lava rock. You dig ditches to drain the boggy ground. You plant barley, the only grain that can ripen in Iceland's short summers. You milk goats, shear sheep, preserve fish by drying or fermenting. Every act is labor, every season, a test. And then there's the land itself. So generous at first glance, lush grass, clear rivers, abundant seabirds, yet so fragile. Unlike Norway's ancient, stable ecosystems, Iceland's soil was young, thin, and easily stripped. Within decades, overgrazing and deforestation began to take their toll. Pollen records show that birch woodland, which once covered 25–40% of lowland Iceland, shrank dramatically by the 10th century. Without tree roots to hold the soil, wind and rain began to erode the highlands, turning fertile slopes into barren dust bowls. This wasn't malice. It was ignorance. The settlers brought Norse farming practices designed for a wetter, more resilient landscape. They didn't know the land's limits, and in their rush to claim territory, they pushed those limits fast. Yet for all its hardships, this was a society built on remarkable principles. There was no central ruler, no army, no police. Order was maintained through kinship, reputation, and a shared legal tradition. Each settler became a Gothi, a chieftain not by royal decree, but by earning the loyalty of free farmers Bandru, who pledged allegiance in exchange for protection and legal representation. These bonds were voluntary. If you disliked your Gothi, you could switch to another fluid system that kept power diffuse and accountability high. Women, too, held more agency here than in most contemporary societies. While still subordinate in law, Icelandic women could own property, initiate divorce, inherit land, and appear as witnesses in court. The sagas are filled with strong female figures, Hallgerður and Jarl's saga, who refuses to be silenced. Author the deep-minded, a Christian matriarch who freed her slaves and distributed land to her kin. Guthrun Ósvífursdóttir, whose choices ignite a cycle of vengeance across western Iceland. And then there were the thralls, the enslaved. Most came from Celtic lands, captured in raids or bought in markets. They worked the hardest labor, had no legal rights, and could be punished or killed with little consequence. Yet even they weren't invisible. Some appear in sagas by name. Some earned freedom. A few even rose to modest status. Their genetic legacy lives on. Modern DNA studies show that while 70% of of Icelandic male ancestry is Norse. Nearly 60% of female ancestry is Celtic, strong evidence that many early unions involved Norse men and Celtic women, whether as wives, concubines, or thralls. Perhaps the most astonishing feature of this era is what it produced: language. Icelandic today is so close to Old Norse that modern Icelanders can read the sagas in the original with modest study. This linguistic time capsule exists because of isolation, and because settlers came mostly from a narrow band of western Norway, bringing a remarkably uniform dialect. Add a smattering of Celtic words, blah for blue perhaps, or troll for supernatural being, and you have the foundation of a language that would outlive empires. But the true legacy of the settlement age isn't just farms or laws or words, it's memory. Within a century, Icelanders began writing down their past, not as dry chronicles, but as dramatic, psychologically rich narratives. The Íslendingasögur, or sagas of Icelanders. These aren't fairy tales. They're grounded in real places, real families, real feuds. You can stand on the lava field at Jörleifshofthi and see where Jörleifr, Ingolfr's blood brother, was murdered by his own thralls. You can walk the valley of Laxardalur and trace the path of Kjartan and Boli's tragic friendship. The sagas remember who stole whose hay, who refused to shake hands, whose insults went unanswered for too long. They remember because in a society without kings, reputation was everything. To be remembered was to live beyond death. And so they told stories not to entertain, but to warn, to honor, to bind the community through shared history. By 930 CE, the land was full. The last good valleys were taken. The era of open frontiers was over. But what remained was something rare in the medieval world. A free society of farmers, poets, and lawmakers, bound not by a crown, but by a common tongue and a shared sense of place. They had built a nation without a state, and now they needed a place to meet. So they chose a Rift Valley Ingvellir, where two tectonic plates pull the earth apart. There, beneath cliffs, echoing with waterfalls, they gathered from every corner of the island. They brought their grievances, their laws, their poetry, and they founded the Alþingi, the world's oldest surviving parliament. Not in a palace, not by royal decree, but on open ground, in the shadow of fire and ice. And thus, the Commonwealth was born. The wind cuts across the rift at Fangvellir, sharp with the scent of wet moss and distant snowmelt. You've traveled for days on horseback, by foot, sometimes by boat, up the Exara River, leaving behind your farmstead in the west, your children with neighbors, your livestock in the care of thralls. You carry your best wool cloak, a knife at your belt, and your voice. Because this is why you've come. Not to fight, not to trade, but to speak. It's the first week of summer, the year 980. You're standing at the Alþingi, the General Assembly, on ground that splits the world in two. To your left, the cliff face of Hafnaja. To your right, the vast lava plain of Lugberg, where the law speaker will soon climb the rocky outcrop to recite the law from memory. Around you, thousands have gathered, chieftains in fur-lined tunics, farmers with calloused hands, merchants from Norway and the British Isles, poets with lyres slung over their shoulders, and women who've walked just as far as you to hear judgments that will shape their families' fates. This is the heart of the Icelandic Commonwealth. Not a kingdom, not an empire, but a republic of farmers, bound by law, memory, and the spoken word. To understand what the Alþingi meant, you must first understand what it was not. It was not a parliament in the modern sense, no elected representatives drafting statutes behind closed doors. It was a public forum, open to all free people, held once a year for 2 weeks in June. There were no police, no prisons, no standing army to enforce its decisions. Instead, the law lived in the mouths of men, in the honor of families and in the fear of shame. At its core was the figure of the Logsogumadr, the law speaker, a man elected every 3 years by the chieftains to serve as the living archive of the law. He did not make law, he recited it. From the Law Rock Lugberg, he would chant 1/3 of the legal code each year, so that over his term, the entire body of law was heard by all. His voice carried across the valley, clear and steady, because forgetting was not an option. In a society with no written legal code until the 12th century, memory was law, and the law itself, later codified as the Gragas, was astonishingly detailed. It covered everything. How to divide an inheritance, what compensation was owed for breaking a man's arm versus his nose, how to handle debt disputes, the proper way to declare a divorce, even the penalties for letting your bull gore a neighbor's cow. There were laws for slander, for sorcery, for breach of hospitality. This wasn't chaos. It was order built on consensus. But consensus had limits. Because the Altingi had no executive power, enforcement fell to individuals and their kin. If someone wronged you, you brought a case before the assembly. If the court ruled in your favor, you were granted the right to exact compensation, or, if denied, the right to kill. This was Nith legalized vengeance, and it was the seed of the blood feuds that would later tear the Commonwealth apart. Take the story of Gunnar of Litharendi, a hero of Njal's saga. Gunnar was handsome, skilled in arms, and beloved by his neighbors. But when he killed 2 men in self-defense during a property dispute, the law required him to leave Iceland for 3 years. His friends begged him to go. "The slopes of your home are so green," he sighed as he looked back. "I cannot leave." He stayed. His enemies declared him an outlaw, an utlagai, meaning anyone could kill him without penalty. One night, they surrounded his house. Gunnar fought from the rafters, felling 16 men, until they set the house on fire. Even then, he died singing. This is the paradox of the Commonwealth. A society built on law, yet sustained by violence. Honor was everything. To let an insult pass unchallenged was to lose your name, but to retaliate was to invite retaliation in return. Feuds could last generations, fueled not by greed, but by the unbearable weight of unavenged kin. And yet, for over 3 centuries, this fragile system held. Why? Partly because of geography. Iceland's scattered farms, each a self-sufficient unit, meant no single chieftain could dominate. Power was distributed among roughly 36 Gothar chieftains, each presiding over a Gothar, the chieftaincy that was not tied to land, but to people. A farmer could choose his Gothi and switch allegiance if he felt poorly represented. This fluidity kept chieftains accountable. You led, not by command, but by consent. But the real glue of the Commonwealth was culture, specifically, storytelling. In a land without kings, identity was preserved through saga, poetry, and legal memory. The sagas written down in the 13th and 14th centuries, but composed orally decades earlier, were not entertainment. They were cautionary tales, legal records, and moral guides. Egil's saga warned of the dangers of pride. Laxdala saga explored the tragic cost of love and loyalty. The saga of the people of Vatsdalur traced a family's rise and fall over centuries. These narratives reinforced social norms. Keep your word, honor your kin, but never let vengeance consume you. And then, there was the role of women. While excluded from formal roles at the Altingi, women wielded immense influence behind the scenes. In Njal's saga, it is Halgurðr's stolen bread that sparks a feud. In Laxdala, it is Gudrun's ambition that sets brother against brother. These aren't stereotypes, they're acknowledgments that in a society where reputation was everything, a woman's words in the hearth could echo in the law court. But the greatest test of the Commonwealth came not from feuds, but from faith. In the year 1000, after decades of tension between pagan and Christian settlers, the nation stood on the brink of civil war. King Olaf Tryggvason of Norway had begun pressuring Icelanders to convert, threatening trade embargoes and the safety of Icelandic merchants abroad. At home, Christian farmers refused to eat at the same table as pagans. Temples were burned, oaths were broken. The matter came before the Altingi. The law speaker at the time was Zorger Kelsen, a pagan chieftain from the north. For a day and a night, he lay beneath a sealskin cloak at Lögberg, silent, fasting, in deep meditation. When he rose, he declared, "We must all have one law and one faith. The old laws cannot govern if we are divided in worship. Let us be baptized, but let each man believe as he will in private." It was a masterstroke of political wisdom. Public conversion to Christianity, but private freedom of belief. No one was forced to renounce Odin in their heart. Altars could remain in homes. Exposure of infants, a pagan practice, was allowed to continue for a time. The decision averted war. And in one moment, Iceland became a Christian nation not by conquest, but by consensus. The adoption of Christianity brought more than faith. It brought literacy. Monks began writing in Latin, then in Old Norse. The Islandingabok and Landnámabók were composed, and soon, the sagas themselves were set down on vellum by scribes who may have been priests, chieftains, or even the poets who once recited them by firelight. This golden age of literature was no accident. The Commonwealth's oral culture had primed Icelanders to value precision of language, economy of phrase, and psychological realism. When writing arrived, they didn't imitate continental epics. They turned inward, chronicling their own past with unflinching honesty. Betrayals are not glorified. Heroes are flawed. Justice is rarely clean. But even golden ages fade. By the 12th century, cracks were appearing. The number of chieftaincies had consolidated into fewer, more powerful hands. Families like the Sturlungs and Asburnings amassed multiple gothirth, built stone fortresses, and hired private armies. The old ideal of the independent farmer was eroding. Trade with Norway increased, bringing not just goods, but dependence. Norwegian kings began to see Iceland not as a sister nation, but as a vassal. They offered titles, gifts, and promises of protection to those who would swear fealty. And the law, once a shield, became a weapon. Legal disputes grew more technical, more expensive. Only the wealthy could afford advocates who knew the intricacies of the Gragas. The poor, caught in feuds they couldn't afford, began to lose faith in the system. The Altingi remained, but its spirit was changing. What had been a gathering of equals was becoming a stage for power plays. And into this vacuum stepped men who didn't just want influence, they wanted dominion. The Commonwealth had given Iceland 332 years of freedom without a king. But freedom, it turned out, required constant tending. And by the mid-13th century, too many hands had let the flame go out. Yet, even in its decline, the Commonwealth left a legacy that endures. The Althingi was never abolished. It was merely suspended, then revived, then reinvented. Today, it is the national parliament of the Republic of Iceland, the oldest continuous legislative body in the world. Tourists walk the rift at Singvellir and feel the weight of that history, not of empires, but of people choosing, again and again, to govern themselves. And on quiet summer nights, if you listen closely, you can still hear the echo of the law speaker's voice, carrying across the lava field, reminding us that law is not force, it is memory. And memory, if tended well, can outlive even the longest winter. The wind no longer carries only the scent of wet grass and wood smoke. Now it carries something sharper, iron, ash, and the low hum of dread. You stand on a hill overlooking the valley of Havamur in western Iceland, where once sheep grazed and children chased each other through hayfields. Now the longhouse smolders, its roof caved in, its walls blackened by fire. A raven pecks at something half buried in the dirt. You don't look too closely, This is the Sturlung Age, not a golden era of poetry or law, but a slow unraveling of time when honor curdled into ambition, when chieftains stopped representing farmers and started commanding armies, and when the very idea of the Commonwealth began to bleed out across the lava fields. The name comes from the Sturlungar, a powerful clan that rose in the early 13th century under the leadership of Sturla Eyjolfsson and, more famously, his son, Snorri Sturluson, the man who would become Iceland's greatest literary mind and one of its most controversial political figures. But the Sturlung Age wasn't just about one family. It was about a systemic collapse, the erosion of the old balance, the rise of private power, and the seductive pull of foreign crowns. To understand how it happened, you must first understand what had changed since the Alþingi's founding in 930. For nearly 3 centuries, the Icelandic system worked because power was diffuse. There were around 36 Gothard chieftaincies, each held by a Gothi who derived authority not from land, but from the voluntary allegiance of free farmers. If your Gothi became tyrannical or ineffective, you could switch to another. This kept chieftains accountable, their power checked by reputation and public opinion. But by the 1100s, cracks began to show. Chieftaincies were no longer passed down casually. They were bought, sold, inherited, and accumulated. A single man might hold multiple Gotharth, giving him outsized influence at the Alþingi. The law, once a shared inheritance, became a weapon for the wealthy. Legal disputes grew more complex, requiring expensive advocates who knew the intricacies of the Gragas Code. Poor farmers, unable to navigate this new legal maze, turned to powerful chieftains for protection, trading their independence for security. And then came Norway. King Håkon Håkonarson, who ruled Norway from 1217 to 1263, was determined to bring all Norse territories under one crown. Iceland, with its strategic location and shared language, was a tempting prize. He didn't invade with ships and swords at first. Instead, he used gifts, titles, and promises. To chieftains who swore fealty, he offered knighthood, trade privileges, and Norwegian backing in local disputes. To resist was to be isolated. To comply was to gain an edge. Snorri Sturluson, already a famed poet, historian, and twice elected lawspeaker, found himself at the center of this storm. Born in 1179 into the Sturlungar clan, Snorri was brilliant, cultured, and deeply ambitious. He wrote the Prose Edda, preserving Norse mythology for future generations. He may have authored Heimskringla, the epic saga of Norwegian kings. He built a grand estate at Reykholt, complete with a heated outdoor pool, an extravagance unheard of in rural Iceland. But Snorri was also a political opportunist. In the 1222, he accepted a knighthood from King Håkon and became Norway's official representative in Iceland. Many saw this as betrayal. The Commonwealth had survived precisely because it answered to no king. Now one of its most respected figures was serving a foreign monarch. Worse, Snorri's own family turned against him. His nephew, Sturla Sivertsson, sought power for himself, aligning with Norway's rival faction and waging war against other clans. In 1238, Sturla was killed in the Battle of Erligsstaðir, the largest armed conflict in Icelandic history, with over 300 men slain in a single day. Snorri, grieving but still maneuvering, tried to reclaim influence. But the age of poets was over. This was the age of steel. The 1240 seconds and 1250 seconds descended into near anarchy. Feuds that once lasted years now escalated in weeks. Chieftains fortified their homes with stone walls and hired mercenaries. The Alþingi, once a forum for reconciliation, became a stage for intimidation. In 1241, Snorri himself was assassinated in his own cellar at Reykholt, stabbed repeatedly by men sent by his former son-in-law, acting on orders from rivals backed ironically by the very Norwegian king Snorri had served. His death was more than the end of a man. It was the death of an idea that wisdom and words could still govern this land. In the chaos that followed, no single chieftain could restore order. Farmers, terrified and exhausted, began to see foreign rule not as a threat, but as a solution. Better a king's peace than a chieftain's war, they whispered. And King Haakon was ready. In 1264, Icelandic delegates representing the 4 traditional quarters of the island traveled to Norway and signed the Gamli Sáttmáli, the Old Covenant. In exchange for peace, trade rights, and Norwegian grain during famines, Icelanders agreed to recognize King Haakon as their sovereign and pay taxes to the crown. There was no battle, no siege, no last stand at a mountain pass. The Commonwealth simply surrendered, not out of cowardice, but out of weariness. After 40 years of civil war, the people chose stability over freedom. The consequences were immediate. The Alþingi lost its legislative power, becoming a judicial body under royal oversight. Chieftains were replaced by royal sheriffs, syslumen. Laws were now made in Bergen, not recited at Lögberg. And though Icelandic would remain the spoken tongue, Latin and Norwegian began to seep into official documents. Yet something survived: the sagas, the language, the memory of self-rule. Even as Norway's shadow lengthened over the island, Icelanders clung to their stories. They copied Snorri's works by candlelight. They recited Njal's saga to their grandchildren. They remembered a time when laws were made by farmers, not kings. The Sturlung age ended not with a bang, but with a sigh, a collective exhale after decades of holding breath. But in that surrender, a seed was planted, not of rebellion, not yet, but of identity. Because even under foreign rule, Icelanders knew who they had been. And one day, centuries later, they would remember who they could be again. The wind that once carried the voices of law speakers at Thingvellir now carries silence. Not peaceful silence, the kind that follows a shared meal or a long winter's rest, but the hollow quiet of absence. The chieftains are gone. The Alþingi still meets, yes, but its laws are written in Bergen, not recited from memory. Your farm, once part of a web of voluntary alliances, now answers to a sheriff appointed by a king you've never seen, whose language you barely understand. This is life under foreign rule. Quieter, poorer, and colder than the Commonwealth ever was. After the signing of the Old Covenant in 1264, Iceland ceased to be a self-governing republic and became a dependency first of Norway. Then, after the Kalmar Union of 1397 of Denmark, neither kingdom saw Iceland as a partner. It was a source of fish, wool, and falcons, exotic birds prized by European nobility and little else. For over 5 centuries, from the mid-13th to the early 19th century, Iceland entered what historians now call the Dark Centuries. Not because nothing happened, but because so much that did happen was loss, decline, and endurance. At first, the change seemed manageable. The Alþingi retained judicial functions. Local courts still operated. Farmers kept their land. But the shift was structural. Power no longer flowed from consent, but from decree. Royal officials, the syslumen, sheriffs, and Hirðstjórar, district governors, collected taxes, enforced laws, and reported directly to Copenhagen or Bergen. Disputes that once simmered in the open forums of the Commonwealth now festered in bureaucratic backrooms or royal courts. And then came the Black Death. In 1402, a ship arrived from England carrying not just trade goods, but plague. No one knew what it was at first, just fever, blackened limbs, and death within days. By 1404, nearly half of Iceland's population had perished. Some estimates suggest the population dropped from 50,000 to 25,000 or fewer. Entire valleys were abandoned. Farms stood empty. Sheep wandered wild. In a society where labor was the foundation of survival, such loss was catastrophic. Unlike in mainland Europe, where the plague eventually led to social upheaval and higher wages for survivors, Iceland had no urban centers, no merchant class, and no leverage. The Danish crown simply tightened its grip. With fewer people to work the land, the remaining farmers were burdened with heavier taxes to make up for the shortfall. The economy, already fragile, shrank further. This was compounded by another blow: the Danish trade monopoly. In 1602, King Christian IV of Denmark decreed that only 6 Danish merchants, later reduced to a single company, could trade with Iceland. The logic was mercantilist. Control the flow of goods to maximize profit for the crown. The effect was ruinous. Icelandic farmers could only sell their wool, fish, and hides to this monopoly at fixed, low prices. In return, they had to buy grain, iron, timber, and other essentials at inflated costs. There was no competition, no bargaining, no alternative. Starvation became routine. In harsh winters, when fishing failed or livestock died, entire communities went hungry. Historical records speak of people eating moss, seaweed, and even the hides from their shoes. The monopoly wasn't just economic policy, it was slow suffocation. Yet, the greatest devastation came not from man, but from the land itself. On the 8th of June, 1783, a fissure ripped open in the southeastern highlands near the Laki volcano. What followed was not a single eruption, but 8 months of continuous lava fountains, ash clouds, and most deadly poisonous gases. Over 140 craters opened along a 27-kilometer rift. Lava flowed across 600 square kilometers, burying farms, rivers, and grazing land. But it was the invisible killer that struck hardest: sulfur dioxide. The gas cloud known locally as Moðuharðindin, the mist hardships, spread across the island. It poisoned crops, killed livestock, and made the air unbreathable. People reported choking, vomiting, and burning eyes. Livestock died by the tens of thousands, not from lava, but from fluorine poisoning in the grass. Without animals, there was no milk, no wool, no meat. Famine followed. By 1785, an estimated 10,000 Icelanders, nearly 1/4 of the population, had died from starvation and toxic exposure. Entire regions were depopulated. The Danish government, overwhelmed and indifferent, offered minimal aid. Some officials even suggested relocating the entire population to Denmark, a plan thankfully abandoned. But the Laki eruption had global consequences too. The sulfur aerosols spread across Europe and North America, contributing to crop failures, unusually cold winters, and possibly even social unrest that fed into the French Revolution. Benjamin Franklin, then ambassador to France, speculated that the dry fog of 1783 might explain the continent's unusually severe winter. Iceland's tragedy became part of the world's climate story. Amid this suffering, another transformation was unfolding: the Lutheran Reformation. In 1537, King Christian III of Denmark, Norway, declared Lutheranism the state religion. Iceland resisted. The Catholic bishop at Hólar, Jón Arason, became a symbol of defiance. A poet, scholar, and fierce defender of tradition, he refused to surrender church lands or accept the new faith. For over a decade, he held out, even raising an army. But in 1550, he was captured and beheaded at Skalholt, along with his 2 sons. With his death, Catholicism in Iceland ended. Monasteries were dissolved. Religious art was destroyed or hidden. The Bible was translated into Icelandic not as an act of liberation, but as a tool of control. Now every Icelander could read scripture, but only in the version sanctioned by the state. Still, this translation preserved the language. Literacy remained high. Families read the Bible aloud in the long winter nights. And in that quiet act of reading, a thread of cultural continuity survived. For centuries, daily life in Iceland became a cycle of endurance. Winters stretched for months, with darkness falling by mid-afternoon. Fuel was scarce, driftwood, peat, and dried manure were the only sources of heat. Homes were low, windowless turf houses, their roofs covered in soil and grass to insulate against the wind. Families huddled around the central hearth, spinning wool, telling stories, and waiting for the sun to return. Yet even in isolation, Icelanders clung to their past. The sagas were copied by hand in remote farmsteads. Poets composed Rimner long narrative poems about heroes, outlaws, and lovers. Folk tales of elves, Alfar, and hidden people, Huldufolk, explain the strange lights in the lava fields and the sudden disappearances in the fog. These weren't fantasies, they were ways of making sense of a harsh world. And through it all, the language held. While Danish was the language of administration, Icelandic remained the language of the home, the church, and the heart. Children learned to read in Icelandic before they ever heard a Danish word. This linguistic resilience would prove crucial in the centuries to come. By 1786, pressure from Enlightenment thinkers and Icelandic merchants finally forced Denmark to abolish the trade monopoly. Free trade returned, but too late to reverse centuries of stagnation. The population had barely recovered from the missed hardships. Poverty was endemic, and Copenhagen still treated Iceland as a distant province, not a nation with a history. Yet, something was stirring. In the late 18th century, a Danish naturalist named Egert Olafsson traveled through Iceland, documenting its geography, folklore, and customs. His writings, published posthumously, sparked European fascination with the island, not as a colony, but as a land of ancient literature and untamed beauty. Around the same time, Icelandic scholars began petitioning for greater autonomy. The seeds of national revival had been planted, but they would not sprout overnight. The dark centuries had left Iceland poor, depopulated, and politically weak. Yet they had also forged a people defined not by conquest or empire, but by memory, language, and the quiet refusal to disappear. The land had tried to kill them. Kings had tried to forget them. But Icelanders remembered who they were, and that memory would one day become a revolution. The wind is changing. After 5 centuries of silence of Danish edicts, trade monopolies, and slow attrition, something stirs in the smoke-filled rooms of Icelandic farmsteads and the dimly lit studies of Copenhagen-trained scholars. It begins not with a shout, but with a whisper. We are still here, not as subjects, not as a forgotten colony, but as Icelanders. The 19th century marks the dawn of Iceland's national awakening, a quiet, determined reclamation of language, law, and identity. It was not born in battlefields or parliaments, but in books, in letters, in the stubborn act of writing one's own name with pride. And at the heart of this renaissance stood one man whose pen would prove mightier than any sword, Jón Sigurðsson. But to understand his rise, we must first understand the emptiness he sought to fill. In 1800, the Danish crown delivered its final blow to Iceland's vestiges of autonomy. The Alþingi, the world's oldest parliamentary assembly, was abolished. No ceremony, no consultation, just a royal decree from Copenhagen. The law rock at Hingvellir fell silent. The chieftain's descendants, now reduced to sheep farmers and Lutheran pastors, watched as their last symbol of self-governance was erased. For decades, Iceland drifted in administrative twilight, ruled by Danish appointed officials. Its people had no say in taxation, trade, or justice. Literacy remained high thanks to the Lutheran emphasis on Bible reading, but political consciousness was dormant. Yet the seeds of resistance had been buried, not destroyed. They slept in the pages of the sagas, in the rhythm of the Rimnor poems, in the way mothers taught their children to say, A Islendingur, I am an Icelander, before they could spell their own names. Then, in 1809, a bizarre interlude lit a match in the dark. A Danish adventurer and naval officer named Jørgen Jørgensen, frustrated by British blockades during the Napoleonic Wars, sailed to Iceland with a small crew, declared himself Protector of Iceland, and proclaimed the island's independence from Denmark. He even drafted a constitution and raised a flag, a blue banner with a white cross, eerily foreshadowing Iceland's modern standard. His reign lasted 6 weeks. A British warship arrived, arrested Jørgensen, and shipped him back to England, where he later died in obscurity. But the episode planted a dangerous idea in the Icelandic imagination. Independence was possible. The real awakening, however, began in scholarship. In the early 1800s, European Romanticism swept across the continent, glorifying folklore, ancient epics, and pure national spirits. In Germany, the brothers Grimm collected fairy tales. In Finland, Elias Lönnrot compiled the Kalevala. And in Iceland, scholars began to realize, we already have our epic. It's been sitting on our shelves for 500 years. The sagas once seen as mere entertainment or moral instruction were re-examined as historical documents, literary masterpieces, and proof of a distinct Icelandic genius. Scholars like Grímur Thomsen and Konráð Gíslason edited and published Old Norse texts. Foreign philologists, including the great Jacob Grimm, declared Icelandic the purest of all Germanic languages, unchanged since the Viking Age. This was no small thing. In a world where colonized peoples were often told their languages were primitive, Icelanders discovered their tongue was not just alive, it was architectural, a living bridge to a heroic past. To speak Icelandic was to speak the language of Snorri Sturluson, of Egil Skallagrimsson, of the law speakers at Lugberg. And this linguistic pride soon turned political. Enter John Sigurðsson. Born in 1,811 inches a remote fjord in northern Iceland, John was a brilliant student who left for Copenhagen in 1833 to study law and history. But he never forgot his homeland. In the Danish capital, he gathered fellow Icelandic students, founded reading societies, and began publishing a journal, Fjolnir. More than a literary magazine, Fjolnir became the voice of the Icelandic nation in exile. Its pages called for the restoration of the Alþingi, for educational reform, for the right to manage local affairs. It argued that Iceland was not a province, but a historical nation with its own legal and cultural sovereignty. John's strategy was revolutionary in its restraint. He did not call for violent rebellion. He wielded facts, history, and moral persuasion. He scoured medieval manuscripts to prove that Iceland had once governed itself. He wrote petitions, gave lectures, and lobbied Danish intellectuals. His famous slogan, Ver modugum and ver skulum ekki gera oss óvina ástúðarlausir. We demand our rights, but we shall not make enemies of those who show us kindness. And slowly Copenhagen listened. In 1843, after decades of pressure, the Danish king re-established the Alþingi not as a legislature, but as a consultative assembly. Still, it was a start. Elections were held. Farmers, pastors, and merchants traveled to Reykjavik, now growing beyond its smoky origins, to take their seats. In 1845, the first modern Alþingi convened not at Þingvellir, but in a modest building in the capital. Jón Sigurðsson was elected almost unanimously. He would lead the assembly for over 30 years, shaping every major reform. The founding of a national school system, the establishment of the National Library, 1818, the Icelandic Literary Society, 1816, and the push for a national bank. But perhaps his greatest victory was language. When Danish officials suggested that legal and administrative documents be written in Danish to modernize governance. John and his allies revolted. They insisted that all official business be conducted in Icelandic. Not only was it the people's tongue, but it was fully capable of expressing complex legal and scientific ideas. New words were coined telva for computer, though that came later. Rafmang for electricity, simi for telephone, not borrowed, but forged from native roots. This linguistic purism wasn't snobbery. It was defense. To lose the language was to lose the nation. Meanwhile, culture flourished. Poets like Grímur Thompson and Mattias Jochumsson wrote odes to Iceland's mountains and martyrs. Jochumsson's poem, Lofsöngur, Ode to the Sun, would later become Iceland's national anthem. Artists painted the dramatic landscapes, glaciers, volcanoes, and stormy seas, not as scenery, but as symbols of national character, resilient, untamed, eternal. The church, once an arm of Danish control, began to shift. Icelandic pastors, educated at the newly founded theological seminary in Reykjavik, 1847, preached in the vernacular and emphasized local saints and traditions. Even bishops started speaking out for greater autonomy. By the 1872, Iceland had a press, a national museum, a postal service, and a growing sense of self. But it still lacked one thing: full political control. The final push came through a series of negotiated steps. In 1871, Denmark passed the Icelandic Constitution Act, recognizing Iceland as a state in personal union with the Danish crown. It granted Iceland home rule control over domestic affairs, with its own executive body, the Landsstjórn. In 1874, on the 1000th anniversary of the settlement, King Christian IX visited Iceland afresh for a Danish monarch. To mark the occasion, he granted Iceland control over its own finances. The same year, a new constitution was adopted, and the Alþingi gained limited legislative power. Then, in 1904, the breakthrough. Hannes Hafstein became the first Icelander to serve as minister for Iceland, residing not in Copenhagen but in Reykjavik. Home rule was now real, but the ultimate prize remained: sovereignty. World War I created the opening. Denmark, neutral but economically strained, had little energy to micromanage its dependencies. Icelandic leaders, led by John Magnusson, pushed for full independence. In 1918, after intense negotiations, the Danish-Icelandic Act of Union was signed. On the 1st of December 1918, Iceland became the Kingdom of Iceland, a fully sovereign state, sharing only a monarch, the King of Denmark, with its former ruler. It had its own flag, its own foreign policy, its own army, though it chose not to have one, and its own voice in the world. The union was set to last 25 years, after which Iceland could vote to dissolve it entirely. Few doubted what that vote would be. The path from 1800 to 1918 was not paved with blood, but with paper, ink, and unwavering patience. There were no uprisings, no martyrs shot in city squares, just generations of men and women who refused to let their story end in a foreign archive. They rebuilt a nation not with bricks, but with books, with the certainty that as long as the language lived, so would Iceland. And now, with sovereignty in hand, they faced a new question. What kind of nation would they become? The answer would be shaped not by kings or constitutions alone, but by the next great tests: war, occupation, and the quiet birth of a republic. The wind blows differently now over Reykjavik. It still carries the salt of the North Atlantic, the chill of distant glaciers, and the whisper of old volcanic ash, but something new rides with it. The hum of engines, the crackle of radio static, the low thrum of a world at war. It is 1940. Iceland is technically a sovereign kingdom, united with Denmark only through a shared monarch. But sovereignty is a fragile garment when empires begin to crumble. When Nazi Germany invaded Denmark on the 9th of April 1940, the news reached Iceland not by official decree, but through a BBC radio broadcast. In Copenhagen, King Christian X was placed under house arrest. The Danish government ceased to function as an independent entity, and Iceland, geographically isolated, politically vulnerable, and strategically vital, was suddenly alone. Overnight, the legal fiction of the 1,918 Act of Union collapsed. There was no Danish crown to consult, no minister in Copenhagen to approve trade agreements or foreign policy. Iceland was de facto independent, but without the formal declaration to match, and the world noticed. Within weeks, British forces landed on Icelandic shores not as conquerors, but as protectors. Olmeitiu, 1940, og 6 Royal Marines came ashore at Reykjavik harbor. They met no resistance. The Icelandic government, led by Prime Minister Herman Jónasson, protested the violation of neutrality, but quietly, because everyone understood, if the British didn't occupy Iceland, the Germans would. Iceland had declared itself neutral in World War II, as it had in World War I, but neutrality is a luxury of the irrelevant. Iceland was anything but. Its position in the North Atlantic, midway between North America and Europe, made it a linchpin in the Battle of the Atlantic, the desperate Allied campaign to keep supply lines open to Britain. German U-boats prowled the Denmark Strait. Convoys carrying food, fuel, and weapons from Halifax and New York passed within sight of Iceland's western fjords. Control of this island meant control of the sea lanes, so the British stayed. And then, in 1941, they handed the burden to the Americans. By agreement with the Icelandic government and with the consent of the United States Congress, still months away from officially entering the war, 5,000 U.S. Marines arrived on the 7th of July 1941. They brought with them something Iceland had never seen: modernity in motion. Jeeps rumbled over lava fields. Bulldozers carved roads through ancient moss. Quonset huts rose like mushrooms on the outskirts of Reykjavik. The Americans built an airport at Keflavik, dredged the harbor, and strung telephone lines from town to town. For a nation of just 120,000 people, this was an earthquake of progress. But it was not without cost. The sudden influx of foreign troops, eventually over 40,000 Allied soldiers, mostly American, transformed Icelandic society in ways both exhilarating and destabilizing. Reykjavik, once a sleepy fishing village of wooden houses and coal smoke, became a bustling hub of commerce, music, and romance. American GIs handed out chewing gum, nylon stockings, and chocolate to wide-eyed children. They danced with Icelandic girls at the Kópavogur Hall, played baseball on volcanic sandlots, and introduced jazz to a land that had known only folk songs and Lutheran hymns. Locals called the phenomenon ástandið, the situation. It wasn't just the presence of soldiers. It was the cultural collision, the tension between tradition and temptation. The fear voiced by priests and politicians that Iceland's moral fabric would unravel under the weight of Hollywood glamour and wartime excess. And there were scandals. Relationships formed. Babies were born. The term ástandsbörn, children of the situation, entered the lexicon. Some mothers married their American lovers and left for a new life across the ocean. Others raised their children alone, in a society that whispered but rarely condemned. Still, the occupation brought undeniable benefits. For the first time, Iceland had paved roads, a modern hospital, and a domestic airfield. Employment soared. Inflation rose, yes, but so did wages. Fishermen sold their catch to Allied mess halls. Farmers grew potatoes for military canteens. The economy, long stagnant, surged. More importantly, the occupation shattered Iceland's illusion of isolation. No longer could Iceland pretend it was immune to global currents. The world had come to its shores, not with invasion, but with infrastructure, ideology, and ice cream. And in that encounter, Icelanders began to ask, why do we still share a king with a nation under Nazi occupation? The question grew louder with each passing month. By 1943, the 25-year term of the 1918 Act of Union was nearing its end. The agreement stipulated that either party could terminate the Union after that time, provided a national referendum was held. With Denmark still occupied, and Iceland functionally self-governing, the path forward seemed clear. But there was hesitation. Some feared that full independence would leave Iceland defenseless. Others worried about losing Danish trade privileges. A few conservative voices argued that severing ties with the crown was premature, even disrespectful. But public opinion had shifted. The war had proven that Iceland's fate was its own to decide. And the younger generation, those who had danced with Americans, listened to Roosevelt's fireside chats on shortwave radios, and seen Reykjavik light up with electric bulbs, had no patience for symbolic monarchs. In May 1944, the Alþingi took the final step. It passed a resolution to abolish the monarchy and establish a republic. Then, to ensure legitimacy, it called for a national referendum. On May 2023, 1944, over 98% of eligible voters went to the polls. The turnout alone was a statement. This was not a fringe movement. This was the nation speaking as one. The results were overwhelming. 97% voted in favor of ending the union with Denmark. 95% approved a new republican constitution. Iceland had chosen its future, not in anger, not in revolution, but in calm democratic certainty. On the 17th of June 1944, the birthday of Jón Sigurðsson, the father of the independence movement, the Republic of Iceland was formally proclaimed. The ceremony was held at Þingvellir, the very rift where the Alþingi first gathered in 930. Thousands gathered under a clear summer sky. Banners fluttered, choirs sang, and Sveinn Björnsson, Iceland's regent during the war years, was sworn in as the first president of Iceland. There were no guns fired, no treaties signed in blood, just a microphone, a flag, and a people reclaiming a sovereignty they had nurtured for centuries. In Copenhagen, King Christian X, now liberated, sent a telegram of congratulations. He understood. This was not betrayal. It was fulfillment. The Republic was not a break from the past, but a return to it, to the spirit of the Commonwealth, to the idea that a nation could govern itself through law, language, and mutual respect without kings, without empires, without foreign masters. And yet, the world had changed. Iceland was now a sovereign state in a bipolar world of superpowers. Within 5 years, it would join NATO, the only NATO member without a standing army. It would allow the United States to maintain a base at Keflavik, not out of loyalty to America, but out of necessity in a Cold War where neutrality meant vulnerability. But in 1944, none of that mattered. On that June day at Þingvellir, there was only joy. Children waved handmade flags, elders wept, poets recited verses about freedom, and as the sun dipped behind the rift cliffs, casting long shadows across the Law Rock, the wind carried a single, quiet truth. Iceland was finally its own. No more regions, no more unions, no more waiting for permission. Just a republic born not in fire, but in foresight. Not in violence, but in voice. And as the crowd dispersed, walking back to farms and towns bathed in midnight sun, they carried with them something rare in human history. A revolution that succeeded without a single drop of blood spilled. It was, perhaps, the most Icelandic triumph of all. He whined over Reykjavik, still carries the ghosts of occupation and declaration, the low thrum of American jeeps, the echo of Sveinn Björnsson's oath at Þingvellir, the crackle of shortwave radios announcing Iceland's birth as a republic. But now, in the decades after 1944, something new rises alongside the old. The hum of industry, the buzz of telephones, the steady pulse of a nation learning how to stand on its own 2 feet. For the first time in nearly 700 years, Iceland is fully sovereign. No king, no union, no foreign hand guiding its laws or its ledgers. But sovereignty, as it turns out, is not a destination, it's a responsibility, and the Republic of Iceland must now answer the question, what kind of country will we become? The answer begins not in grand declarations, but in quiet decisions about fish, energy, and identity. In the years following independence, Iceland's economy remained small, rural, and fragile. Over 90% of exports came from the sea, mostly dried cod, salted herring, and whale products, until whaling declined in the late 20th century. The ocean wasn't just a resource, it was the nation's pantry, bank, and border, but those waters were shared. For centuries, British trawlers had fished just off Iceland's coast, often within a few miles of shore. To Icelanders, this felt like theft. To the British, it was tradition and profit. The conflict simmered until 1958, when Iceland did something unprecedented. It unilaterally expanded its exclusive fishing zone from 4 nautical miles to 12. Britain refused to recognize the claim. British trawlers kept fishing. So, Iceland responded with its navy well, its coast guard of 3 modest patrol vessels. These ships didn't carry weapons. Instead, they used nets. Icelandic crews would steam alongside British trawlers and cut their fishing nets, sometimes hundreds of meters of expensive gear, sending them sinking into the deep. The British called it sabotage. Icelanders called it defense. Thus began the Cod Wars, a series of non-violent but tense maritime standoffs between Iceland and the United Kingdom that would span 3 decades. There were 3 major confrontations: 1958, 1961, the 12-mile limit standoff, 1972, 1973. Iceland extended 1975, 1976. The boldest move, 200 nautical miles, a claim that would later become international law. Each time, British warships escorted trawlers into disputed waters. Each time, Icelandic Coast Guard vessels, tiny compared to Royal Navy frigates, bumped, harassed, and net-cut with astonishing audacity. Ramming became common. No lives were lost, but ships were damaged, egos bruised, and diplomatic cables burned hot. The stakes were existential. For Iceland, controlling its fisheries meant controlling its future. As one Icelandic minister put it, "Give us the fish, and we can feed ourselves. Take them, and we starve." In the end, Iceland won every time. How? By leveraging its strategic position in the Cold War. As a NATO member with the Keflavik Air Base hosting American forces, Iceland held disproportionate geopolitical weight. When Iceland threatened to leave NATO or close the base unless Britain backed down, Washington leaned hard on London. By 1976, Britain relented. Iceland's 200-mile exclusive economic zone was recognized. And in 1982, the United Nations formally adopted the 200-mile standard, a policy born not in Geneva, but in the frigid waters off Reykjanes. The Cod Wars were more than a fishing dispute. They were a national assertion of identity. In a world of superpowers, tiny Iceland had stood its ground, not with armies, but with fishing boats, legal ingenuity, and sheer stubbornness. The sea was no longer just a larder. It was the source of national dignity. While other nations burned coal and imported oil, Iceland quietly built a different kind of economy. One powered not by fossil fuels, but by fire beneath the ice. From the earliest settlement, Icelanders had used geothermal heat for cooking and bathing. But it wasn't until the mid-20th century that the country began to harness this energy systematically. In 1930, the first geothermal district heating system was built in Reykjavik, piping hot water from nearby springs to warm homes. By the 1960 seconds, nearly every building in the capital was connected. Today, over 90% of Icelandic homes are heated by geothermal energy, clean, cheap, and locally sourced. Then came electricity. In the 1960 seconds and 1970 seconds, Iceland began developing its hydroelectric potential, massive rivers fed by glacial melt, dropping steeply from the highlands to the sea. Dams like Burfell and Karanjúkur, the latter completed in 2007, turned falling water into power. And because geothermal and hydro are both renewable and abundant, Iceland achieved what few nations have: nearly 100% renewable electricity. This wasn't just green idealism, it was economic strategy. With cheap, clean power, Iceland attracted energy-intensive industries, most notably aluminum smelting. Companies like Alcoa and Rio Tinto built smelters on the coast, using Icelandic electricity to turn imported bauxite into aluminum ingots for export. Critics warned of environmental damage, especially from the Karanjúkur Dam, which flooded a pristine highland valley. But the government argued, we have no oil, no gas, no coal, but we have water and heat. Why not use them? The result? By the 2000s, Iceland had one of the highest per capita GDPs in the world, driven by fishing, energy, and aluminum, three pillars all rooted in the land itself. While building its economy, Iceland also constructed a social safety net modeled on its Scandinavian neighbors, but with a distinctly Icelandic character. Universal healthcare, free education through university, generous parental leave, strong labor unions, a robust pension system. These weren't imports. They grew organically from a society that valued collective well-being over individual wealth. And then there was gender equality. Iceland didn't just talk about it, it legislated it. In 1980, Vigdís Finnbogadóttir was elected president, the first democratically elected female head of state in the world. A divorced single mother and former theater director, she served 4 terms with grace and quiet authority, becoming a national icon and global symbol. But her election wasn't a fluke. It was the culmination of decades of activism. Icelandic women had long held economic roles, running farms, managing households, even fishing. In 1915, they won the right to vote. In 1975, 90% of Icelandic women went on strike, refusing to work, cook, or care for children for a full day. The Women's Day Off shut down schools, businesses, and newspapers. The message was clear: society cannot function without us. The strike led directly to the Gender Equality Act of 1976 and the creation of the Gender Equality Council. By the 2000s, Iceland consistently ranked #1 in the World Economic Forum's Global Gender Gap Index, a position it has held almost every year since. This wasn't accidental, it was policy. Quotas for women on corporate boards, equal pay laws, subsidized childcare, and a cultural norm that fatherhood was as important as motherhood. In Iceland, changing diapers wasn't helping, it was parenting. Yet beneath the surface of this prosperous, egalitarian society, a new kind of vulnerability was growing, one not of volcanoes or kings, but of finance. Through the 1990 seconds and early 2000s, Iceland began to shift from a fishing and energy economy to a financial one. Banks that had once served local farmers and fishermen began borrowing billions abroad, investing in foreign real estate, hedge funds, and high-risk instruments. The government, eager to modernize, deregulated the financial sector. The krona floated freely. Foreign investors poured in, seduced by high interest rates and Iceland's stable reputation. By 2007, Iceland's three largest banks, Glitnir, Landsbanki, and Kaupthing, held assets 10 times the size of the national GDP. It was a house of cards built on sand, borrowed from elsewhere. Few saw the danger. Why would they? Iceland had no history of financial crisis. Its people trusted their institutions. Its leaders spoke of a new Viking age, not of raiding but of global entrepreneurship. But the sea that had fed them for centuries now offered a warning. What rises with the tide can vanish with the storm. And in 2008, the storm came. It had survived kings, plagues, eruptions, and occupation. Could it survive itself? The answer was coming, faster than anyone expected. The wind still carries ash, not just from Eyjafjallajökull in 2010, but from Grímsvötnin in 2011, Hólaraun in 2014, and Fagradalsfjall in 2021, 2022, and 2023, a volcano that erupted not once, but 3 years in a row, as if the earth were gently reminding Icelanders that it is still alive, still breathing, still creating. But in the 21st century, Iceland's story is no longer shaped only by fire and ice. Now, it's shaped by data, diplomacy, and the quiet hum of a society constantly redefining itself in a rapidly changing world. It all began with collapse. In October 2008, the global financial crisis struck Iceland with a force few nations experienced. Its three largest banks, Glitnir, Landsbanki, and Kaupthing, had grown to hold assets 10 times the size of the national GDP, fueled by aggressive foreign borrowing and speculative investments. When international credit markets froze, the entire system imploded in a matter of days. The Icelandic krona plummeted, losing over half its value. Inflation soared to 18%. Foreign savings accounts like those in the UK and Netherlands, tied to Landsbanki's Icesave, vanished overnight. But Iceland did something unprecedented. It let the banks fail. While other nations bailed out financial institutions with public funds, Iceland chose a different path. It nationalized domestic operations, allowed foreign debt to default, and launched criminal investigations. 26 bankers were eventually jailed, including the CEOs of all three major banks. A special prosecutor's office was created to pursue financial wrongdoing. This wasn't just economic policy, it was moral reckoning. The crisis triggered mass protests. Citizens gathered weekly in Ostervellir Square in Reykjavik, banging pots and pans in what became known as the kitchenware revolution. Their demand was simple: resignation, accountability, and a new constitution. By early 2009, the government collapsed. A left-wing coalition took power, led by Jóhanna Sigurðardóttir, a veteran politician who became Iceland's first female prime minister and the world's first openly gay head of government. Her administration prioritized social welfare over Wall Street logic. Unemployment benefits were expanded, debt relief programs were introduced, and most radically, Iceland initiated a crowdsourced constitutional reform. In 2010, 25 ordinary citizens, teachers, lawyers, artists, farmers, were elected to draft a new constitution. They used social media, public forums, and open-source platforms to gather input from thousands of Icelanders. The draft emphasized transparency, environmental protection, and digital rights. Though it ultimately stalled in Parliament due to political resistance, the process itself was revolutionary. A nation rebuilding its social contract from the ground up. Then came 2010, and the world watched as a plume of fine volcanic ash rose from Eyjafjallajökull, drifting southeast over Europe. For 6 days, European airspace shut down, over 100,000 flights canceled, 10 million people stranded. Economists estimated losses of 1.7 billion. But in Iceland, life went on. Farmers moved livestock. Scientists monitored gas emissions. Tourists hiked glaciers. And the world discovered something unexpected. Iceland was calm in chaos, not because it was unaffected, but because resilience was woven into its DNA. You don't live on a volcanic island for 1,100 years without learning to adapt. Ironically, the eruption boosted tourism. Footage of lava rivers and ash clouds went viral. Travel blogs called Iceland the land of fire and ice. And with a weakened krona making it affordable, visitors poured in. Tourism exploded, from 485,000 visitors in 2008 to over 2.3 million by 2018. Guest houses multiplied. Super Jeep tours sold out. The Blue Lagoon became a global wellness destination. Even Game of Thrones filmed scenes in Dingvellir and Snæfellsnes, turning fjords and lava fields into pilgrimage sites. But growth brought strain. In Reykjavik, Airbnb rentals pushed locals out of their neighborhoods. In Harsmark, trails eroded under foot traffic. At Jökulsárlón, drones hovered over icebergs like mechanical gnats. The government responded with a tourism tax, stricter zoning laws, and campaigns promoting slow travel, encouraging visitors to stay longer, go deeper, and respect fragile ecosystems. By 2019, tourism began to plateau. Then COVID-19 hit. In 2020, arrivals dropped by 78%. Hotels shuttered. Tour operators vanished. But Iceland adapted again. It launched one of the world's most aggressive testing and tracing systems. It required PCR tests upon arrival. It used geolocation to monitor quarantine compliance. And by mid-2021, it opened borders to vaccinated travelers, becoming one of the first nations to fully reopen. Tourism rebounded quickly, but differently. Visitors now sought solitude, glacier hikes, hot spring soaks, northern lights under silent skies. The era of party hostels and crowded Golden Circle buses was fading. In its place emerged a quieter, more sustainable model. One that aligned with Iceland's oldest truth. This land is not for conquering. It's for witnessing. Meanwhile, Iceland's environmental identity deepened. As global climate awareness grew, Iceland's role as a clean energy pioneer gained new relevance. Over 99% of its electricity comes from hydro and geothermal sources. Electric cars now outnumber gas-powered ones in Reykjavik. And in 2021, the world's largest direct air capture plant, Orca, opened near Helliseiði, sucking CO2 from the atmosphere and storing it underground in mineral form. But climate change also threatens Iceland directly. Vatnajökull, Europe's largest ice cap, is losing 10 billion tons of ice per year. Some smaller glaciers like Ökjökull have already disappeared. In 2019, Icelanders held a funeral for Oke, installing a bronze plaque that read, "A letter to the future." Oke is the first Icelandic glacier to lose its status as a glacier. Within 200 years, all our glaciers are expected to follow the same path. The message was clear. Even a nation powered by renewables cannot escape the consequences of global inaction. Politically, Iceland has navigated the 21st century with quiet confidence. It remains non-militarized, the only NATO member without a standing army, but hosts no foreign bases since the US withdrew from Keflavik in 2006. Though after Russia's 2022 invasion of Ukraine, NATO increased air patrols over Iceland, and talks of renewed US presence resurfaced. Iceland has also become a global advocate for gender equality. In 2018, it became the first country to enforce equal pay by law, requiring companies to prove they pay men and women equally or face fines. It consistently ranks Hasson on the World Economic Forum's Global Gender Gap Index, a position it has held every year since 2009. And in 2024, Katrín Jakobsdóttir, a former prime minister known for her calm leadership and commitment to sustainability, stepped down to run for president of Iceland, a largely ceremonial but deeply symbolic role. Her likely successor? Another woman, Because in Iceland, female leadership isn't exceptional, it's expected. Today, as of 2025, Iceland stands at a crossroads. Its population has grown to over 400,000, more than double what it was in 1980, driven by immigration and a younger generation choosing to stay. Reykjavik buzzes with tech startups, music festivals, and avant-garde cuisine. Fermented shark is now more curiosity than staple. Yet, across the countryside, sheep still graze in valleys, named 1,000 years ago, and farmers check on birch saplings, planted in soil their ancestors stripped bare. Icelanders now face new questions. Can tourism thrive without degrading the wilderness that attracts it? Can geothermal energy expand without triggering more seismic activity? Can a small, open economy remain resilient in an age of global instability? But through it all, one truth endures. Iceland is not defined by its size, but by its spirit. From the first settler who cast his pillars into the sea, to the modern coder building climate apps in a Reykjavik cafe, Icelanders share a quiet understanding. You don't control this land, you negotiate with it. You listen to the wind, you respect the ice, you prepare for the fire, and when the world feels chaotic, you return to the stories of sagas, of survival, of a republic born without bloodshed, of a people who chose words over weapons, memory over empire. Tonight, as you listen to this, Iceland is still being written, not in grand declarations, but in small acts. A teacher reading Njal's saga to students, a scientist drilling ice cores in the highlands, a poet reciting in a downtown cafe, a child learning to say, Eg elska Ísland, I love Iceland. Not as patriotism, but as promise. Because to love this land is to protect it. And after 1,150 years of fire, ice, plague, poverty, collapse, and rebirth, Icelanders know the greatest act of courage is not to conquer, but to care. And so they do, every day, in silence, in steam, in stories. If this journey through Iceland's past has brought you a moment of calm, a spark of wonder, or simply a reason to rest your eyes a little longer, then we've done our job. If you'd like to hear more histories told this way, slow, deep, and rich with atmosphere, we'd be honored if you'd consider liking this video and subscribing, but only if it truly resonates with you. And if you're still awake, let us know in the comments, what place or era should we explore next? Until then, may your dreams be as vast as a glacier under moonlight, and your rest as deep as the rift at Singvellir. Good night.